Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear, if you are an individual who can be easily offended or triggered by different opinions concerning race, religion, sex, sexual preference, gender, politics, geopolitics, or basically anything at all, please be advised to discontinue at this point. To continue viewing from this point is an agreement that you are watching this video despite receiving a clear warning that you should not, and you relinquish all rights to complain to any authority or seek any compensation from myself or from the platform hosting the video. I thank you for your time and attention, and if you've decided to continue watching, I salute your fortitude.
Okay, that is it. Stop it. You cannot blow up my head with your mind. Then I'll settle for an aneurysm.
Well, hello, kids. Now, as we all know, today marks the very beginning of, say it with me now, the end of days. That's right. And that means we are going to be revisiting the book, The Ultimate Guide to Rebuilding Civilization. Now, yesterday we learned all about oil refining, making alcohol, and pigeon mail. And to help me out today, we all remember my very special assistant, Craig. Say hi, Craig. All right, kids. Now let's start off with Craig's favorite thing to demonstrate, the art of martial arts. Now, according to the book, the most effective moves are disorienting jabs to the vital organs, like the kidney, or the eyes, or, last but not least, the groin. Wonderful job. Now we've got to take a quick break here, but make sure to stay tuned because next up, the book is going to teach us all about how to do appendectomies. Are you excited to be our patient, Craig? So hurry back before the world truly ends.
Hey, here I am in chat. It says, when a woman pulls a knife on you, give her a jar of mayonnaise and her instincts will kick in.
Sunshine, sunshine.
So this is where
I think I found it now.
I like to come and ground.
I've been looking for. Isn't it beautiful? It's got my head all up in the clouds. I think I found it now.
So grounding is something that I've found to be extremely beneficial and to help with peace of mind, general emotional balance. Right, when I'm feeling out of sorts, if I come and ground, it feels amazing. Right? And it only takes 15 minutes, man. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It's like a knot. That's my tree, right? Because it's so cool. This is the tree that I like to sit under. There's other ones. This is a cool tree as well. They're all cool trees, man. This is Mimosa hostilis. It's actually the source of DMT. There's DMT on the bark root. So this is where I come to ground and chill out. It's something that I found to be extremely useful in my sense of well-being. My ability to navigate this world and not feel like I'm pulling my hair out or want to smash my head against the brick wall or smash my head against someone else's head or, you know, or get nasty and aggressive and potentially violent and all of that. I really don't want to do any of that. That's not me. So I come here and I sit down and I smoke and I close my eyes and I just connect, right? Connect to the earth. It's another good thing as well. Take the shoes off, right? And just sit here and don't think. And as soon as I start to think, stop and appreciate what I'm seeing. Not everybody can do this, man. This is like, I'm really lucky. I'm really lucky to be doing this. I'm really lucky that I was brought here. I was brought here. I was on the streets in Malaga. How the heck do you think I was going to get to Tenerife? From the streets in Malaga to Tenerife. That was, as far as I'm concerned, that was God, right? That was God did that. Or what you know, what I'll call God. That's a triggering word, isn't it? God. So what I'll call God, the divine, omnipotent being responsible for creating this realm, because that's how I roll. That's what I think. That's what I think's happened. Prove to me that God is real. Prove it. Prove God's real. Yeah, but you don't think that God is real. You don't believe that God is real, or the Creator, or whatever you want to call it, the Almighty, the Most High. You don't think it is real. In fact, you believe it's not real. How do I change your beliefs? You're asking for something that man has not been able to provide for as long as we've been here. Hence all the confusion. That's why we've got so many different versions of, denominations of religion. Right? Religion. Religion. I'm going to start bringing a bloody cushion down here, I think, or a towel or something I can roll up and sit on. But the whole point is that I find a lot, so much value in grounding. Just sitting here and looking out, right? And if you want, you could do it the whole proper, you know, I can't do the lotus position, right? I actually can't even get my legs crossed properly. That's as far down as my legs will go. I can't really cross them properly. You can do that. And om. You don't need to do any of that. You can. It enhances it. It's good. It feels weird. It feels silly when you first start doing it. It doesn't feel so bad when there's no one around, right? You don't have to do it. all you have to do is sit here in silence. Well, don't sit here. You can come and sit here if you want. That would be awesome if you came and sat here. Not while I'm sat here, though. And if I come down here and you're sat here, I'm going to be like, oh, someone's sat on my spot. Ah, that white butterfly. I wonder if the white butterfly will come over here. Come over here, white butterfly. Don't make me look stupid. I'm just going to ignore it. Maybe it'll come over. So I'm watching all these youngsters. I guess I can say that now because I'm 48 years old. And next year I'll be 49. And that means that the year after that, I'll be 50.
I'm in my prime.
So these youngsters are all coming out and telling us all how it is, man. They're telling everybody how it is now. Look, this is how it is. They've been lying to us the whole time. I've been trying to tell you that since 2013. So I'm really happy. I'm really happy because what I set out to achieve in 2013, because I was sharing stuff on Facebook, right? From 2009 through till 2018, so for almost 10 years, I was sharing stuff on Facebook, and it ended up getting me put in a sandbox. And, you know, freedom of speech, not freedom of reach, isn't that what they say? Let me show you what I can see. So this is my view while I'm grounding. And the thing is, even now, even though I'm not sat here, not thinking about stuff, and you know, obviously I am thinking about stuff now, but even if you are, just the fact that you're sat here, sat on the ground, under a tree, right, surrounded by nature, you don't have to be totally surrounded by trees like this. If you're in the city, right, you don't have to be like this. It's a slight angle, but hey, this new selfie tripod, extendable tripod thing, it's pretty good. That's one thing I've stopped doing a lot. Like, I don't wear my sunglasses as much anymore as well. You know, that's another one of these things, right, that you learn as you're awakening. You learn that there's these things that you wish you'd been more aware of when you were younger. Look at that cloud, man, that's really cool. Things like the fact that, yeah, the sunlight, if you get lots of sun at sunrise, when the sun's coming up, if you stare at it or next to it while the sun's coming up, the UV and the different light, so the different lights that you absorb through your eyes at sunrise and sunset, it's really important for serotonin production. Serotonin turns into melatonin. Not the one, no, that's in your skin. The one that's in your brain. That's not the one that makes your skin brown. That's melatonin or melatonin. I don't know. There's melatonin, whatever. There's one that makes your skin brown, right? And you get a tan. And then there's one in your brain that helps you sleep. So serotonin turns into the one in your brain that makes you sleep. So it's really important. And we're wearing sunglasses all the time. My eyes used to be really sensitive to the sun, and so I always made sure I had a nice pair of sunglasses, right? Polarized sunglasses. Now I've been not wearing the sunglasses so much, my eyes have got more used to the light, and I feel so much better for it. I get energy from the light, right? So here's my thing. This is my hypothesis. This is what I think's going on. Each one of us is a singularity. We're a singularity of conscious, sentient intelligence, incarnated into, manifested into a physical body that's designed perfectly to negotiate this physical realm that we're in. The white butterfly's back. Maybe I've got the dual cam. Oh, there's two more over there. But I've got the dual cam on, so it's filming out this camera. I love this, filming this camera and it's filming me. So we're singularity, sentient, autonomous, unique. There is only one you, right? There might be other people like you. But there's only one you. There's only one me. There might be people out there like me, but there's only one me. I am this vessel that's here now with consciousness that calls himself Richie and Richard and 007, the controversial music man, and Richie Richmeister, Trickster, Tricky, anything but Rick, Ricky or Dick. There's just one of me. There's nobody else like me. There's nobody else that is me. And like I said earlier, I can never be you, and you can never be me. So I will never know what life is like to actually be you. And you, likewise, you will never know what life is like to actually be me. Right? So you and I wandering through this life, trying to make sense of what we can agree with other people, with everybody else, what we can agree to be real. We're walking around in a physical, what we call reality. And what I'd like to do is introduce not a new word, just a word that isn't used enough. I've not heard it used enough, because we talk about what's real and we talk about reality. But if somebody doesn't agree with what they've heard, then they say things like, "Nah, that can't be real. That can't be real, man. That can't be." And it's generally always things that they haven't actually seen themselves. And if their perception will not allow them, if their perception says, "No, I can't perceive that happening. No, that wouldn't happen. That can't be real." But what if it is real? Then maybe it should be redefined, not real, but actual. There is actual reality that we will call objective reality, is actual reality that everybody can agree on. This is a pair of sunglasses. They're used to shield the eyes from the so-called harmful sun's rays. And everybody can agree with that, right? Because these sunglasses are actual. You can see them. I'm holding them. I mean, it's debatable as to whether I'm actual or maybe I'm AI. What do you think I could be? AI could have made me look a lot fucking better, couldn't it? Anyway, right? These are actual sunglasses, and we can all agree that they're actual sunglasses, right? But if I was to tell you that these sunglasses aren't actually sunglasses, these sunglasses are actually X-ray glasses, and I can see not only inside your body, and I can, like an X-ray of your body, but I can also determine what mood you're in and what you're going to do next. These are magical sunglasses. Do you agree on that? Do you agree that these are magical sunglasses? They are actually magical sunglasses that allow me to do incredible things. I'm going to venture a guess. I'm going to say that no, you don't agree with that. That's not real. That's not actual. They are actually sunglasses, but they're not really magical X-ray glasses. So we have to agree on what's real and what is reality. And we talk about multiple realities and parallel realities as if they're science fiction. But if you really engage your brain and you think about it, you are living a parallel reality to the one that I'm living right now. You and I are living in parallel realities where most things are the same. The things that are actual, they don't change. They're here, they're materially manifest and they're actual. So they don't change. Only our perception of them changes, right? And if your perception can change, that means that the perception that you have could potentially maybe be wrong, and it's possible to change it to something different. So that means that whatever your perception is might not actually be what's actual, right? We'll only say it's real if we agree with you. So you and I are walking around and things are actually happening for us and to us and around us. And we are actually taking actions that affect change, right? But the whole time, what's actually happening is filtering through layers and layers of filters that are set by perception. They're defined by perceptions. So let's take, for example, a devout Roman Catholic is going to look at the world in a completely different way to a devout Muslim. What's the difference between the two? Normally, invariably, naturally, it's because the devout Catholic was brought up as a devout Catholic, and the devout Muslim was brought up as a devout Muslim. So they probably live in different countries, but maybe not if it's in the UK, or, you know, not if you're in Jerusalem, right? The point is that two different people grow up with two different perceptions of what we will call God, and what we will call creation, and what we will call the universe. But universe, unicycle, university, universal. Uni means uni, or uni means one. So universe means one verse. Well, that made sense to me, because it was like, well, there's only one actual reality, isn't there? There's only one actuality that's playing out here. There's not multiple actualities playing out here. But I just glossed over that. My mum used to say to me, Richard, you are not the center of the universe. And so I used to try and, you know, encompass that and appreciate that and embody that. I'm not the center of the universe. The world does not revolve around me. But as I've got older, what I've realized is my experience does. My experience of this world revolves around me. My universe, my take on this world, my take on all of this, it revolves around me and how I'm perceiving everything going on, right? So although I'm not the center of the actual world on which we live, it's not that the entire world revolves around me. My experience of this world, my experience of this universe, my perception of this universe and everything in it, and everyone in it, and myself and everything, all does revolve around me. But there are potentially, and we're just going to say this number because it's the commonly accepted number. I personally don't believe it. There's far fewer people on the earth, but we'll say 8 billion. There's 8 billion people walking around on this earth who their experience is revolving around them. Their perceptions revolve based on their own experience, which is everything's happening to and around each one of us, right? So you and I, walking around this, having this experience, each one of us is having what is essentially a unique subjective experience. And we all try and agree with each other on what is real, what are we really experiencing in this actual reality, this actual objective reality. And we don't all agree on it. And especially now, right? Especially now, we do not all agree on what's going on in this reality. There's nothing but confusion and chaos. And the trouble is, not one of us has really been educated in how to navigate this actual realm. Because this actual realm is a place where we're meant to be recreating life and recreating just things, beautiful things. You think of the architecture that there used to be back in the day, thousands of years ago, all this architecture, but back in the day, thousands of years ago, that we can't even replicate now, right? We can't do the things that they used to do all the way back then. We're not capable. And each one of us is walking around unique experience of this actual reality, arguing about what's happening and not appreciating the fact that, yeah, maybe this whole idea of having, oh, it's my truth, I've got my truth, I'm living my truth, man, I'm living my truth. Right? Okay, well, live your truth. Your truth might not be other people's truth. They might not agree with that truth, and they don't have to agree with it either, because it might not be true for them. But you know what we do have to agree on? That's what's true for everybody. What's true for everybody is that we're all facing the same problems. We're all facing the same issues. Look at every single person that's walking past right now. Every single person that passes me on the street while we're walking, we've all got the same issues. Every one of us. to different degrees. You all know what my issues are, I've told you, because I asked for help, because I'm not getting any help from anywhere else. So I say, please can you donate to my channel? Please can you make a donation to my PayPal or Ko-fi? Because I've got no other source of income. I'm not able to work, probably for political reasons, because of the amount that I've been speaking out against official narratives and against governments and against corporations and against the pharmaceutical industry, calling out COVID for what it was right from the beginning, calling out the Ukraine war for what it was right from the moment I found out about it, calling out the elections for what they are, calling out the English government for what it is, calling out the church for what it is, calling out the institutions for what they are, right? And as a result, for the last 4 years, I've not been able to find any work. And I don't get any help from the government here. I don't get any benefits. I don't claim any benefits. I don't want to live off the system. I don't want to live off the state. But for 8 years, I've been pumping out content on YouTube, telling people all the things that people are making, like they're making bucks now. There's people making bank, telling you all the stuff that I've been telling you for the last 8 years for free. And so here I am in this position where I've not really got much choice other than to ask for help. And that's a humiliating thing for a man that's always, done his best to take care of himself. And for 5 years on this island, I was doing exceptionally well. There was one point where I was earning nearly €1,000 a week. Why didn't you save that money, Rich? Why didn't you save that money? And then maybe you wouldn't be in this trouble now if you'd been more sensible with your money. Well, nobody taught me how to be sensible with money. What can I say? Anyway, let's go down to the beach. Let's go down to my favorite little spot to continue this talk. I love it. I love this spot. All these people having their own subjective experience. Unique, totally unique. It's funny because I've just been grounding, and all of the tension and the wanted to toy on stuff I knew I wanted to say. I wanted to talk about things, right? And then I go grounding and chill out for 20 minutes or whatever it actually was in the end. And now, by the time I get down here to the beach, to the sea, I'm so chilled. I just want to sit in silence, man. I don't need to talk. Who needs to talk? Just sit here and enjoy this. In fact, let me give you the full sound, the proper sound.
So I'm actually going to call it a day on this video here, and I'd like to ask you to subscribe. Call it a day on this video here, and I'd like to ask you to subscribe. Please like and share the video. If you subscribe and click the bell, I've got another video coming straight after this one, a continuation of this, with a bit of sunset and just some more rambling, me rambling by the sea. So if you're into that, thank you very much, and I'll see you soon.
Sunshine, sunshine. I think I found it now. What I've been looking for. Isn't it beautiful? It's got my
Good day.
head all up in the clouds. I think I found it now. Yeah. Everything I want might be a miracle.
How we doing, boys and girls?
Sunshine.
I love that song. I found it in InShot. It's one of the backing tracks in InShot, and I found it yesterday. And I can't stop listening to it. It's a really happy tune, man. Well, screw you to all the people that came in and then left again. It is an open panel. I'll get bored waiting for too long. So I've got another, the part 3 is loading up at the moment. I'm just waiting for it to load up. And yeah, if I play it today, then I won't have anything to play to you tomorrow. So I don't know if I'm going to play it today. You should come up on camera, Leafy. Show us what it's like. Have you got snow, or is it just cold?
RFK Jr. in charge of HHS. I don't really think he's running. He's just kind of this figure that connected with Trump's base, particularly during the COVID era, and made them think reforms would come. And those reforms haven't really come, but he's kind of there to give the impression that things have changed. But the person behind him, the deputy secretary, is Jim O'Neill, who's a career affiliate of Peter Thiel, who's also the power behind J.D. Vance.
Here he is. Right,
Top
mate.
of the morning to you. That's loud, isn't it?
Let me sort my camera out. Hang on.
How you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm alright, mate. How are you?
Happy sunshine. Not here though. Let's spin my camera around. How can I do that? I don't know. How did I do that? Anyway,
go down to the little, yeah, or you can just do that. But if you go down to the little,
turn it round.
yeah,
look, pissing down.
Yeah, drizzly and shitty. Oh look, it's UK weather.
Two robins.
Oh, you're echoing. Yeah, you'll be.
I know. Is that my end?
Yeah, it's stopped now.
Awesome. I've done my platform. I've got to build the shed up, but it's only a small shed just to get the crap out. There's the old motorhome next door. Next door neighbours been good enough and kind enough to park it there until I sort the front garden out. After moving here 2 months ago. So there's the old faithful Land Rover. 2 months.
Been there for 2 months already.
2 months. Well, yeah.
Remember when you were moving in?
I had to knock the wall down on the front. I'm going to level all that, just gravel it, because I want to get the motorhome on there. It's just knackered, never ending. So I've got to go up the garage and unit in a bit to shift the landy. The bloke in the yard wants me to move the landy out the yard, not out of it, but just to move it so he can get one of the cars out the way, because he's got a yard full of scrap cars basically, so he's getting rid of them. Right. So I've got to nip up there. Perhaps I'll go live in a bit again and show you when I'm up there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, can't stay long. I want to get up there and sort that out.
Yeah, get it.
So
done.
yeah. So yeah, I've a bit of I got my rotator cuff injury. I went to physio the other day. Let me shut the door. It's noisy here in the garage now. Yeah, so done a bit of physio. They give me exercises to do. There's like a 20-week waiting list to actually see a physio. It's a proper one to get and do the exercises. So they just sent me online to do myself, which is mad, isn't it? So it has been helping the last day or so. I did take painkillers to go to bed last night. It was aching, but it wasn't as bad. And this morning I haven't taken any. So
They've never been
it's not a bad thing.
like the National Health Service. It seems that people a lot of it used to be a few people, and now it's a lot. If not, well, if you're English, you fall through the cracks in the NHS. So
Yeah.
I grew up thinking, that if you get injured, you go to the NHS and they sort you out. And if you need anything, any aftercare or anything, they sort you out. And
if it's an emergency, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of sort of what happened. It's like because we go to the doctor whenever we were sick, go to the doctor and he give you a prescription, and if you just seemed to it seemed to work that you go to the doctor or the hospital and they prescribe you what you need to get fixed, right? And then then I had my car crash, and after that I was supposed to have physio. Obviously, both legs were both smashed. So I was supposed to have intensive physiotherapy, hydrotherapy, physiotherapy, right? Everybody does. Everybody gets it. Anybody that's broken their leg gets heavy physio afterwards.
Yeah.
They sent me off for one hydrotherapy session, and because all the wound was still open, they said, no, we can't. We can't risk. Yeah, we can't risk infection. And so I was like, right, okay then. Well. Let me know with the other stuff, the other physiotherapy, because that was hydrotherapy. What about the physiotherapy? So they call me up and say you got a physio on next Wednesday. You got to get there yourself. I'm like, right. Well, I live in Newbury, and this is at Basingstoke Hospital. I can't walk there because I've got two broken legs. It's going to be difficult to even get a taxi there because I'm in a wheelchair and can't put any weight on my legs, and having to take a lot of care of them. Anyway, oh no, I was out of the wheelchair by then. I was in the casts. But point is, I was in casts. I couldn't fucking walk there, and I didn't have any money for a taxi, and my parents were working. But the
NHS, they supply patient care service, non-emergency patient transport now. Yeah, they should. You phone them up and they'll book it for you.
They didn't.
Free.
They didn't.
The NHS.
They didn't. I asked.
Well, they should have. It's been going years.
Asked the doctor. Asked the hospital.
It's been going fucking donkey's years. Yeah, they should have done that for you.
Physiotherapy doctors and the hospital. All three of them.
It's been going like 30 years. More.
Apparently.
Bollocks.
Apparently not
bollocks.
For me.
Yeah,
apparently
bollocks.
not for me. So
no way.
They said I could have gone for the physio, but only if I could get there, and I couldn't get there. So anyway, I ended up not having any physio, not a single fucking day of physio or hydrotherapy.
That's bullshit. They should have given you the number. I worked for NEPS. I worked for them when I first started this ambulance service. And they've been going.
Too late.
It's been going over 35 years with non-emergency patient transport. The white ambulances you see. They're the transport.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
For everybody to get to their appointments.
That's what I thought as well, dude. That's what I said
fobbed
as
you
well.
Off there, didn't they?
Apparently, I don't know. Maybe the house we lived in was too big or something. My parents had good jobs, and they could have taken the time.
Still part of the NHS. You're entitled to it.
That was one of the things that I kind of resented was like, but obviously I'm understanding about it. They both had high pressure jobs, right? But they were warned how much care they'd have to take if I came out of hospital, right? So they knew that they were going to have to take time off to be able to take me to physiotherapy and all that sort of shit, and they didn't do it. That's what pissed me off about my parents when I was younger. But like I said, they had that fucking I don't know what was going on for them at work at the time, right? But I'm sure there was a good reason.
That's mad, isn't it? That's mad. That's the problem this day and age as well, with two parents working. It's not needed, but to get on in life and pay your way, that's unfortunately in the system that we fucking got, isn't it?
My mum had to start working when I was 14 because just things have got so shit, man. Because
I think it was
the
about
economy
the same
was
with my
shit.
mother. Yeah, my dad was the main worker until a certain age and stage, and it got really difficult for him. So mum had to go to work then. As we got older, we weren't so dependent, and at a young age we were fucking off out anyway, weren't we? As kids, like Jesus. It's not like not like this day and age. Jesus Christ, the kids these days just ain't got a life. I was talking to someone yesterday, I think it was, and he was saying like that it's just generations have changed where the kids just stay in the house. They say it's unsafe for them to go out, but they're so picky with their food and everything. Instead of putting fucking food in front of them and saying you got to eat this, I don't want that. I want this. I want it. I'm like, oh, it fucking winds me up.
I don't know how some people do it. Like friends and whatever that have children and the way their children have been. It's just been like, what you're just gonna give in to that. I don't remember our parents. Our parents never gave in to that. Why
the kids haven't got respect these days, have they?
No, yeah. And the thing is, if the parent,
but they rule what they say goes, isn't it? What the kids want, they get.
Right, and if the parent, the parent can't discipline the children anymore because, I don't think that beating your children is a good idea, but I don't think that giving them a good smack is.
Years ago, we'd get grounded, but they don't get grounded anymore, do they? Because they don't go out.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to be confined to my bedroom where I am all the time anyway. Oh, okay. Well, so you do. I think you do other things. You're grounded. There's no Xbox. There's no console, no computer, no mobile phone. You're grounded. You're in prison for the time that you're in. Right? You stay in your room. You read a book. You want to be no TV, fuck off with the TV. You want to fucking be entertained, you read a book.
The parents don't do it though, do they? They don't do it.
Because they've had that power taken away from them. They've had that authority taken away from them. And if they try to exert that authority now, the kids go, run to school.
And they threaten, I'm going to phone child services on you.
No, listen, I threatened my mum that. I've threatened my mum more than once. And do you know what her answer every fucking time was? Here you go, Richard, here's the phone. This is the number. Go on then. and I'm like, all right, call my bluff. Fuck you. Because at the end of the day, you deep it and you're like, what am I going to say? My mum shouted at me. My mum wouldn't let me do this. She wouldn't let me do that. Whatever. It's dude. It was a 13-inch. It was a 13-inch square TV. Do you remember that? TVs all used to be square.
Oh God, yeah.
They didn't used to be this 16 by 9.
And they weren't flat. They weren't flat screen. They weren't.
No,
they were deep.
They were curved. They were fucking. It was like a big bubble on the front.
Glass screen.
Heavy glass, really heavy glass as well, man.
We're going.
Come and join us, Grumple. Is the link pinned? It should be pinned. Come and join us, sir.
Yeah, but I see parents now. They have newborn kids. They're like just over 1 year old, and they're holding a phone. They're just fixating on a phone. I'm like,
they've got a fucking, like, you see, like,
unbelievable.
An 18-month-old, and 18-month-old.
Just sit a phone
it's got an iPad sat right in its lap, sat right on its,
unbelievable,
groin around the reproductive area, right? And they're sat there playing away. It makes me feel sick when I see it, and I want to go and say to the parents, like, listen, I know you don't think it's anything, but that like you're basically, do you want your child to have children? Do you want your kid to have kids? Because you let that keep going on, and that's not going to happen. They're not going to have kids. They're frying their reproductive organs at 18 months old, 2 months old, when they're developing. You're gonna fuck every child that's had a fucking iPad on his lap. I'm gonna lay money on it that they have reproductive issues.
Oh God, yeah. I can see just JP's digital babysitter comment. It's right.
That's the worst thing as well, right? Because as bad as they are, how fucking amazing are iPads and phones to keep children entertained when you can't, when you know.
Well, we did have a TV. We used to TV and watch shit, didn't they? You know, that's the way we used to do it, I suppose. Keep them occupied, music or cartoons playing and stuff. But now they got it on the phone.
The reason we didn't watch TV, the reason we weren't the same, we weren't addicted to screens, was because what was on screens was shit. Right? The films, there were good films, but there was square TVs, and back in the early 80s, black and white. I had a 13-inch black and white square TV in the kitchen. That was what I could go and watch my cartoons on when Dad was watching the news, right? But I heard a thing where these millennials were saying, or these Gen Z were saying, "Oh my God, can you imagine if you'd lived back then, right? Back in the 80s and the 90s, before the internet. Oh my God, life must have been so shit and boring." And then the response to that was, there were adverts on the TV to the parents saying, "It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?" Right? Do you remember that? Do you remember the adverts reminding the parents where their kids might be? I remember that. Like, basically, just saying things, get them home before dark and stuff in the summer at 10 o'clock at night when it was still light. How's it going, Grumps?
Good evening.
Have you got a new camera there, sir?
No. Same old. But yeah, it was
so
literally.
You're looking way uglier than usual. It's really crisp and clean, and you're just looking way uglier than normal.
Oh man, yeah. They say I got to face the radio. It's that's how we do around here.
I'm just lying. I'm overcompensating because you're such a handsome fucker. How you doing anyway?
Don't try and. No, don't blaze me here.
I think we got a bit of a delay here, dude. I think you're going through two systems again, like you do, because you're obviously streaming on your own channel and you've got it all set up through your OBS and that, and it's you're not. All right, there's a delay though.
No, that's in my brain. That's the only delay.
That makes sense.
It in.
That makes sense, man.
It's in my head. You sexy mother lovers.
What have you been up to, dude? Have you what are your thoughts? You obviously know what we're talking about. So, what are your thoughts? We are the same age. Me and you are the same age, I think, or you're
close.
Yeah. You're 40. You're 48 this year, right?
Oh, I'm the big 50 in February.
Or tomorrow?
I'm
next year.
On a crash course with 50. Yeah, I am solidly middle-aged. On the very tail end of Gen X.
I remember us talking about it. We're the same age, dude. Because I remember you telling me, and then I was like, "Oh right, we're the fucking same age." And then you were going on about being an old man, and I'm like, "Dude, we're the same fucking age. Shut the fuck up. We're the same height." And we're the same age, so the only difference is
also the Marine
Corps. You're 200 odd pounds, and I'm about fucking 90 at the moment. That's the
200
only difference. Well, it's better than 200
I'm 12,
kilos. Isn't it?
12 in the head, but the body says otherwise. But still, I'm
12 stone. 12 stones about.
No, 12.
I think it's
12 years age. I said.
Oh right, yeah.
Nobody knows how much anything is in stone. Come on now.
Say that again.
Only people raised Brit know in their head just how much something is in stone.
Something is In
That
stone.
what if you weigh
Yeah,
if you
kilograms,
say-
aren't they? Or
Oh,
pounds,
yeah,
or pounds,
yeah. Sorry, I was completely disconnected from what you
Only
were saying.
Brit. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
only Brits
stone.
know. Say something
Only
is
Brits know stones.
stone.
Yeah.
Because that's I mean, stone is quite it's a much larger than a pound or a kilogram.
Yeah, I used to be 13 stone. Well, 13 and a half stone. So, and now I'm about 10 stone.
I think about 12 and a half. What's about 95 kilograms? What's that in stone?
95 kilos is about 13 and a half stone.
Is it, fat bastard?
Yeah.
I'm heavier than I thought.
Freedom
No,
fractions.
I'm about 90, I think.
Slapping a bird's ass. Look who it is. Haven't seen you for a while. Good to see you. Where have you been? I've just got to go out and come back in again because my page is fucked up, frozen up. My processor is having a fucking seizure, I think. Right, I'll be right back. Keep talking.
So what have you been up to then, Grumble?
Well, let me tell.
There's a delay. You winding me up, man.
Yeah. So with the upcoming Thanksgiving feast that I'm sure that you and
of course,
Richie
yeah.
are
Happy
gonna be
Thanksgiving
participating.
today. Yeah.
Oh,
it is
mate, I'm
indeed
crap.
Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
I forgot
dude.
about that. Yeah.
Is there a Thanksgiving song? You know, it's like we have Christmas
Oh,
songs,
we need to
have
make
birthday
one.
songs. Is there a Thanksgiving song? There should
We
be.
need to make one. There probably is some kind of parody one, but
well,
I don't.
Yeah, there should definitely be a Thanksgiving song. Something about no, they don't cluck, do they? What do they gobble? Turkeys gobble. So
Ogle, ogle, ogle.
it's got to be something about going for a gobble.
They do be
Going
gobbling.
for a
But that
gobble
means
on-
something entirely different.
I know.
A gobble with Grumple.
Funny that, eh? Funny that means something else. I'm going for a gobble.
Oh man, that's quote at hang on.
Much love to everybody that's here right now, all 13 people that are sat here, and maybe there was only a couple of you taking part in the chat, but just JP and slapping a bird's ass. Grumple Stiltskin, haven't seen you for a while. How are you doing, sir?
There you go.
Nathan Oakley, are you still here, sir? Bloody hell, hello, mate.
Hi, Nath.
Good to see you. Do you know
Man.
what? I don't think Nathan realizes. I don't think he cares either. But Nath is like YouTube royalty for our for the for the community of people that are questioning
Definitely
what this earth is. Nath is like he's like one of the elders, isn't he?
Well, you asked me a question, sir. So I always lurk whenever I can. I lurk all of my friends, all of anybody, because rising tide and all. And I appreciate when anybody lurks me. Nobody's required to when I'm live. I'm not live right now. It's just hanging out. But I saw you were talking about some interesting things that, like, getting away from. I preach this. Get away from smartphone addiction. And social media is probably one of the biggest components of the downfall of Western society.
I hold my hand up to that.
Is.
I could see myself getting trapped in. I think, what the fuck am I doing? Just scrolling through shit.
I get caught in it too, and I'm a professional evangelist about not getting stuck, and it gets me too. It's it's the YouTube shorts or the TikTok or the Instagram, whatever it is. It's the Twitter. It's just so doom scrolling.
Just too easy.
Is a thing.
But
it can eat up the rest of your day.
I don't do it, right? I've never done the doom scrolling thing, like the TikTok scrolling. I don't
even
even,
have a
I've never
TikTok.
actually even sat there and watched anything. I've watched TikTok videos, right? Videos that have been shared because somebody on YouTube shared a TikTok video, but I've never gone to TikTok and scrolled through what's going on. I've created videos for TikTok, just never actually looked at the content really myself. Same with
I think-
Instagram. Same with Instagram. I don't bother with that. I don't bother scrolling through that. Rox does.
Especially
Rox is addicted
Yeah,
to
if
Instagram, and she's constantly on it. Right? Go
If you're on the
sorry.
Facebook, it's all interlinked, though, isn't it? It's all interlinked. So
Right.
whatever's on there, and you click on it, it'll take you to it. It's just
Right.
crazy. And then
So-
you can just flick up, and it scrolls on more different ones. You know, it's just fucking insane.
If you're
So,
a content creator, you should be doing TikTok. I mean, it's silly not to. I boycott certain entities. I didn't even make a YouTube until it was like 2-ish years ago.
Yeah,
I
you're a
can't
Twitch.
bring
You're a
myself.
Twitch streamer. You're a Twitch
for
streamer.
Amazon, yeah, which I have moral quandaries with, being on a platform that's Amazon also.
Well, I mean, just being on a Amazon that platformed fucking Hassan Piker. That just that
And he
itself-
doesn't get a ban. He openly calls for violence and stuff on the platform, and then small
is
creators.
the worst,
it's just-
mate.
How is
He
it
is.
some of
He's
these
like-
content creators?
He's never gonna get.
How-
He's never gonna get a full ban.
How is it some of these content creators get away with what they say?
Because
It's
they're
just
making so
unbelievable,
much
isn't it?
money. Because they
Because they
make
make money.
It's ridiculous.
yeah, because they've managed to engage an audience of such a big size. Like they've been allowed. Basically, the gates were opened, and they naturally, because of the way their image, what they do something that attracts all these people, millions of people, and who knows how many of them are fake, are actually real. But they open the gates and allow them to gain those followings, right? Because they know that's going to bring in the revenue. They could actually. There are plenty of people out there that would engage audiences as big, if not bigger, but because of what they're going to talk about, they don't get to see the light of day, right? So
Just the way Twitch works.
I wouldn't want to maybe suggest that I'd be one of those people that would be able to, if I'd been allowed when I started, if I'd been given the given the reins, or just allowed to go for broke when like Hassan Piker, right? I maybe could have got a couple of million followers, and but then there's a couple of million people hearing what they don't want to hear, isn't it? So they're just they've been pushing out the people that are never going to help anybody. All they're going to do is exacerbate and compound and inflame already existing issues, right?
Yeah.
From what I understand, Twitch as a business has never been profitable. Also, it's a loss leader, kind of like YouTube. It's meant to have market share for advertising, but it's never going to make money. It's a funnel for other business things. That's what it is. And there's I believe it became public 3-4 years ago. There's an actual list of content creators on Twitch that they can never get a permanent ban. Hassan's one of them. I think like Tim the Satman, Asmongold, Amaranth. These are like just the money, the actual money makers on the top tier.
Asmongold.
Oh, the fucking adverts then. It's monetized channels that get the adverts, I suppose, is it?
Well, yeah, they get the adverts and the sponsorship deals and the
So yeah, you got how many thousands of people, in some cases hundreds of thousands of people. Like Asmongold can have like 100,000 CCV, like concurrent viewers. Like the view count while live is 100,000. That's a giant
not at one time, but for one.
No,
I mean,
at one
fucking
time.
hell, dude.
Depending on what it is.
Tim Pool will have 40,000 people watching him on YouTube, and 5,000 people watching him. I don't know if he's doing Rumble actually, but he, as a live audience, they're getting way more views than mainstream media now. That's the thing, right? That's the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
The TV, when we were young, There were 4 channels, Leafy. When we were growing up, there were 4,
Yeah,
and when we
yeah.
were born, there were 3.
Yeah.
When we were born, there were only 3, and then as we were growing up in the early 80s, they brought out Channel 4. Channel 4 was
BBC,
crazy. My mum
BBC
didn't.
One, BBC Two, ITV. Wasn't it?
Right, and mum didn't like me watching Channel 4 when that came out because it was kind
Yeah,
of the
Channel 4.
edgy channel, wasn't it, when it came out?
Yeah.
And then Channel 5, and then
Oh man, is that BBC Channel 5?
no, it's not BBC. There's
No.
only BBC 1 and 2, and then on the radio, BBC 3, BBC 4.
Oh, there's no. Okay, I'm a big like Top Gear, the UK, the original one is it's one of the best, not just car shows, not just comedies, but
Shows.
probably one of the best shows ever made in history. Period.
For men,
and they always
definitely.
talk about like BBC, 3 or 4, like, and it's like, oh, there's a, I don't know what's on them. I know about BBC shows, or no, I know like, oh man, Are You Being Served, Blackadder, like these.
They're
Monty
like
Python.
70s.
Oh yeah,
70s, 80s shows. Yeah,
Yeah.
early British comedy.
I grew up on reruns of that shit.
Right, but so how does it feel to know? And if you don't know, you're finding out now. How does it feel to know that Blackadder was purely there to reinforce the narrative of the British Empire?
God, yeah.
It's the only reason that they created it. It was only there to reinforce the narrative of the British Empire, so everybody remembered. All remember who the British Empire is, right? We all remember that, and the monarchy. The British monarchy and the British Empire, right? The Tudors, the Elizabethans, the King George in the 1700s with the Prince Regent, and then
Oh yeah, he was the Prince of Wales. Like that was Hugh Laurie. That's Dr. House. He was the Prince of Wales.
Yeah,
I think that's
Blackadder goes
season
fourth. Blackadder goes fourth was the First World War, and in Blackadder goes fourth, there's a scene where Baldric is, they're talking about why the war had started, right?
Bloody hell, Baldric.
And there's a scene where you can see that they edited it, right? Blackadder is explaining why the war really started, and they cut it off.
Interesting.
I've noticed it. It's edited. He starts to talk about why the war really started, because the Russians were really they were our friends, right? Before the revolution, we were friends with the Russians. They were good people, right? And it was the First World War happened.
Yeah.
Hey? Yeah, First World War happened because of fucking
Russians were allies.
Well, so it's the same reason that all revolutions started, because some tiny hat bellends.
And they're all related back to the system.
The tiny hat bellends.
Rowan Atkinson, I believe, has a doctorate in something or other. He's one of the funniest people that I think is.
He's one of the best.
I remember
advocates
crying
for free
laughing.
speech as well. He's a really good advocate for free speech, freedom of speech.
Oh yeah, and he's so well, like, that's one thing. Like, he just sounds classier, maybe because he's a Brit. I'm not sure, because that's the thing. People think American Southern accents are lower class. Like, whatever accent, because there's a lot of different regions of, like, if you got a Scouse accent versus you're a Manc or whatever, but whatever his is, it's like that's just an impression thing. But he brings the knowledge. I've heard him speak. Like, he's a very educated.
He was educated at Oxford, so he's a Southern lad. So he's just English. But yeah, he slapping a bird's ass wants the American fella to give a gobble live action show of how gobbling should be done on Thanksgiving.
Excuse me.
Just go get him.
Excuse me. I'm a Texan, sir. It's
so sorry. That's different. Yeah, he's not an American. He's a Texan.
He's a Texan.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I was in the because yesterday, I managed to, I raised 60 euros. So I gave 40 to the guy for the rent, and I went to the supermarket, spent 20 on food. And while I was there, there's these two Americans walking around, talking to each other, and blatantly American, although possibly could have been Canadian, but I didn't hear enough words or the right words to determine if they were Canadian or not, eh? Right? So, and they weren't saying A either. But so I was thinking, yeah, they're American. They're American. And I was going to say something, and I sort of turned around and I was going to say something. I thought, no, I'm just going to stay quiet. So I went, because it seemed like they were following me around. So I went over the other side, and then they came over one of them came over near me again. And so I just said, we don't hear your accent around these parts very much, because you don't see Americans here. Mm. I've seen like one American here in 10 years. And
you're on an island.
So yeah, I said, you're American. And he straight away, he looked worried and defensive. And he was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? And I'm like, I mean, you sound like you're from across the pond, dude. You're either an American or a Canadian. I'm not quite sure, but you're one or the other. And he looked fucking terrified and went, no, actually, you're wrong. I said, all right, I'm wrong, am I? You're not American or Canadian, okay? No, Eastern European, right?
What?
Which is Asia.
He said he was Eastern European.
It's Asia.
And I said, wow, Eastern European. It's usually Israelis that have an American accent. And and in the Middle East, they adopt an American accent. Never heard Eastern Europeans. Anyway, this was going in my head. I wasn't saying this to him. And then they started talking to each other more. The other guy came up and started talking to each other in English. So I didn't bother saying, that's funny, isn't it? How you guys talk to each other with your American. Your English with American accents, Eastern Europeans talking to each other in English. That's funny. That are you from the same country? Like why aren't you speaking to each other in an Eastern European language? If you're both from Russia, you just didn't want to say Russia. Why don't you speak Russian to each other?
Which is Asia.
I guess they it's like if they want to remain inconspicuous. But the thing is, they both look like tech guys. They were like 6'2", 6'3". Actually, the guy I was talking to was about 6'4", and they were tech guys.
The thing is
so they weren't there on holiday then, were they?
Just for the longest time in the past 20 years, at least, it's been Americans have been advised to hide being an American in other countries because it makes you a target. Whether it's for kidnapping or violence or whatever.
But
it makes you a target. So you get advised. This is actually like official Department of State advice for the longest time was pretend to be Canadian if you're traveling overseas.
Why didn't they pretend to be Canadian? When I said you're either American or Canadian, why didn't he just say Canadian?
I don't know.
Why? Unless they're trying to disguise the fact that they're Russian or Ukrainian or whatever, and so they're speaking to each other with their American accents, sounding without the tiniest hint, not even a hint of an accent. It was either American or Canadian, right? Without a hint of another accent, of a different accent, that it was not their first language, right?
Isn't the native language where you're at Spanish also?
No, it's actually Canario, which is like Spanish, but It's like Spanish the
difference
same
between
way
Portuguese and Spanish.
that Cornish is like English.
Did they continue to converse with you, Richie? Did they speak to you again, or did they just shy off? Like,
No. No, they sort of shied off. They didn't move away. They were looking for kidney beans, and they weren't find. They couldn't find them anywhere. So I was like, "What are you looking for? What are you looking for?" Right? And I said, "Oh,
they were shitting themselves.
Black beans, black beans." So I said, "What? Baked beans?" No. We've got baked beans. We're looking for black beans. I'm like, I said, "What, like kidney beans for chili con carne and stuff?" Yes, right. Yeah, this shop isn't big enough. You'll have to go down to the other Mercadona, which is down the right, and I directed them down to the other one. And they were just looking nervous as fuck, absolutely nervous as fuck. So, yeah,
it didn't seem like they're on a holiday, then, did it?
No, unless they're on
Business.
a gay holiday.
No, could be.
I don't know. They were.
It's possible they were new guys at the company too, just doing whatever, working there.
Not many American companies here with American employees. Like I
oh
said,
no, by the company I mean the CIA.
Oh right, yeah. Because like I said, I
might be new.
I can count the Americans that I've met here on one hand, on one finger, in 10 years. Sylvie, how you doing? Good to see you. Mr. Bean is a troublemaker. Mr. Bean is a moron.
Is the Mr. Bean is a character. The actor's name is Rowan Atkinson, and he's been just great for a long time.
Mr. Bean is a real person.
Are you Mr. Bean?
God, if
you not met anybody that really talk, I mean, our fucking Prime Minister's a bit of a Mr. Bean.
Oh no! See, you said more words just now in like a voice that was supposed to sound kind of like him than he did in the entire Mr. Bean show ever.
No, he started to talk more. There was one that he talked more in. I can't remember which one it was, but there was one that he talked more in. But yeah, he used to just go,
Yeah, he never said anything.
Yeah,
that was one of the shticks.
Frustrating, isn't it? Watching him.
Howdy doody, Sylvie. You missed my video.
So he would say Bean if somebody said, "What's your name?"
You get when anybody asks you again,
Bob,
Grumpo.
The Ted.
Grumpo.
Actually, Mr. Bean would have made he would have made a meal of your name, of your avatar name, Grumple Stiltskin.
Grumpo.
Oh, have you seen, speaking of Rowan Atkinson, when he was on Top Gear?
Is that you?
It was great.
They come for you. Yeah, he was good.
No, that's not me. Yeah, no.
Because
Jeremy leaned into him like, say some words, because I think it was from one of the Blackadder's when the boy who was the girl that became his servant and Bob.
Oh, you mean Bob?
Naming the Bob. And that wasn't in the script. He just like, I'm gonna say this funny and
Bob
standing that like that you made an entire genre of memes now. You're saying words funny and I'm here for it.
You said 3 letters. You said a name comprised of 3 letters. That's all you did. It was just stand there and go, Bob. Because, well, that's the thing with English words, though. There are some brilliant English words that if you say it repeatedly, it starts to sound weird and funny. I love it when it happened yesterday. Like the word grounding. Once you've looked at it enough, it stops to look like a word. It's like, and you start thinking, hang on a sec. Grounding. Is that how you spell grounding? That doesn't look like, you Grou. That doesn't make any sense. It's GROW. No, there's a red line
No.
underneath it. Fuck's sake. No, it's GROU. Well, why does it look wrong then? It looks completely wrong.
Well, if you say a word over and over again, it loses all the meaning, right? It's like you just forget where you're at. It's like a trance.
Bollocks.
It's all in the spelling.
Bollocks. 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 Bollocks.
The dog's bollocks.
Bollocks. Bollocks. Bollocks. Bollocks. Bollocks. Bollocks. Bollocks. Bollocks. Bollocks. Bollocks. Bollocks.
That's enough now. That's enough.
So bollocks, mate. Bollocks.
That used to be one of my favourite.
Bollocks does not
Bell
lose
end.
its meaning. Bollocks.
Twat.
Bollocks. Nah. Bollocks, mate. Twat. Yeah, twat will never lose
That
its
used to be
meaning.
my favourite.
Poppycock.
See you next Tuesday.
Nah. I used to hate that.
Well, I mean, you might, but are you a gypsy? Are you a fortune
Right,
teller?
I'm going to pop off a minute. I might come back later.
All right
I'm
there,
just going to get up
dude.
the garage and kick some ass.
No
What?
worries.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
so
that's
you
you're not
got
supposed to say that word anymore. My bad.
See you later, man. What word?
Adios.
Ciao, dude. Take it easy. Thanks for being
Later.
here.
Later,
Meet
get
you.
out.
We'll see you soon. Come back, man. Show us the landies.
Smell you later.
What word? You're not supposed to say what?
Gypsy. I guess they don't like that anymore. I don't know or care.
Who?
I don't think they really much do either.
Who doesn't like the gypsy? The gypsy doesn't like the word
The
gypsy.
gypsies.
That they
I know
call
one.
themselves Gypsies, or the
Yeah, they like-
or is that
They like
or is
Romani
it-
now, I think, which is not.
Ah,
a real thing.
right. We're talking about Romanians.
No,
I don't
not
call
from Romania. Romani,
Well-
which is different than Romanians.
right.
It-
Romani.
It's just
right,
it's a new
yeah,
it's a new word for gypsies.
Right. It's not a new word for gypsies. That's what we called them, Romani gypsies. That's what we used to
Yeah,
call
not-
them back
not
in the day,
Romanian.
back in the 80s.
Romani,
Like,
yeah.
I went to see in 2002. No, 2001. I went to see a Romani gypsy. No, 2002. It was a couple of months before my before my court case. And yeah, it was.
You mean went to see like a fortune teller, or like went to a
I went
show?
to see a Romani. I went to see a Romani gypsy. She was parked up in a classic Romani gypsy hut
in a
thing.
caravan.
Yeah, a caravan, but an old caravan covered in stuff.
Of course, it was in a caravan.
Proper looked the part, but she wasn't advertising. She was just there. She wasn't, advertising for anything. She was just there. So I just went and, politely asked her if she was actually what I thought she was. And she said yes. And I said, do you do readings? And she said yes, she could do a tarot reading. So I went in and got a tarot reading from her. And I said nothing to her at all. I didn't want her to know a single fucking thing about me. And she said, do you want a full reading or do you want the hearts and flowers? And I said, just give me the full reading. Don't care, like good or bad, tell me what's coming. And the reading she gave me was like she picked out some things that obviously she didn't know. It could have just been a lucky guess, but she didn't know what my relationship was like with my mum and stuff. She didn't know the fact that she didn't know what I had hanging over my head and what was coming up in the future. She didn't know that. I didn't tell her anything about that. But she did in the reading. She said, she made reference to the trouble that was coming up, the fact that me and my mum would reconcile in the end, and in the end it was a good reading. It was like, yeah, you're gonna have to go through a load of shit, and at the end of it, it'll be peachy. Like things will work out. You're just gonna have to go through some shit first, basically. Oh fucking hell! That left you dumb.
How wild to be, because we are right around the same age, if not the same, that still to be getting life lessons,
dude,
and needing
you
it.
could be getting life lessons till the day we die. We're not taught what we need to know. That's why. And also because it's impossible to know everything. There's always something new to learn. But basically, because we're not raised properly, our parents did the best they could, but they weren't given the tools they needed. And we weren't given the tools we needed to be able to negotiate life. To be able to negotiate what we can all agree is actual reality, right? Because we weren't given the tools, we're learning all the time. For the rest of our lives, we keep learning stuff that we should have learned in our late teens, early 20s. And maybe in some cases even younger, by the age of 14 or something. You look like you're either just about to release some wind, or you've got some duo balls up your ass or something, or you're just really tired and or you're stoned.
Why not all three?
But you don't smoke, and you're not. Oh no, you are a drinker.
No, I was just watching you roll it up.
Do you like this song, mate?
Isn't it wild that there's so much, but you can only know what you've been taught or what you have seen and learned. There's so much you don't know.
That was actually the video that I didn't really review it, but yesterday I included it in a video that I'd made by a lady called Freya, and she starts off the video saying, with a pie chart, saying, "This is what you know. This is what we know, and this is what we don't know, and this is what we don't know. We don't know, right? And then what we don't know, the unknown unknowns. It's more than 75% of the chart."
And it's impossible to quantify it too, because you don't know how much that there is.
Because they're unknown unknowns, right?
Exactly.
So, but that's one of the things that we're dealing with what's going on. There's the knowns, the known knowns, the
known unknowns, and then the unknown unknowns.
There's the known knowns, the known unknowns, the unknown,
and then the unknown
unknowns.
Yeah.
And no, you can't have an unknown known. That doesn't make sense. Say that 5 times. Unknown known. Unknown known.
I mean, maybe if it was going to be part of a song or something, maybe, but other than that, it'd be silly. As art.
So,
Angry Casper in the house. Oh, he's a mod for you.
Yeah. How you doing, Casper? Chatter King. All I do know is that I don't know. Mitch, how you doing? What is it? So Mitch is constantly asked, and he's always saying, "Hold me." And I'm not sure if that's just one of his affectations or if it's
1023. What does that mean, Casper? He put some binary.
He's testing your binary knowledge.
Dude, I teach a court
he knows that I don't know any fucking binary.
I have to do math in binary. Dude, I'm a network engineer. I have to do math in in binary sometimes for.
That's what I was saying. That's I was going to suggest it, Casper, and then I realised the folly of my the folly of my ways. It's not unknown knowns, because you know that there's no unknown knowns, because it sounds stupid for one thing, and how can the known be known if it's unknown?
You were looking to do like an X and Y, like matrix, like an X and Y, grid, like X plus X, XY.
If
YX, YY, like if it just that one doesn't make sense. No.
If A and B, then C.
Okay, Pythagoras.
It's because I know. Hold me, because I know. What do you know, Mitch? What is it that you? Because we all think we know, don't we? I know. What do you know? I know what I know, and I don't know what I don't know.
Like the Popeye song, I am what I am, and
I know some things that I don't know. It's just the known unknowns again, isn't it? Oh, we've got 17 people here. The panel is open, people, and as you can see, it's not much of a engaging conversation that's going on right now, because Grumpelstiltskin is as most times when he ends up on the show, he's been up for fucking 16 hours or whatever. I don't know how long he's been up, but his brain has been fried by the fact that he's been sat in front of his computer for however many hours it is. That's why he has that slightly glazed look in his eyes. He's looking like he's slightly a little bit cross-eyed and just like staring off into space a little bit. Sorry, I was just drifting off there into Grumple land.
Oh no, you're welcome.
You should,
everybody's welcome in Grumple land.
There should be a Grumpelstiltskin cartoon, dude. There should be you should have a caricature. There should be a Grumpelstiltskin cartoon. You could make a children's book out of it. Grumpelstiltskin. I can almost actually see what you'd be as well. What your character would look like. If I was a cartoonist, I have an image in my mind. If I had the skills to transfer that to paper, I would. But what I may do is use AI.
That's what I was like.
I might just utilize AI.
I mean, if you can't draw it, AI can. However, that's actually one of the things I started doing when I just started with doing content creation, like streaming, was I was reading children's books. I've heard that I need to, like, much more recently in the last couple of years, that I've been very much encouraged to get into voice work, and I'm right on the cusp. Like things in the IT world there's so many layoffs and so many people competing for dwindling roles.
If you have a business, if you are truly aspiring to a role within the acting arena, and you wish to provide voice acting for, or maybe voice overs, I don't know which one you're deciding, maybe what wishing to do, but you need more than one voice, sir. And if you're only going to have one voice, then you have to make sure that voice is at least as good as Alan Watts. And you don't have an Alan Watts voice, sir. So I want to hear one of your other voices. Let me hear one of your other voices.
I'd rather
Come on,
not
son.
have Alan Watts' voice.
Come on, son. Give me one of your other a vocal actor. You want to get up on the stage and give us some voices? Come on, son. Let's hear some.
Oh, I don't want to give it away.
Sitting there in your chair, talking to me about being a fucking vocal actor, sir. I've been sat here for 8 years 8 years trying to get some fucking work because I could be a vocal actor. Nude Guru, how's it going? We need to come up here, sir. There's a link and it's pinned. Which chat are you in there? Oh, you're not. All right, right. It's not pinned over in that one.
I have one audiobook queued up to do the reading for, but
if you because you said you're reading for children, so if you're reading for children, you need to be doing voices. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was for Mike. I initially started out like, hey, if I'm going to be streaming, if I'm going to be doing content, let me record some things for my kids for when I can't be home, and then they can play the thing. That's what it kind of started out as, and then like, oh well, I can do this for more than just that. I can expand, make it girthier than that, you know.
So we'll come back to the original question here. I want to hear some voices. You were reading children's stories to children, even though they were your children. I want to hear the voices for the different characters. Yeah.
You must be able to do different voices, Grumble. Can you not give me a different voice? Like you're reading to a child?
No, I can, but we're not reading to a child right now. There's
no. But I'm trying to get you to fucking to display, sir, like I am displaying. No, okay, just sit there with that fucking look on your face.
No, that's the tism. You gotta deal with that if you want to interact with me.
Well, that's I've been sat here in front of a screen for 11 hours. Look on your face, dude. I know the look well. I've had it myself, but I've been asleep. I went to sleep. I was editing until 3 o'clock in the morning. I was editing, and I woke up at like 10 to 10, and had a live stream set for 10. So. For fuck's sake.
I think the demo that I'm going to do, I'm going to replace all the voices of the entire 1986 Transformers movie.
And you're going to do them yourself?
Yeah.
That,
like all of them,
would be a feat, an achievement. I would, if you were able to actually do that successfully without using AI, that would be
yeah. No, I know the entire script. It's a banger of a movie. It's a banger of a soundtrack. I mean, like the entire soundtrack is.
We got the wise and old gnome. How you doing, Keith? It looks like you've had a shave, sir.
Oh, good evening, good morning.
Put your face on the goddamn screen properly, will you, so we can see. There we go. You've had a shave, sir.
Okay?
You've had a shave. That looks like only a couple of weeks of growth there. But last time I saw you, you had a big bushy beard.
Yeah, I was trying to.
Oh, you like Richie's talking about your bush.
But
I'm sorry.
Work out, so.
You look younger, dude. You look like if you were to shave completely, if you were to clean shave, I swear to God, you wouldn't look. You look like your skin looks like you're in your 40s.
Yeah, I've heard that before, but I can't be bothered to shave every day. I mean, you know.
Is Keith is like 63?
Yeah,
63?
Yeah, 65.
65. There you go. Well, there you go. 65. Keith is 65 years old, man. If you shaved, you'd look like you were in your 40s, like early 40s.
Yeah, it could be.
You going to join us, Casper, Guru? Come and help me out, because Stiltskin is, like I said, he's. You can see in his eyes that he's not entirely engaged. And he certainly doesn't want to be think he's like me. He wants to respond, not instigate.
Oh yeah, man. No, I turned the brain off. Like I know I'm not live right now, so I don't need to. Like I don't need to.
No, but you are live
you know,
right now. You are live right now. You've come up
I'm
onto
not
my
live.
panel.
You're live right now.
Yeah, but you've come up onto my panel and you're live right now. So yeah, you don't like as a fellow content creator who knows how difficult it is to keep a panel going, right, and get a panel going. To come up on a panel and just sit there and go, I do exactly the same fucking thing, but it's only because generally I'm joining Flo's panel and they're all going at it. I can just sit back and not say anything because they're all fucking going at it.
Well, good luck over there. Yeah.
No, mate, I don't bother too much anymore. It's
there's a lot of politics drama in the. I don't want to use the word.
What panel verse?
Yeah, that whole thing. Like,
that was quite. A good
there's
time
so
for it.
much drama down in the LBC. It's kind of heart being Snoop D-O-double-G.
That's why. No, it's gone. I've just looked at a message on my phone and it's just put bing.
Oh, that's due to systemic racism. That's why you forgot.
No, it's just a comment from Mitch on one of my videos saying, "Hold me." I don't know. I'm trying to work out if you're. I'm trying to work out if you're poking. If you're having a poke when you say it.
Would it make it easier
Keith,
if I'm not sure?
Keith, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I've just recently moved house as well, so I'm in a new location.
Nice.
Still in the same town, but about sort of like a mile or two away from where I was before. So.
And what's it? Yeah, is it better?
Yeah,
worse? The same.
It's okay. It's a shared house. Everybody gets on well.
Were you in a shared house before?
No, I was in a sort of like a separate room, but sort of like now it's better because, well, I don't have to pay certain bills now. I don't have to pay electric. I don't have to pay gas. I don't have to pay Wi-Fi. I don't have to pay.
Right, all the bills included. You've got your monthly rent, and you're on DWP.
Yeah, I don't have to pay council tax. So it's just one set bill, and that's it. So it's kind of okay.
Yeah, it's just a shame that you have to be so dependent on the state, isn't it? Because if the state decides, they can just take all that away.
Yeah, maybe.
How do you do, Bill? I'm a grump. Good evening.
It's
good
not
morning.
Bill. It's Keith. His name's Keith, not Bill.
That's what I was about to say. I've only known two Keiths ever. One in person, who was a manager at a previous employer a few years back, and then the other one was the one of the Lion drivers from Voltron. Those are the only two Keiths I've ever known.
Are you paid much attention? You haven't paid much attention, sir.
Do you drive a Lion that turns into the Defender of the Universe, sir?
You have
because you don't look like the Keith.
Two other Keiths. You happen to know
I
two
don't
other
actually
Keiths.
drive at all. I don't drive. I don't have a license. I did try to take up driving, but
you don't drive a Lion that travels in space and turns into a giant robot that fights monsters?
Yeah, I kept crashing into cars, so it never worked out.
Oh, probably not the same. Okay, so now I know. Now I'm up to three. I'm up to three Keiths. Keiths?
You're
Keiths.
actually. So did you include El Perro?
Who?
The wizard?
You're looking at me like I should know,
You know
who or what that is.
You must do, because he frequents panels that you go on.
El Perro sounds.
So
that
you
means
must know El
dog
Perro
in Spanish. No, I don't.
No. That's Perro. This is Perro.
Depending on how
it's
you.
1 hour, not 2.
Okay, no, you based on how you said it, based on where you live. Okay, I understand. Yeah, but for any like person who didn't live in a somewhat Spanish country or wasn't a native Spanish speaker, I would assume they meant
let me just confirm then that I learned that from Keith a few days ago. I didn't know that. I thought it was the dog. I thought he was calling himself the dog El Perro, right? But no, it's that's 2 hours. But he's with 1 hour, and it means something else. Apparently, can't remember what it is. I don't know, savior or something. I'm not sure. But he always greets when he comes in. He comes in with, he says, "Greetings, Hotep," right? It's peace be upon you, or whatever it is in Egyptian.
It's Egyptian, yeah.
And he's always arguing with whoever it is. Whatever panel he goes on, he gets on and he kicks up the sand.
Well, being from Egypt,
you must know who he is. But the point is, his name is Keith. His name is Keith, and also, if you'd paid attention, you'd know that one of my names is Keith as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Keith Ritchie?
No, Richard Keith.
Well, I mean, that's backwards. Keith. I don't know. Keith Richards.
Well, yeah. So
it's just
Keith Richards.
I was making a funny.
He stole my. Keith Richards stole my name and turned it around.
I think he's a little older.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, he was in a Freemasonic meeting, and they looked through the looking glass, and he saw me and chose my name, and then flipped it round.
But no, I've never met Mr. Perro or Perro, whichever one it is.
Don't accidentally call him that. That's not.
Which one is it?
I'm not going to say it again. You said it once. That's enough.
Well, we had a whole discussion about Perro versus Perro. Just which one is it? Because I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you're saying Perro. That doesn't sound like what you're saying. And if you say it again, if I was in the room with you, I'd fucking clock you around the back of the head.
Oh, just because I'm an ethnic Spanish speaker, but not a cultural Spanish speaker, you would fight me over that? I mean, interesting.
No.
I wish you well in that endeavor.
Listen, you've obviously... Look, I'm not going to repeat it. We'll change the subject.
No, I'm
starting to get pissed off because you said that 3 times, and it's a word you don't say on fucking YouTube.
What?
That's what it sounded like you said. A word that you don't say on YouTube that sounds like perro.
I was very much saying
that's what it sounded. No, but I'm saying you weren't. The way you were pronouncing it, it didn't sound like that's what you were saying. And when I said it just then, it sounded like the word that I was trying not to say. Anyway, let's move.
I don't think when I did it, I don't think anybody thinks.
Let's move on, shall we? Moving swiftly onwards. So, Keith, what are your housemates like? What are your housemates like? Your new housemates?
I don't want to accidentally.
I'm speaking to Keith Grumple.
Yeah,
what are your housemates?
Have a great night.
Yeah, there's Egyptian guy, and there's a few Indians as well. So we all got on. Yeah, we all have a laugh and get on quite well. So it's okay. We don't have much, probably, in common other than we share the house.
An Egyptian?
Yeah.
You said there's an Egyptian there. That's pretty cool. And the others are where? I missed it because I was thinking about fucking Rumpelstiltskin. Indian. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So you're living in a house with immigrants. Are they legal immigrants or are they illegal immigrants? Are they here?
Yeah,
did they get here in the last 5 years? Did they get here in the last 5 years?
Story, but,
right.
They tend to have a laugh with me when they sort of like when we
Yeah,
talk. So,
I think it's really
okay.
good, man. I think it's really good because if that, even if that's the case, it means you're right. Like you're living with people that you can see they're just people.
Yeah, they
You
are.
know that
Yeah, they
anyway.
are
I know
just
you.
people.
I know you know that anyway, right? You know that anyway. So this is never going to be an issue for you. It's just it's a shame, isn't it? Like they're all getting chucked into the same bin, you know. Or illegal immigrant. That means they
No,
could
I
be
don't think they're
whatever, right?
illegal. I think some of them are working, some of them are not. Some of them are
Yeah.
just. Some of them are just people. Yeah,
No, all
they're
of them are
trying to
just
live their
people,
life.
dude. All of them are just people. We're all
Yeah,
just people. At the end of the day, we're people, but we're just people with silly ideas in our heads. We've had all these silly ideas put in our heads by these fucking assholes. So, and these silly ideas that we've got in our heads mean that there's other people that don't agree and get pissed off, and we have all this confrontation and division because no, you got a different color skin, and you call God something different, and blah blah blah.
blah blah blah. Yeah, yeah. Can I ask you to do a favour, Rich? You know, sort of like many years ago, we tried to set up on sort of like Signal, and had your group name on
Are you
Signal.
not in the group? Are you not in there? Have you fallen out of the group?
I haven't fallen out. Well, I have fallen out because they say I have to rejoin again. I have to redo it all again, and if
You
I
haven't got
do
the.
that, everything resets. So, can I ask you? You know, it was a pain to sort of like do the link again. So,
Well, it should. If I send you a message in Signal,
no, I can't do the Signal anymore because apparently they left it. I have left Signal. I have to rejoin it, and they say, "Yeah, I got to redo it again," and it's
yeah.
a pain.
So redo it. Just redo it again.
Yeah, if I redo it, I don't have you anymore.
No, redo it, and I'll send you the link again, or redo it and you can find me on Signal. Like I'm just at 007.
Oh, I can just find you. Okay.
Yeah,
Um.
at 007.77. Right. So capital D 0 UBLE, capital D OUBLE, capital OH 7.77.
Okay. Can you put that in the chat so I can see it?
I'll put it in the back chat.
Yeah. Yeah. Do that, and I can take a screenshot and so I can have it.
There you go. You see that?
Let me have a look. Yeah, I got a message.
Then if you send me a message, and I'll pull you in the group again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a real pain in the arse because it says, you've been disconnected because you probably sort of like signed up on another device. No, I didn't do that. It's probably because I haven't used it in 6 months. That's probably why they sort of like lapse my account.
You're still in. You're still in the group. It says that you're still in the group.
Okay, so yeah, I have
So
to try and
if you're on Signal, right? It's just a group that you're not in, or and you don't have the chats with me, but you do. You've got Signal, right? Then when I send you a message, it will just come up on your phone. It should just come up on your phone.
Yeah, I have to rejoin it though. That's what it says. I have to rejoin.
Rejoin what? Rejoin Signal.
Yeah, because I'm disconnected from it at the moment. It says.
Okay. That probably explains why. Like, I had 17 deleted accounts. 17 previous members that deleted their accounts, deleted their Signal accounts.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. If it doesn't work out, I can always join here again and we can have a go.
We'll just join Signal.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't have international calls in on my phone, so I can't actually phone you. But I've got your number. I think I've got your number. I'm not even sure where I've got your number. But
You should have my number. Because
yeah,
you found me on Signal.
Right. Anyway, how's it going with you, Rich?
It's going the same.
It's going the same. Are you still doing the gigs?
I haven't worked for weeks.
Oh.
I've been totally dependent on my awesome, engaging audience.
Oh, is that because it's sort of out of season?
No, because I stopped working in August. It's because the tourist industry has been hit really hard. As a result, the holiday companies and the hotels teamed up and basically turned all the hotels into all-inclusive hotels. And so everybody's coming out on all-inclusive holidays so that they don't have to spend extra money, which means they weren't spending extra money, which means that instead of coming in the bar and spending extra money on more drinks, they were walking past the bar and going back to the hotel to drink their drinks for free, or because they were included. So everybody's walking around with all-inclusive wristbands on. And you just the client the bar was just losing so much money, and I was going to go back in September because I was expecting it to pick up, and it didn't. If anything, it got worse. So there's just work. I've got this song going through my head, Keith. It's a new song on InShots back in on the music that they have loaded up onto their app that I use for editing. I don't know if you heard it earlier, but I'm going to play it again now.
Yeah,
Sunshine.
Good.
Sunshine. Sunshine. I think I found it now. What I've been looking for. Isn't it beautiful? It's got my head all up in the clouds. I think I found it now. Everything I want might be a miracle. I know I'm never coming down. I don't gotta worry about a single thing. I can feel the light coming down on me. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on my face. I don't It's so incredible. I'm finally letting go. Up, up and away, yeah, we go. I found my flow right on time, and now I know what it feels like to shine like gold. Up, up and away, yeah, we go. I don't gotta worry about a single thing. I can feel the light coming down on me. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on my face. I don't got a care in the world right now. Higher than the ceiling, breaking through the clouds. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on my face. Yeah, I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I gotta let you know. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I got sunshine.
Today's big question, which is, how often should you wash your towels? Ted in Wisbeck has been in touch. I don't use towels. I use a hairdryer set on cool. It takes a bit longer, but it feels lovely. And I finish off with a little talc for my testes and bum.
Donation. It's a donation. I thought it was a track. Don't be good. No, put some money in stupid ass. I whoop your ass, players. Don't call me now. Watch it, you tall black motherfucker. There's women up inside. I don't give a fuck about them. Ain't nobody give me nothing. Ain't nothing going on.
So what I should have done is gone and made my coffee while that music was playing, but I fucking love that song right now. It just makes me feel good, man. When I was editing the video yesterday and I found it, and it's, you know, in the video I'm out in the sunshine, so it was fitting for the video, and it just made me feel good, man. I love what music can do. But I do want to make coffee. I'm going to heat up some coffee. The link to the panel is pinned. This show is as good as you make it. So if you're having a shit time, it's your fault.
Let's see what kind of smoke this little guy makes. For science. And for the vlog, of course.
Boomba clot. This is no ordinary cigarette. This is some serious ganja. Feel the good vibes flowing through my whole body, man.
This ganja is the bomb. Feel like I could hug every tree in this forest, man. Everything looking so airy. The birds them singing sweet melodies, the sun shining bright. Hamilton feeling like Jamaica right now, you know. Respect to Canada. Look at that little brother. Him just chilling, gathering him nuts. No worries in the world. That is the life, see? Yeah, man. Share the love. One love. The Boomba Club prank can wait. Right now, we just feel the rhythm of the universe. Feel that beat, that the heartbeat of Mother Earth, man. She got a good reggae vibe today. And I smoke of the ganja until I go blind. You know I smoke of the ganja all of the time. Just gotta let it flow. Be like the water flowing down the river. Easy now, little fuzzy man. No need for bad vibes. We all friends here.
Good morning, my neighbors! Hey, fuck you! Yes! Yes! Fuck you too!
We're going to take us a little coffee break now. I'm going to heat me up some coffee. Please do make sure you make yourselves comfortable. Roll up a smoke of your favorite smoke. Make yourself a coffee or a cup of tea. We're going to be back here shortly. I'm going to leave you with some of this nice, cool, smooth jazz.
for the discipline in question, the study in question. So now, one of the great features of Zen training is to develop within yourself what is called a great doubt. And the koan system is used to develop a great doubt. Here you are, you know, you're asked to hear the sound of one hand. And, you know, if you're an American and you've come over to Japan to study Zen, you've gone to a lot of trouble. You obviously have some sincere motivation. And you just can't get the answer to that one hand thing. And it becomes more and more a matter of life and death because it seems terribly important to find this out. So you have a great doubt. That is to say, you have an urgent spirit of inquiry. And you can't get it, and you can't get it, and you can't get it. The teacher keeps saying, now, come on, let's go. Let's be ready to give your life for this thing. But you see, if you go into a Zen monastery, and you don't have that spirit of inquiry that led you across the ocean at a great deal of expense, you're just someone who was brought up, one of the boys in the neighborhood, and you went into the monastery. Although the teacher says the trouble with you is you don't have a great doubt. Of course he doesn't have a great doubt, he's not interested. So he learns to cultivate a great doubt. See, it's like trying to, if I may put it in Western or Christian terminology, you don't love God. You've never seen him, you don't know anything about God. Why the devil would you love God? Somebody comes along and says, you got to love God, you know, it's terribly important, it's the first commandment. Oh gee, I've got to love God. So what do? We sit down and say, dear God, I love you, dear God, I love you, dear God, I love you, dear God, I love you. Come on, I've got to get this feeling going, get that going. And then the preacher can tell all sorts of stories, you see, and move you, terrify you with the fear of hell if you don't love God. Or he can say how beautiful Jesus was. That was the revelation of God. Now you ought to love that. You know, you ought to love your mother. Probably hate her guts. So you see, you get this thing. Work on that great doubt. Well, you see, the trouble is you can't get a great doubt to order. You can't tell anybody anything to order. If you could, do you know what would happen? Supposing you go to music school. What are they trying to do in music school? They're trying to find methods for teaching creative musicianship. Whether you're a player or whether you're a composer or whatever. They want to find out how they can make every student a genius. Actually, all schools are run for the advantage of the staff. And you know, it's a job. You've got to put people through there. It's a way of keeping them off the labor market. But if you're a very sincere teacher, you want to find out how to impart that subtle thing to the students. So there are books galore on methods, special methods for getting that creative ability across. Professor so-and-so's method, Dr. so-and-so's method, etc., playing the piano and so on. Make it easy, but make him a genius. Now, if such a method existed, do you know what would happen? These geniuses would all be boring, because we would know how they do it. And the whole fascination of an art and of a great performance is you don't know how it's done. There must be something about it that is fundamentally astonishing. You could say, again, putting it into Western terms, if God could explain how he created the universe, he wouldn't be God. And you know how in the book of Genesis, it's told so straightforwardly that when the Lord first of all creates the things, and then looks at them afterwards and sees that they're good. And you know, I love the passage where suddenly he creates great whales. You know, suddenly great whales, whoops, like that. And he looks at these things and says, my, that's great, do it again. And so in this way, there's a Zen poem which says, You may want to ask where the flowers come from, but even the god of spring doesn't know. And another says, planting flowers to which the butterflies come. Bodhidharma says, I don't know. There was another occasion when an officer of the army came to a Zen master and said, Sir, I've heard a very strange story and I want to know your answer to it. Once upon a time there was a man who kept a goose in a bottle, and it grew so large that he couldn't get it out. Now he didn't want to break the bottle and he didn't want to hurt the goose, so how does he get it out? And the master changed the subject and said something like, you know, it's a nice day today, isn't it? And the waterfall making a lovely sound outside. And so they went on in pleasant conversation. And then the officer got up to leave, and as he walked away to the door, the master said, oh, officer! And he turned around and said, yes. And the master said, there, it's out. Another time, there was a famous master called Suibi, and he was asked, what is the secret teaching of Buddhism? And he was asked this in the lecture hall, you know, where other monks were studying. And he said, wait till there's no one around and I'll tell you. So later in the day, the monk accosted him and said, there's nobody around now. What is the secret teaching of Buddhism? So he went into the garden with this monk and he pointed at the bamboos. And the monk said, I don't understand. He said, what a tall one that is, what a short one that is. And this awakened the monk. Then there was another monk whose name was Gute. And whenever people came to ask him a question about Buddhism, he'd hold up a finger. That was the only answer he'd give. Well, he had an attendant. And one day, somebody came to the temple to inquire about the teaching being given there, and the master was apparently out, and his attendant was there. So the investigator said, what is your teaching here? And the attendant held up a finger. Went away, but actually the master had been there. He was peeking from behind a screen. And so he came out to this boy and said, what's the fundamental teaching of Buddhism? And the boy held up a finger. Instantly the master drew a knife and cut it off. And the boy was very dismayed and rushed away yelling. So the master said, hey, come back! As he came back, he said, what's the fundamental principle of Buddhism? And he went to hold up the finger.
Good morning, my neighbors! Hey, fuck you! Yes! Yes! Fuck you too!
YouTube is such a wonderful example, a glaring fucking example of how there are so many people who don't want to take part, they don't want to get involved, they just want to they just want to consume. Consume. They want to come in, they don't even want to chat, they just want to fucking consume with their eyes and ears. And then if they're not getting what they want, they just fuck off. Go somewhere else where they can consume it. They don't have to give anything, all they have to do is consume. How's it feel being a consumer? Are you enjoying it? Keith, I've had a message from an unknown person. And I'm not going to answer unknown messages when I've given my thing out over the fucking internet. So you're going to have to... The message for... Yeah, I don't think Keith's getting the message in the group, JP. What, Keith, sorry. Somebody said yesterday that JP is a goonie. You're not in the group, dude. I can't see you. How can I see you? Jason's in the group. But you're not. Keith, if that's you, mate, you need to come into StreamYard and let me know. Because I'm not going to answer it until I know who it is. Still do me a favour and just pop into StreamYard. Just to confirm that that is you. Because it could just be somebody that's now just gone, oh shit. It could be anybody that's just now changed their name from unknown to Keith. I know it probably is you, but I just want to make sure. Jason isn't here in YouTube. In the group, Jason Sway Electrics. We haven't heard from him for ages. Ages and ages. There's only 14 people left in the group now. Because of all the accounts that were deleted. It's not like any people left the group. It's their account, their Signal account just got completely deleted. Keith, once again, if that's you, mate, just come into Signal, come into StreamYard, and just let me know. Confirm it to me that that is you. This ain't my first rodeo. Here we go. I just have to double check, mate. I just have to double check. That's you, yeah? Fucking hell. Keith.
Yeah. Hello.
That's you in Signal, yes?
I think so. I tried to send you a message.
You just sent me, right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's you sending me a message, because that could have been anybody sending me a message unknown. And then when I said, no, I'm not going to answer anything, Keith, if that's you, they could have changed their name to Keith. So I just needed to make sure that it's you. All right. Cool.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, that was me calling you.
Oh, your mic's gone all crap.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, obviously don't call me when I'm live, dude.
No, but I didn't know whether it was working or not. So,
yeah, your mic's gone terrible. I don't know what's happened to your microphone. Your audio's gone really bad, though. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can fix it.
let me.
Right. Talk to me.
going on.
No, don't touch anything, Keith. Leave it. I've got it. Talk to me. Keith, talk to me.
Turn off the radio.
Yeah, it's not fixed it.
It's no good.
It's fucking terrible. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, I don't know.
Right. Just go out and come back in again. If you wanna have a conversation, dude. If you wanna have a chat, go back out and come back in again. If you haven't really got anything to say, and we're just gonna sit here in silence with each other, then why is it? Oh God, yeah. You need to go out and come back in again, dude. Your audio's gone really bad.
I'll tell you what, I think I'll leave it and come back in another day because.
All right, mate. All right, no worries. All right, dude.
Yeah.
Cool.
All
Thanks
right.
for coming in. I've got you on signal now, so I'll bring you. You should be able. I don't know why. All right. All right, Keith. Listen, I'll speak to you later on signal. All right.
Yeah. Okay then. Cheers then. Bye.
All right, mate. No worries. I'll speak to you later. Astro King, yeah. Astro King used to go down. Keith used to go down to Speaker's Corner. I think he met Roxanne. Right. Fucking hell, there's 3 Keiths now. All right.
What do the globalists mean when they say you will own nothing? Well, they mean not even your own bedroom, not even your own house. In a new film, Derek Brose lays out this Agenda 2030. He says it means everything. When they say you own nothing, it really means nothing. Like you go to work, someone else sleeps in your bed while you're there, kind of thing. It is truly 1984 dystopia. But his new film is called Liberation 2030. It is both a warning and a positive manifesto, a call to arms, and how to resist this. I would say it's a peaceful dream, but also a vote of confidence for the human spirit. Watch a short trailer, and then we're going to discuss it with Brose himself.
In 2016, the World Economic Forum and Forbes magazine published a short essay titled, Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been better. Written by Ida Auken, Denmark's former Minister for the Environment, the essay imagines what life might be like in 2030. The year 2030 was chosen because of its importance to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2030. The SDGs are a collection of 17 interlinked objectives adopted by the UN in 2015 with the ostensible goal of ending poverty, protecting the planet, and spreading peace and prosperity to all people by 2030.
Now is the historical.
What do the globalists mean when they say you will own nothing? Well, they mean not even your own.
Spin it.
We
families. Kind of.
Why don't you?
And actions, and thus, and spreading peace and prosperity to all people by 2030.
Now is the historical moment, the time, not only to fight severe virus, but to shape the system.
And while millions of people have woken up to this agenda, the vast majority are still spending their time being reactive and allowing these technocrats to manipulate their emotions and actions, and thus, their lives. What if, instead of exclusively being reactionary, we put all of our energy into creating our own visions for 2030? If we know we reject the technocratic Great Reset and Agenda 2030, then we must spend time getting to know exactly what we are seeking to create. Instead of, you will own nothing and be happy in 2030, perhaps we can make it, you will be thriving and you will be fulfilled in 2030. The answer completely depends on every single one of us. The future generations are depending on us to build an alternative to the technocratic vision.
Derek, thank you so much for joining us. Why don't you tell us why you did this? Because a lot of your journalism, for people who know you, can be kind of scary. But this is a true vision of what we can do and how it might look different.
Yeah, so thank you, Natalie, first for having me on to talk about Liberation 2030. So yes, a lot of my journalism, and I think all of the content that people like us produce, it can be kind of dark because that's the reality that we're facing right now. There's a lot of heavy things that are on the horizon. And so I feel that the journalistic side is important to bring the information to people, try to wake them up to important issues. And yet at the same time, you know, my heart and my roots are very much in activism.
It's about duality.
Well, I'm all about duality.
Remind people about the Great Reset and that whole idea that was announced during COVID in summer of 2020, which I don't think has gone away at all. Whether, you know, no matter who's president or what's going on in the world, I think that agenda is still rolling out. And it's, of course, tied to the United Nations Agenda 2030, Sustainable Development Goals. And so I wanted to kind of remind people of what was announced in 2020 and what we're facing, and yet at the same time try to bring it back to, well, what can we actually do for ourselves? What if we didn't just obsess about Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates and the like, and what if we put energy into actually creating the lives that we want for ourselves and our families?
Right. I can very much relate to that. Sometimes we get comments of people saying, I used to watch Redacted all the time, but it's like the sky is falling all the time because it's alarmist. And I get that, but every day there's something new that I feel like we need to pay attention to, because if we don't, so we don't do it for clicks. We don't do it, you know, we do it because we're parents and we feel like if we don't watch this, it will happen. And so maybe let's lay out this agenda and how we see it still being implemented.
Sure. So if everybody could throw their minds back to 2020, if you remember March 2020, we first hear this thing called COVID-19. Then we start hearing about lockdowns and masks and mandates and all this sort of stuff. And we knew that vaccines were eventually going to come out. And it was that summer, June 2020, when the World Economic Forum announced the Great Reset. And they put out this short video saying that with Klaus Schwab, now is the time. COVID has presented us with the opportunity to remake capitalism and to remake the world systems. And of course, they really promote it as this utopian thing that, you know, is going to be better for everybody. But many of us are very weary of that for, I think, legitimate reasons. And they said that by January 2021, that next year, they were going to announce the full vision of this Great Reset program. And it is everything that Redacted reports on, that I report about. It's the digital IDs, it's technocracy. Like, this was their vision, but they try to very much spin it again as a utopia. They say driverless cars, robot assistants, UBI, you know, people aren't going to have to work anymore. And some of the things you mentioned were about people living in each other's homes or using each other's spaces. That actually comes from an essay, which was originally published in 2016, but it got a lot of attention during COVID and after the Great Reset announcement. It was written by a Danish politician. I think she was their former environmental minister. And she was outlining this vision. And that is where the phrase, "you will own nothing and be happy," comes from. And she says something to the effect, "Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been better." And then tries to sell us on this vision of that world. And that's why I wanted to kind of step back and let's look at what these people actually claim. Because here we are in late 2025, very quickly approaching 2030. And again, I don't believe these agendas have disappeared, no matter who's in the White House or any other presidential prime minister position. And I think we need to remember that this is the same, whatever they call it, Build Back Better, Great Reset, Agenda 2030, SDGs, it's the same agenda. It's about control over humanity, over resources, and they want to spin it as positively as possible. They like to use all this buzzwords and language that might trick the average listener who's like, "Oh yeah, that does kind of sound nice. Drones are delivering everything to me and I don't have to spend any of my own money. And sure, somebody uses my house when I'm not there." And they try to paint it as great as they can, but I think it's not that hard to look past the buzzwords and see what's really going on, which is the loss of individual liberty and privacy.
Right. And then maybe we can talk about how we see it right now in the fall of 2025 through this. I mean, J.D. Vance was recently asked about the tracking software used by Palantir, and he's like, "No, I don't actually like that." Now, that's the most direct response we've had from a presidential, official. But what does that mean? What are we going to do about it? He's like, "Yeah, we should resist that." But what? It's still happening. Palantir gets exclusive contracts from the U.S. government.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's a number of worrisome things that are happening under Vance and Trump, and that doesn't mean that the Democrats are going to have anything better to offer, that it would have been better under Harris or any of those sort of things. But that's, I think, the bigger point is that the agenda marches forward under any regime, any administration, even if they sort of advance it down the field in different ways and different perspectives. Just one example, right before we're recording this, the Associated Press just released a report saying that Border Patrol is tracking Americans' drivers and looking for suspicious behavior. So that's one example of the surveillance state moving forward. And it's being used under the guise of going after illegal immigration. Palantir is a big part of that. And of course, J.D. Vance, he can say what he likes, but the fact of the matter is that his mentor, Peter Thiel, is the CEO of Palantir. And he, was very much influenced by Peter Thiel, as well as some of Peter Thiel's influences. So I think that we can see that the agenda hasn't gone away. And here in late 2025, I mean, let's think about what we're facing right now. The Real ID has been announced and rolled out in May of this year. It's not a full digital ID yet, but for those who are paying attention, many states are now rolling out what they call mobile driver's licenses or digital driver's licenses. And that's sort of this first step, I think, in this direction. And some of that is use your Google wallet, use your Apple wallet. Others, certain states have created their own digital wallets. There's sort of a combination of different approaches at the moment. But I think with time, perhaps by the end of Trump's term, or maybe with the next president, whoever that may be, that will turn into a full digital ID system. So we can already kind of see some of these systems being put in place. And again, the expansion of surveillance technology, whatever your feelings are about the border or anybody listening's feelings about immigration, the fact of the matter is surveillance is expanding under the guise of fighting illegal immigration, both with facial recognition cameras, with the program I just mentioned, and profiling people on the streets. I think that this is all part of marching us towards this larger police state that the powers that wish they were, what I call the predator class, that they need in order to be able to fully implement the Great Reset, because they're very aware that there is going to be resistance, and there is resistance like there was during COVID. And this is why there's so many different psyops to try to condition the people to accept what they're rolling out, because they know that the masses, or at least those of us who are paying attention, will be resistant. And if they can either subtly coerce us or condition us to accept it or trick us into it by believing it's about one thing when it's really about another, if they can do that, then they can succeed. And those who resist, though, they have ways of dealing with us too. And that's where the police state measures come in.
I mean, let's continue to be a little paranoid for the sake of paranoia, because the government continues to expand its power. And in fact, a government by definition cannot resist. I believe I read this in a book, and I can't remember which one, that, I'll find you the title in a second. Every government since the Roman Empire started stamping coins, which gave themselves the power to define and determine currency, which they didn't have before, has not been able to resist the urge to enrich itself, which requires expanded power. I'm going to find you this quote in a second when you're talking in my library. And so that requires the power to track people. And what do you think that they could use this tracking for? Is it such that you can't go to the movies today because, you know, you've already exceeded your carbon credits and we want you to instead do this? You know, I mean, for those of us who know the 1984 eventuality, what can you play that out for us in worst case scenario?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that for one, you point out a very important piece of the puzzle, and that is the printing or the issuing of currency. Obviously, they're not printing it anymore. It's just digital numbers on a screen. But that is a core piece of the pyramid of power, of the ability of governments around the world to be able to control their population. You control the currency, you control the issuance of that currency, and you make it illegal for anybody else to try to compete with that. And now we can also see, of course, how dangerous that will be once it is completely digital. We've already seen this even before we've gotten to the full-on Great Reset digital hellscape, but we saw it during COVID. And I think people should not forget the lessons of COVID 1984, that we saw the ways they will do this. They will use social pressure, they will use bribes, they will use coercion, and they'll say, okay, well, you can't bank here if you don't participate, whether that is what you mentioned, like if you don't have enough carbon credits, or you're not using your digital ID, or you didn't get this injection. The reasons are almost irrelevant, because those are just the ways they're going to get to the end goal, and they will use any ways they can. I think one of the most common ways they use is convenience. They sell the public that this is going to be faster, easier, cheaper for you, especially in the COVID era. We have this increase of stores, for example, where you can go in and just scan your hand, do the Palm Pay thing, or let's say you don't even want to talk to a human because those dirty humans might have some COVID or have some illness. Well, you can just walk into a store. The store will scan your face connected to your bank account or your digital ID, and then you grab what you want and you leave. You don't have to talk or touch a human, and then everything is automatically deducted from your account. It's so easy. It's so convenient. They're already testing these kind of things out in another area, the entertainment area, which when it comes to sports, for example, the NFL, I think, has rolled out facial recognition at nearly every NFL stadium now. And I don't see any resistance from any football fans who are complaining about it. There's no more physical tickets anymore. It's all digital, and there's facial recognition at all those stadiums. So they're going to sell it to people under the guise of convenience. Safety, of course, is a big one. Tell people you're going to keep them safe, whether that's from the Muslim terrorists or from the cartel leaders or gang members or what have you. And even when those fears have some seed of truth, they will expand it and, of course, exaggerate it to get people to, okay, fine, I'll accept whatever you say as long as I feel safe. So we should very much be on guard and remember what we saw during COVID, because they will use the same tactics: coercion, convenience. And then whenever they can't get that, they will, of course, start to put more pressure on people. And this is part of what I talk about in Liberation 2030, is if we can see where these agendas are going, why not put more of our time, energy into our own lives and try to be as free from those systems as possible?
Right. Something that scares me constantly is that the state could decide, oh, your child is distressed or has a mental illness, and so then, that child now belongs to me. And they can use any kind of data point to do that. I mean, if, you can refuse right now medical treatment, you cannot refuse if the state declares you insane treatment based on that. And so, any kind of data that we give to the state scares me. I always tell my kids, like, no surveys. If you're in a sports club or anything like that, you mark something like, I don't know, have you felt sad this week? It can be as innocuous as that. That's on your file. Those are the kind of things I'm constantly worried about as a parent. The book I mentioned earlier was Layered Money by Nick Bhatia. Have you read that?
I'm not familiar with it, but I'll have to check it out.
Okay. Yeah, I quite liked it. But it does warn about central bank digital currencies and Bitcoin and things like that. And it's a great history of money, if not, I believe he is pro digital currencies. I can't remember now. Anyhow, that was an aside. What was I going to ask you next? You know what? Why don't we take a quick break, and then you can lay out for us after the break your vision for how we resist this. Did you know how much e-commerce is built off of Shopify? Well, quite a lot.
emotions are valid, that every feeling... You've been taught that all emotions are valid, that every feeling deserves acknowledgement and processing. The therapeutic industrial complex built an entire economy around this premise. Validate your emotions, sit with your feelings, name them, claim them, frame them. But what if some of your emotions aren't actually yours? What if the feelings you spend hours analyzing, managing, and medicating are installed programs running in your consciousness serving functions that have nothing to do with your well-being? We are going to separate authentic emotions from parasitic ones. Not because parasitic emotions feel less real. They feel extremely real, but they serve different masters. Authentic emotions give you information about reality. Parasitic emotions give you instructions for maintaining the system. Let's start with what's actually built into human neurology. Fear, joy, sadness, anger, surprise, disgust. These 6 basic emotions show up across cultures, across development stages in people who've never been taught what they're called. They're hardwired information systems. Fear tells you there's a concrete threat, not a vague sense of unease about your social standing. An actual threat, something that could harm you physically, immediately. The emotion mobilizes your body, you respond, and if you handle it correctly, the fear dissipates. It's functional and it completes. Joy signals that your system is operating optimally, not pride in your accomplishments relative to others, not satisfaction at being better than someone, just direct, uncomplicated pleasure in existence. It requires no audience. Sadness processes loss, something real ended, and sadness facilitates release and reorganization. It doesn't become an identity. It doesn't require endless analysis. It moves through you and eventually completes its function. Anger responds to boundary violations. Someone crossed a line, and anger mobilizes defense. Not wrath, the kind of disproportionate rage that seeks to destroy. Just functional anger that says no and enforces limits. Then it's done. Surprise updates your model when reality doesn't match prediction. Brief, sharp, immediate. You recalibrate and move on. Disgust identifies toxicity, contamination, poison. It protects you from what could make you sick. These emotions have concrete triggers. They're proportional to circumstances. They resolve naturally once their function completes. They require no social confirmation. A person alone in a forest experiences authentic fear when encountering a predator. The predator doesn't need to validate their fear for it to function. And fear is an entry point that parasitic emotions hijack and exploit. Shame is fear of rejection. Anxiety is fear without object. Pride is cessation of chronic fear pressure registered as reward. Contempt projects fear onto others. Envy, greed, jealousy presuppose scarcity, which presupposes hierarchy, which runs on that transformed threat. All hierarchies install through direct death threat. While I'm studying the formation of hierarchical societies, the same pattern is consistent: submit or die. This fear then transforms into cultural code: shame, pride, contempt, envy, and everything else. Physical threat establishes structure, then gets encoded into social protocols that maintain themselves. The parasitic system organizes this fear exploitation through 3 structural mechanisms: hierarchy, shame, and scarcity, which we studied in previous videos. Hierarchy is what creates power imbalance and legitimizes an insane concept that one human being can have control over another human being, falsely declaring it natural and necessary. Pride, shame, envy, contempt, they all require vertical positioning. Someone's above, someone's below. The emotions keep you focused on status maintenance instead of actual goals. You spend energy monitoring where you stand relative to others instead of doing anything substantive. What triggers pride? Positioning yourself above others in a hierarchy. The emotion requires comparison or an audience, even if that audience is imagined. You can't feel proud in isolation. Pride is meaningless without someone to be better than, which wouldn't make sense without a fear to be worse. And pride never travels alone. Where you find pride, you find contempt towards those below and envy toward those above. Shame is the master control emotion. It installs an internal monitor that never stops. You become your own warden. The system doesn't need to watch you because you're watching yourself, evaluating everything through that imagined external judgment, ensuring compliance before you even act. Shame works the same way as pride, but inverted. You position yourself as defective, as inferior, but the positioning still requires that hierarchy. Shame operates through an internalized external gaze. You see yourself through eyes you imagine judging you. The emotion makes you self-policing. You don't need external control when shame has you monitoring yourself constantly, ensuring compliance before anyone demands it. This topic deserves a much closer look, and I will make more videos on the shame itself, also addressing the false belief that some shame is healthy and necessary. Spoiler, no. There are tribes that don't even have that word in their language. Envy, jealousy, greed, anxiety, they all presuppose insufficiency. Not enough resources, not enough recognition, not enough security. The perception of scarcity keeps you striving toward external goals while preventing satisfaction. You're always reaching for the next thing that will finally be enough, except it never is because the scarcity is structural. Envy responds to others possessing resources you've been taught are scarce. Not things you actually need. Things that signal status in the hierarchy you've accepted as reality. The emotion presupposes that resources are insufficient, that someone else having something means less for you. Jealousy treats relationships as proprietary resources. It's scarcity logic applied to human connection. The idea that someone giving attention elsewhere diminishes what you receive. Chronic anxiety is different from authentic fear. Fear has an object. Anxiety is diffuse threat perception with no concrete target. You can't resolve it through action because the threat isn't real, it's systemic. Deliberate uncertainty maintenance generates that diffuse perception. Narcissists do this at the interpersonal level. Ambiguous communication, constantly shifting goalposts, withholding information you need to make decisions. The system does it at scale. Economic instability, job insecurity, shifting social norms, contradictory messaging about what's required to survive. Uncertainty is a control mechanism. When you don't know where you stand, when the rules keep changing, when information is deliberately obscured, anxiety is the correct response. It's not a malfunction. It's your system detecting that something is preventing you from getting the information you need to act effectively. The system maintains this uncertainty because anxious people are manageable. You're too busy trying to figure out the rules to question whether the game is rigged. The anxiety keeps you reactive, keeps you seeking stability within the framework, prevents you from recognizing that the instability is the point. Recent neuroscience gives us the mechanism. Astrocytes, cells that were categorized as support for decades, turn out to actively filter neural signals. They regulate which synaptic pathways get enhanced and which get suppressed. They function as metabolic gatekeepers. That's why everyone who tells you that you just need to change your thinking don't know what they're talking about. When you grow up in a system that constantly activates parasitic emotional patterns, constant status comparison, shame induction, scarcity messaging, your astrocytes optimize your neural architecture to process those patterns efficiently. The brain literally rewires itself to prioritize system-congruent signals while filtering out information that contradicts installed patterns. This is why willpower doesn't work. The filtering happens below conscious awareness. You don't decide to feel shame when someone displays contempt toward you. The signal response protocol runs automatically. Your astrocytes have been trained to prioritize that pathway. And these emotions operate as communication protocols between captured subjects. Pride expects shame or envy in response. Contempt expects shame or guilt. When both parties are running the same protocols, the system maintains itself through their interactions. But when someone doesn't respond correctly, when they meet your pride with neither shame nor envy, just neutral observation, the protocol breaks. This is why system-captured people often experience autonomous subjects as threatening. The lack of expected response destabilizes their entire framework. Narcissistic patterns demonstrate complete identification with hierarchical positioning. The narcissist's emotional repertoire is almost entirely parasitic. Pride when status is confirmed, Shame when status is threatened, immediately projected onto someone else. Contempt toward inferiors. Envy toward perceived superiors. Possessive jealousy in relationships. Authentic emotions are either absent or immediately converted to status concerns. Sadness becomes shame, fear becomes anxiety about status loss. There's no direct emotional processing, only positioning. The manipulation tactics target the three pillars precisely. Love bombing activates pride and creates dependency through artificial abundance, followed by scarcity. Devaluation triggers shame. Triangulation enforces hierarchical comparison. These tactics only work on subjects whose astrocytic filtering responds to parasitic protocols, which is most of us because we were all programmed inside the same system. Autonomous subjects experience narcissistic signals as empty or repulsive. Their authentic disgust response identifies the absence of genuine emotional content. The narcissist reads this as incomprehensible rejection because to them, emotional expression has always been status signaling. The idea of emotions that don't serve positioning doesn't compute. In this framework, depression is the absence of authentic emotional signals combined with chronic presence of parasitic ones. When astrocytic filtering blocks all authentic pathways, joy, natural anger, functional sadness, etc., while maintaining parasitic loops, you experience existence without vitality. You feel nothing where joy should be, no anger that could mobilize defense, no fear with a concrete object you could address. But the parasitic system runs constantly. Shame.
Hey, I just want to say, big shout out to all you sat there watching, all you sat there listening. Big shout out to all you lurkers who, for nearly half an hour, you just sat there listening. Well done to you for taking part and getting involved. Well done to you.
Monitors everything. Chronic anxiety maintains diffuse threat perception. Status comparison never stops.
How's the consumption going? You consuming all right?
Self-evaluation continues without pause. The sense of deficiency persists. This explains why antidepressants show limited efficacy. The problem isn't neurotransmitter levels. The problem is systematic blockage of authentic signal processing combined with parasitic pattern reinforcement. You're not chemically imbalanced. Your neural architecture has been optimized for system maintenance at the expense of autonomous functioning. Standard therapeutic approaches treat parasitic emotions as natural phenomena requiring management. CBT teaches you to reframe shame. Dialectical behavioral therapy teaches you to tolerate distress. Acceptance and commitment therapy teaches you to make room for all your feelings. But if these emotions are installed rather than innate, therapy focused on managing them strengthens the installation. You're not learning to function despite your emotions. You're learning to function within the system those emotions maintain. Real deprogramming would focus on recognition rather than regulation. Not shame is natural, accept it, but shame is a control mechanism, here's how it operates. Not work on your self-esteem, but the entire framework of self-esteem presupposes hierarchical positioning. What would autonomy look like without it? The goal isn't better emotional management. The goal is distinguishing between informational signals and control mechanisms and dismantling your response to the latter. As you might have already noticed, the 7 deadly sins, as originally formulated before institutional Christianity co-opted them, map onto parasitic emotions. Pride, envy, wrath, greed, sloth. Early Christian thinkers recognized these as threats to autonomous functioning. They were called deadly because they killed the soul, meaning they destroyed the capacity for genuine spiritual experience.
GY, Rick, if that's your name, I didn't know what your name was, but I saw you said earlier it's Rick, which means that you're a Richard. So welcome, namesake. How you doing? And I'm here as a mirror to basically, I'm here to show you that you need to start getting involved, People need to start getting involved. Stop sitting there just fucking consuming, going to YouTube and expecting all the answers to be given to them and not have to do anything, not even have to fucking contribute, like chat or whatever. I know people have got stuff going on. They got busy lives, but it just seems funny that all I get in my chat room is people that are just putting me on in the background. I'm just on in the background all the time, and no one wants to really take part. You have to really fucking poke people to get them to take part and contribute. Even just to chat. Fucking hell, 22 minutes and nobody says a fucking word.
Institutional Christianity inverted the framework. The original diagnostic tool, identifying pride and envy as control mechanisms, became a guilt induction machine. You are prideful, therefore shameful, therefore requiring institutional redemption. This pattern repeats.
It's like, okay, I guess I know that I'll go up on a panel and I just want to respond. I don't want to. I might not necessarily have anything to say. I just, like with Flo, I wake up and he's live and I think, oh, fuck it, I'll go on. I might not even know what they're talking about, but it's generally entertaining to go in and listen to what's going on. But over here on my channel, everyone's so fucking quiet and reserved, and are we all masters, and we're all just sat here contemplating and not sharing too much, because we realise that maybe what we've got to share isn't any more valuable or any less valuable than anything anybody else has got to share.
Liberation movements recognize systemic capture, then institutionalize, then become new vectors for the same control mechanisms. Therapy isn't designed to say.
Leafy, it's always basically left to the same people. It's always the same people that get involved, and I know, like, you're busy and you got loads of stuff going on, right? But it's just crazy that everybody that comes, like, yeah.
Set you free. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry teaching you to adapt to the system more effectively. The distinction between authentic and parasitic emotions is functional, not moral. Authentic emotions provide environmental feedback, enabling autonomous action.
So I'll say, Marina, if I ever get to speak to you person to person, I'll just say that what you're doing is you're trying to rationalize the supernatural by saying that it's part of the system, and it is, but you're not recognizing it as actually supernatural. It's not fucking computer, bro. You call it a parasite. It's parasitic, but it's not they're not parasites. They're spiritual entities. But it's your perception that's blocking that and telling you no. They're a physical, it's a parasite. Oh shit, Chief, man. I'm longing for the day when you can come on into the panel and not have someone that's just died or killed themselves or been killed in your life, man. It's like, wow. So much death around you. I don't think I've ever met anybody that's had so many deaths in and around them. I'd definitely be thinking about moving somewhere else, man. Everyone dropping dead around me. Like, yeah, I think that there's bad air around here. JP, I wish you'd come up on camera and show us that. We got Chief Cage, who was in earlier. I don't know what his comment was about, but he popped in earlier, and he was here yesterday. His mum just died. Cage's mum just died. So yes, Marathon Kev. Yes, mate. Yes.
Sunshine. Sunshine. I think I found it now. What I've been looking for. Isn't it beautiful? It's got my head all up in the
That's you, Kev. Come on.
Everything I want. My miracle. No, I'm never come down. I don't gotta worry about a single thing. I can feel the light coming down on me. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on
Thanks,
my
Leafy.
face. I don't gotta care in the world right now. Higher than the ceiling, breaking through the clouds. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on my face. Yeah. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I gotta let you know.
So if you're wondering why it's so quiet, Kev, it's because YouTube audiences are shit and just want to sit there and consume and not take part. They expect to be able to turn up at a channel and have everything given to them on a plate and not have to contribute at all, not even in chat, because they're all really busy, cleaning kitchens and in fucking garages, working on Land Rovers and stuff. I guess I don't want to sound ungrateful, man. If everybody is, actually, I'm just in the background. I guess I'm just spurging about the fact that everybody's looking this way, but I guess because I went and put my head up and went, hey, no, I'm on a YouTube. I've got a YouTube channel. Yeah. Where were you all 8 years ago? Where were you all 8 years ago when I started? Leafy was around. Astro King was around. There's people here that were around. But if you were here 8 years ago, you'd know that I spent fucking 4 of those years building up thousands of videos of content. Thousands. 3,500 videos. Actually, 4,200 videos that got deleted. 4,200 videos of pure fucking content. Live streams, pre-recorded, produced videos with music that I'd written and other people had claimed copyright on. So, if you don't want it to be so quiet, you got to get up here and strike up a conversation. Because that's what I'm sat here waiting for. Somebody come up here to say something interesting. I've been talking for 8 years. I'm bored of my own voice. And there ain't nowhere else for me to go. So I'm going to come here sitting on YouTube, on the tubes, and wait for someone to come here and bring me something interesting. It's lunch mode at the rebuttal bar. Theo Von exposes how compromised Joe Rogan is.
photos of Nancy Pelosi with JFK.
That was before Israel didn't kill him.
You think so?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah,
How
maybe.
much longer does Israel let us stay alive, do you think? That's the big question.
Why were they...
What did you say? Is that AI?
What are you saying?
That's Sora?
What are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
Well,
With sketchy times, I mean the same company, that company Palantir, that was doing all that crazy stuff in Gaza, in Gaza, and they were like, running
were
all
they
the
doing?
all the drones and stuff like this.
Okay, so you mean like facial recognition data?
Right.
Do they have that capability with drones, where they could just zoom around? Listen.
Okay. So
you're right. However, China's making drones.
Theo Vaughn has officially wandered off the reservation, and Joe Rogan is not loving it. This latest episode of the JRE didn't feel like a conversation between two comedians. It felt like Theo was trying to talk about the powers that be, while Joe was desperately trying to keep everything inside Peter Thiel's Spotify approved category. And honestly, if there's one thing this interview reminded us, it's that Joe Rogan is fully...
Was there ever a doubt that Joe Rogan was fully compromised? Ever? Only if you're a naive piece of shit. If you're a naive fucking cheese brain, maybe you might not realize that Joe Rogan's completely fucking compromised with his millions of followers. If anybody really thinks that anybody will be allowed to gain themselves millions of followers and become an influencer of millions of people, that they aren't going to go and instantly insert their fucking foot right up your ass, then I've got a bridge to sell you, and when you cross the bridge, you'll be cured of all disease. And that was a joke, in case anybody wants to try and be silly.
Well, the crazy news cycle just got that much more crazier. Some people are saying this is the energy we need. As during this type of ceremony with J.D. Vance and Kid Rock, a tragic, horrible incident has happened that now has many prominent right-wingers calling for leftist, seditious Democrats to be arrested. As of course, begin the AI video, and this information, as of course, we have a major event that just happened in Washington, D.C. with 2 National Guardsmen that we are, of course, following very closely. As the political debate has already started, as we still even do not know what motivated a crazy sicko to try to point blank take out 2 members of the U.S. National Guard right before Thanksgiving, as the U.S. government already is responding very aggressively to this, and there's many people calling for more aggressive actions, as some people on the left are already seen as celebrating the situation. What in the world's going on here? We're going to be talking about it, as well as the kind of bigger political discourse, as there's some people now talking about this could be the Muslim Brotherhood, this could be leftists, this could be liberals, this could be a false flag. What is it? What's going on here? We're going to do our best to ascertain everything as best as we can here, all on this independent media organization. And if you appreciate our efforts, subscribe, click the notification button, as of course today is a very tragic day, and a day where near the White House we had this major incident of a crazed person who is in custody and also has been shot and is in critical condition right now, that has been detained. So far, the U.S. government decided to respond to this by announcing 500 additional National Guardsmen being deployed to Washington, D.C. As of course, it looks like this administration is acting very quickly and decisively in response to this situation, which from all points of view looks like a very politically motivated type of hit job meant to send a message to the National Guard that a lot of leftists are comparing to Germans in the 1930s.
100% fucking psyop. Now, maybe the people did get injured. People lost their lives. Not disputing that. Absolutely, that fucking happened. But it was a 100% engineered event. Engineered and orchestrated by the same people.
Welcome back.
By the same bloody people. But oh no. Well, they are pathological liars, but they might be telling the truth this time. It's okay. They're compulsive pathological liars, but they might be telling the truth this time. This time it might be the truth. It might be true. Yeah, no, but they told us on the news, and it might be. The press has changed now. They've stopped lying through their teeth, and now they tell us the truth. Yep.
Almost impossible.
Do you know what else is truth? I can shit rainbow pebbles that take you to fucking Midgard and allow you to meet Thor. Get your rainbow shit pebbles. Come and meet Thor.
Question. Do you ever get that feeling that reality's been replaced with a cheaper version of itself? Like someone outsourced existence to a contractor who mostly does mall renovations? Everything looks normal. People walking dogs, buying groceries, posting vacation photos that you don't want to look at. But it all feels like background footage for a commercial for antidepressants. It gives me uncanny valley vibes. And if you're unfamiliar with what that is, the uncanny valley is a technical term that describes that eerie, unsettling feeling we get when something looks almost human, but not quite. Think robots, humanoid AI, CGI characters, and
me when I look in the mirror,
and the like.
Every day when I look in the fucking
We're
mirror,
currently
mate.
living in the uncanny valley of human connection, where everything's technically functioning, but nothing really feels alive. Everything feels off.
Funny that.
I often say
funny,
one of the hardest
funny. I'm sat here on my YouTube channel waiting for people to come up and talk to me, and I strike up a conversation, and it's like, fucking silence.
Wow. It's as if we're all animatronic versions of ourselves, programmed to smile and say, yeah, I'm good, while quietly wishing for a mild apocalypse.
A mild, dude, you're using a fucking... Why do people keep doing this? Because they've been educated incorrectly and they begin with the wrong perception of fucking words and what they mean. Apocalypse does not mean the end of the world. Apocalypse does not mean fucking Armageddon. Apocalypse means unveiling. So it's not a mild apocalypse, it's a fucking huge apocalypse, and it's been going on since 2020. Really, it's been going on since 2015, 2016, but not enough people were paying attention. It's been going on definitely full on in everybody's fucking face, right in their face, balls out on the table. Apocalypse. We are living in an apocalyptic future right now. This is dystopia right now. But people talk about the apocalypse like it's Armageddon. You're talking about Armageddon, a mild Armageddon. That's the word that you mean to use. Sorry.
And the crazy part is that everyone seems to know this. And we're all aware that the world currently feels inexplicably wrong.
Really?
I often say-
What's oh God.
Like it's running on corrupted files, but we just keep going through the motions regardless. And, we still clock in and scroll through our feeds, and we pretend that sending heart emojis counts as emotional intimacy. Modern communication has basically become a lot of lonely people Morse coding through a fog of algorithms. I mean, at least that's what it looks like. We've replaced conversation with reaction, and friendship with engagement, and intimacy with the horrifying sentence, "I saw your post." I don't even think people really talk anymore. We just exchange sound bites and memes that feel like they were generated by a bot trained on old Reddit threads and trauma.
Because that's what it was.
So we're in the process of collectively forgetting how to be human. And the scariest part is that we seem to be perfectly fine with this.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
As if we either just surrendered to it, or we're really just that clueless.
Well, maybe if you've been paying attention to my channel for the last 8 years, you would have been heads up a lot sooner.
You scroll through a feed of emotional taxidermy with perfectly preserved feelings that died sometime around, 2012. And if you scroll long enough, you start to suspect that authenticity is just a new flavor of air freshener. Because every meaningful post looks like it was written by a marketing intern who just discovered empathy.
Go fuck yourself. Mine are like that.
And that's modern connection. It looks and sounds human, but it feels like you're hugging a mannequin that's about to sell you crypto. But hey, we've achieved the dream, right? Everyone's connected constantly. We're plugged into each other like a colony of emotional Roombas, bumping into things, chirping apologies, and returning to our charging docks at night to stare into the blue light of death. And amazingly, we can send thoughts instantly across the planet, but we can't seem to make eye contact for more than 2 seconds without pretending to check a notification. We used to live life. Now we just document it. If something meaningful happens and you don't post about it, did it even happen? And I think that's the new tree falling in the forest philosophical question. Except the tree is updated. Well, it updated its status to say falling gracefully. So, no, you're not crazy for feeling like everything's fake. You're just paying attention. And reality didn't actually collapse. It just got redesigned.
No, it never got redesigned, dude. It's just that we are living in the apocalypse, the veils have lifted, and you're starting to see it a little bit more clearly. It's always been like this. It's never been any different. Always been like this. They've always been lying to us. They've always been deceiving us. They've always been morally bankrupt, disgusting, psychopathic narcissists. None of that has changed. That's the same, always has been the same. The only thing that's changed is that we're starting to see it now. It's glaringly obvious. It's the emperor with his new clothes. So what I'd venture, I guess, to say that you still haven't realised how important your perception is. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
We all make mistakes.
Yep. Well done, Alan. That was inspirational, that was. Fucking hell. Never thought of that before.
You know what makes some people dangerous? Not in a violent way, not in a scary movie kind of way, but dangerous to anyone who thinks they can play games, waste time or take them for granted. It's the people who don't mind being alone. And if you've ever crossed paths with someone like this, truly like this, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They're different. They move different. They respond different. And most importantly, they leave different. No warning, no drama, just gone. Here's the thing nobody tells you about people who are comfortable being alone. Everyone thinks they're easy targets. Everyone assumes that because they're quiet, because they're not constantly surrounded by people, because they're not posting every moment of their life online, they must be lonely. They must be desperate for connection. They must be so grateful when someone finally pays attention to them that they'll accept any kind of treatment. Now look, sometimes that's actually true. There are people who are alone because they're lonely, because they're struggling to connect, because they genuinely are desperate for someone to notice them, and that's a different situation entirely. But the people we're talking about? the ones who are content being alone, the ones who chose this, for them that assumption is dead wrong. So catastrophically wrong, that by the time most people figure it out, the person is already 3 steps out the door and not looking back. See, society has this weird obsession with loneliness. Everyone's terrified of it. They'll stay in toxic friendships just to avoid eating lunch alone. They'll tolerate disrespect in relationships because breaking up means going back to single life. They'll surround themselves with people they don't even like just to fill the silence. But then there's this other breed of person, the one who figured out something that most people spend their entire lives running from. They figured out that being alone isn't the same as being lonely. That solitude isn't punishment, it's power, and that changes everything. Let me paint you a picture of how this usually goes down. Someone meets one of these people, someone who's comfortable being alone. At first, everything seems normal. They're friendly, engaging, fun to be around. They invest in the relationship, they show up, they care. So naturally, the other person starts to relax, starts to take things for granted, starts to assume this person will always be there because, well, they don't seem to have anyone else, right? They're alone most of the time. They must need this friendship, this relationship, this connection. So they start canceling plans last minute. They stop responding to messages with the same energy. They take 3 days to reply. They start treating them like an option instead of a priority. And here's where it gets interesting. The person who's comfortable being alone doesn't fight it, doesn't argue, doesn't send long texts about feeling disrespected or undervalued. They just quietly do the math. Is this person adding value to their life? No. Is this person showing them respect? No. Is this worth their emotional energy? Absolutely not. Calculation complete. Decision made, and then they're gone. The other person doesn't even see it coming. One day they realize they haven't heard from them in weeks. They reach out expecting the usual response and get nothing. Or worse, they get a polite but distant reply that makes it clear something has fundamentally shifted. They try to fix it. They apologize. They promise to do better. They can't understand why this person won't just give them another chance like everyone else does. But here's what they don't get. People who are comfortable being alone don't give second chances the way others do. Not because they're cold or unforgiving, but because they don't need to. They'll be just fine without you. They always are. Here's where everyone gets it twisted. Society sees someone who spends a lot of time alone and immediately assumes something's wrong with them. They must be unsocial, awkward, unable to connect with others, missing out on life. What they don't realize, what they can't wrap their heads around, is that some people choose this, not because they hate people, but because they've figured out that their happiness doesn't depend on anyone else. That's the part that breaks people's brains. We're told from birth that humans are social creatures, that we need connection, that isolation is bad for us. And sure, that's true to an extent, but there's a massive difference between needing people and enjoying people. One is dependency, the other is choice. People who are comfortable being alone have learned to generate their own happiness. They don't need someone else to make their Saturday night meaningful. They don't need constant validation to feel worthy. They don't need a full social calendar to feel like they're living a good life. They've built an internal foundation so solid that other people become a bonus, not a requirement. And that terrifies people who haven't figured that out yet, because it means they have no leverage, no way to manipulate, no fear to exploit. What happens when they choose others? Now here's the beautiful part that most people completely miss. When someone who's comfortable being alone chooses to spend time with you, really chooses you, not just tolerates you out of boredom or loneliness, that means something profound. It means you passed a filter that most people don't even know exists. Think about it. They don't need you. They're perfectly happy by themselves. They've got their own hobbies, their own interests, their own sense of fulfillment. They're not scrolling through their phone on a Friday night, feeling sorry for themselves. So if they're making time for you, it's because they genuinely value what you bring to their life, not what you might bring someday if you change, not the potential they see in you, but who you actually are right now in this moment. That's rare. That's real. That's the kind of relationship most people dream about but never experience because they're too busy collecting people out of desperation to recognize genuine connection when it shows up. But here's the catch, and it's a big one. The moment you take that for granted, the moment you start treating them like they're lucky to get your bare minimum, instead of recognizing that you're lucky to have them, The countdown starts. They won't tell you. They won't sit you down for a serious conversation about their feelings. They'll just start pulling back, slowly and quietly, until one day you realize they're not in your life anymore. You want to know what really sets these people apart? It's not that they're better than everyone else. It's not that they've achieved some enlightened state of being. It's that they have self-respect. Real self-respect. The kind that isn't negotiable. Most people's self-respect has a price. It can be bought with attention, with apologies, with promises of change. They'll tolerate disrespect if someone makes them feel needed. They'll accept poor treatment if the alternative is being alone. But people who are comfortable being alone, their self-respect isn't for sale. You can't buy it with sweet words after treating them poorly. You can't negotiate it away with excuses about being busy or stressed or going through things. You can't guilt-trip them into lowering their standards. They know what they deserve. They know what they bring to the table. And they know that being alone is infinitely better than being disrespected. That's not arrogance. That's not being difficult or unreasonable. That's just basic math. If someone subtracts from your peace and you have the option to remove them from the equation, why wouldn't you? Let me tell you about the moment everything changes. It's not loud. It's not dramatic. There's no big confrontation or emotional scene. Someone who's comfortable being alone will just stop showing up. They'll stop initiating conversations. Stop making plans. Stop investing energy into something that clearly isn't reciprocated. And if you're the one on the receiving end of this, you might not even notice at first. Maybe you think they're just busy. Maybe you assume they'll reach out eventually. Maybe you're so caught up in your own life that you don't realize weeks have passed without hearing from them. And then one day it hits you. They're gone. Not physically, you could probably still text them and get a polite response, but energetically, emotionally, spiritually, they've moved on. They've done the calculation and decided you're not worth their time anymore. And the wildest part, they're not even mad about it. They're not sitting around hoping you'll realize what you've lost. They're not posting sad quotes or talking about you to mutual friends. They've genuinely just moved on with their life. Because that's what people who are comfortable being alone do. They don't waste energy on what isn't working. They cut their losses and keep moving. No hard feelings, no resentment, just a clean exit and a lesson learned about who's worth their time and who isn't. People who are comfortable being alone figured out that their happiness isn't other people's responsibility. I know. That sounds like something you'd read on a motivational poster, but bear with me because this is where it gets real. Most people are out there trying to find happiness in other people. They think the right relationship will complete them. The right friend group will fulfill them. The right social life will finally make them feel whole. And they're going to be searching forever. Because here's what nobody wants to admit. If you can't be happy by yourself, you won't be happy with someone else either. You'll just be distracted from your unhappiness for a while. You'll just be using other people as emotional band-aids for wounds they didn't cause and can't heal. People who are comfortable being alone have done the work. They've sat with themselves, really sat with themselves, and figured out how to generate their own contentment. They've built hobbies they enjoy, created routines that fulfill them, developed a relationship with themselves that's actually healthy. So when they do connect with others, it's coming from a place of abundance, not scarcity. They're not desperately trying to fill a void. They're not clinging to people out of fear. They're sharing their already full life with someone who enhances it, not completes it. And that's what makes them so dangerous to anyone who tries to play games. Because games only work on people who are desperate, on people who are afraid of losing what they have. But someone who's already happy alone, they're not afraid of loss. They know they'll be fine either way. Here's something that drives people absolutely crazy about those who are comfortable being alone. They're selective, painfully selective. They don't let just anyone into their life. They don't accept every social invitation. They don't maintain friendships out of obligation or history, or because it would be awkward not to. They filter hard, and their filter has one simple question. Does this person add value to my life? Not potential value. Not value they might bring if they change, but actual tangible right now value. Do they make them laugh? Do they challenge them intellectually? Do they bring positive energy? Do they respect boundaries? Do they show up when it matters? If the answer to these questions is no, if someone is taking more than they're giving, draining more than they're filling, complicating more than they're enhancing, they're out. No second chances. No benefit of the doubt. Just a clean assessment and a cleaner exit. Is that harsh? Maybe. Is it practical? Absolutely. Because people who are comfortable being alone understand something crucial. Time and energy are finite resources. Wasting them on people who don't reciprocate isn't noble or kind. It's just poor life management. They'd rather have 3 genuine connections than 30 superficial ones. They'd rather spend Friday night alone doing something they enjoy than at a party full of people who drain them. Quality over quantity, always.
You know the kind of frustrating thing, but I don't know. Basically, this is fucking AI, right? That's what this is. This is fucking AI. But I couldn't agree more.
You know where most people mess up with someone like this? They assume silence means weakness. They assume someone who doesn't fight back, doesn't argue, doesn't demand respect must not know their worth. So they test them. Maybe not consciously, but they do it anyway. They start showing up late without apology. They talk over them in group settings to see if they'll fight for attention. They make plans with others right in front of them to check if jealousy kicks in. They suddenly become too busy for weeks. And when the person doesn't react the way they expected, when they don't beg for attention or fight for the relationship, they assume it worked. They assume they have the upper hand now. What they don't realize is that they've already lost. Because people who are comfortable being alone aren't playing the same game. They're not trying to win your attention or prove their value. They're simply observing your behavior and making decisions based on what you're showing them. You're showing them you don't respect their time, noted. Decision made, exit planned. They'll just quietly remove themselves from the situation and move on with their life. By the time you realize what happened, they're already gone. And trying to get them back, good luck with that. Because once someone who's comfortable being alone makes up their mind about you, it's over. They don't do rounds 2 and 3. They don't believe in giving people unlimited chances to treat them poorly. They gave you one chance. You showed them who you were. They believed you. End of story. Let me tell you what it's like to be on the other side of this. To be someone who genuinely doesn't mind being alone, who's done the work to be happy with themselves. It's freedom. Pure, unfiltered freedom. Freedom from toxic people because you're not afraid to let them go. Freedom from bad relationships because you're not terrified of being single. Freedom from social obligations that drain you because you're perfectly content with your own company. Freedom to say no without guilt. Freedom to have standards without apology. Freedom to walk away from anything that doesn't serve you. Most people will never experience this kind of freedom. They're too busy holding on to things they should let go of, tolerating people they should remove, compromising their peace for the sake of not being alone. But people who are comfortable being alone, they understand that the price of freedom is the willingness to be by yourself. And they've decided that price is worth paying, because being alone and happy beats being surrounded and miserable every single time. The warning sign. So here's what you need to understand. If you have someone like this in your life, if they're choosing to spend time with you despite not needing to, you've got something special. You've got someone who's there because they want to be, not because they're afraid of the alternative. But that comes with responsibility. The responsibility to recognize what you have. The responsibility to show up with the same energy they bring. The responsibility to respect their time, their boundaries, their standards. Because here's the warning. They will leave, not eventually, not someday. The moment you show them that you don't value what they bring to the table, they're gone. No drama. No second chances, no opportunity to explain yourself, just gone. And you can spend the rest of your life trying to figure out what happened, trying to get them back, trying to understand why they won't give you another shot. But the truth is simple. They did the math and you didn't add up. They chose themselves, they chose their peace. They chose to walk away from something that wasn't serving them. And that's the power of someone who doesn't mind being alone. They'll always choose themselves, every single time. So what's the point of all this? The point is that if you're dealing with someone who's comfortable being alone, you need to bring your A game. Not because they're difficult or demanding or unreasonable, but because they have options. And one of those options is being perfectly happy by themselves. They don't need you to complete them. They don't need you to make their life meaningful. They don't need you to validate their existence. They're choosing you. Right now, in this moment, they're choosing to let you into their life. And that choice can be unmade just as easily as it was made. So treat them right. Show up when you say you will. Respect their time, value what they bring to the table. Don't take them for granted just because they're not demanding your attention. Because the person who's comfortable being alone will always have somewhere to go when you mess up. Home. To themselves, where they're perfectly content. And once they go there, they're probably not coming back. Now you know. If this made you think about someone in your life, someone you might be taking for granted because they seem so chill, so low maintenance, so okay with everything, maybe it's time to check yourself. Share this with someone who needs to understand why that person in their life, who seems so cool, so easygoing, so unbothered, suddenly isn't there anymore. They didn't change. They just stopped accepting less than they deserved. Hand subscribe for more real talk.
Did you?
Yeah, the thing I find most tricky is...
Funny, we were talking about this chap earlier.
Yeah, the thing I find most tricky is when people don't recognize you particularly, but half recognize you.
The boy who stuttered so badly that classmates called him an alien became the world's most beloved comedian. But Rowan Atkinson's transformation came at a cost. He discovered his stutter disappeared completely when he performed, but only then. Every Mr. Bean episode drained him emotionally. He called the character exhausting and looked forward to filming ending. The man who made millions laugh admitted he felt like a fraud. Now at 70, he's revealing how his childhood trauma shaped everything.
I've just seen 21 euros from Lucy. I love you, Lucy. Thank you.
Everything. The silent comedian finally found his voice to tell his story. Rowan Sebastian Atkinson was born on January 6, 1955, in Consett, a small town in County Durham, England. He was the youngest of 4 boys, but something sad happened before he was even old enough to remember. His eldest brother, Paul, died as a baby, leaving just 3 brothers. One of Rowan's brothers...
Aye, fucking AI.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. The budget came out, and it was exactly as we expected it to be. Taxes are going up, billions. They're going up billions. Brilliant. That's amazing, isn't it? That's great for everyday people that are already struggling. That's amazing, isn't it? They're so kind to us, these politicians. And you know what's funny as well? So they can't even do the budget right. So they leak it accidentally. I'm not even sure this stuff's accidental, but it gets leaked out to the press. So Rachel Reeves, who's the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I don't know how, but she is. So she sits there, looking very embarrassed, looking at her phone as she realises during Prime Minister's questions, oh goodness me, it's been leaked, how embarrassing. So the media are already tearing into the budget because it's awful, obviously. She sat there and she's basically then got to stand up and announce the budget and make excuses for what she's done in the budget. Not that I believe she's done it, the permanent government, civil servants have done it, but either way, she's got to stand there and provide some rationale and basically, you know, polish a turd, have it right, put some hundreds and thousands and a bit of whipped cream on top of the turd so it looks better. And I thought to myself, this happens all the time. And I don't think it's an accident that it happens all the time. Because we know, if we've crossed that Rubicon, that all of this stuff is intentional. The destruction of society is intentional. The open borders is intentional. The stealing of money out of our pockets is intentional. The destroying agricultural farmland, well, destroying farmers for a start, but destroying farmland and putting solar panels on it while supposedly spending another load of £1 million of taxpayers' money to dim the sun, therefore rendering the solar panels useless. All that stuff.
Nath, I knew I was like, God, who's that? Lucy, who's that? Of course, it's my buddy, my brother, Nath. I fucking love you, man. Thank you, dude. You get another.
We know that's all being done intentionally to destroy society and to bring us down to our knees, right? We know that. But you've got to cross a Rubicon to get to that point. Most people aren't at that point. Now, most people, I would say pretty much everyone, realises the stuff's not good. This budget isn't good. None of this stuff is good. Like, they realise that. But they still think, wrongly I believe, that it's down to incompetence. It's down to government incompetence. Now, the permanent government, the establishment, that's what they want you to think. Because if it's down to incompetence, then, oh, well, we've only got another few years and we can vote these buggers out because they're incompetent. We'll bring in a load of other idiots with a different colour rosette. Keeps us on that wheel of fake democracy. Whereas once enough people cross that Rubicon and go, oh no, this ain't incompetence. They're doing this on purpose, mate. This is coldly calculated, which of course it is. Now in my view, part of the way they're trying to hoodwink people into believing it's incompetence is by elevating the biggest frickin' idiots around to positions of perceived power, or at least to the public-facing positions of power. And I evidence that by presenting you, ladies and gentlemen, with the UK Labour Party. Keir Starmer, whether you like him or whatever, I assume you don't, he's a frickin' idiot. Like, he's an idiot. And then you go, right, David Lammy. David Lammy is assistant Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister. David Lammy? David Lammy? He's also Justice Secretary. He's a frickin' idiot. And you got Ed Miliband, can't even eat a frickin' sandwich. He's an idiot. Yet he's pushing all the climate change stuff. Rachel Reeves, she's supposedly the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who's obviously, taxing the living daylights out of all of us. She's a frickin' idiot who has to lie on her CV to claim she has some kind of credentials to do the job. She ain't got a Scooby what's going on. She's like a rabbit in headlights. And so Starmer, look at Starmer. Every time he speaks, he is like a rabbit. That boy is terrified. He knows something's coming to him. That's for sure, if he steps out of line. And when I say step out of line, I don't mean against us. I mean against the people he really serves, the people that put him there. So I actually think that's part of it.
The failing
they're actually
society.
putting clear and obvious idiots into positions of power to make people believe that it's incompetence, to make people go, well, yeah, I mean, I was starting to think maybe it's intentional, but now I'm looking at these guys. Look at Ed Miliband. Now I'm looking at Ed Miliband. I'm thinking, nah, they're just idiots, mate. That's all right. Another few years, we can vote them out, get in a new party. They'll make a difference. That's not true, guys. It's not true. And so at the same time as well, as they're accidentally leaking this budget and making themselves look like idiots again, like I say, to make you and others believe that they're idiots and not coldly calculated. And when I say coldly calculated, they ain't coldly calculating. I doubt Rachel Reeves even owns a calculator. They're the front-facing people. They're the public face of the permanent government. The people that did this budget, that prepared this budget, she didn't do that. It's people whose faces we don't know. Or maybe if we really zoom in on a particular photo of the cabinet, we might see them loiter in the background with a dossier under their arm or something. Oh, that's the dude. And most of these buggers are there, no matter who's in power politically. So you can vote the Labour Party out and go, oh yeah, no, I've got Nigel Farage now, I've got Richard Tice, he's been licking the wall, he'll be fine. And then you look, oh, it's the same dude that was stood behind the yeah, the advisors, the think tanks, and the speech, they're all the same people, mate.
Fucking window lickers.
I'm passionate about it because it's winding me up. But yeah, people like that, they're just the public face of it, right? So they're presenting this budget, which is, like I say, it's going to just raise taxes by billions and billions, punishing people even more for what? For existing, mate. Remember, you're the carbon they seek to reduce. They don't like you and me very much because we're not dead. At the same time they're doing that, it's just been revealed that it's going to cost 1.8 billion to implement digital ID. You know, the digital ID that none of us want, that none of the people want, and there is no reason for. 1.8 billion pounds. And do you know what's amazing? Is they've told us that we need digital ID to stop illegal migration and to stop illegal working. And that's why it's not to do with controlling you, and it's not to do with sort of building a platform that you can stick the social credit system on. It's nothing to do with that. No, I mean, we've already said we're kind of going to use it to access your bank and things like that, but ignore that. It's about migration. Okay. Protecting the borders, digital ID. How's it going to do that? Trust me, bro. Right. So 1.8 billion. So where's that money coming from? Well, a large chunk of it, right, it's coming from the Home Office. It's coming off the Home Office budget. Okay, so who's controlling the borders then? So you're bringing in digital ID, you say, to curb illegal migration, whilst taking the money to fund it from the very department that protects the borders. So you're essentially taking it away from protecting the borders to bring in something that you're claiming you're bringing in to try and fix the result of having bad security at the borders. I mean, that's up there with another story today, where the Labour Party are bringing in the tourist tax. So if you want to stay in London or Manchester or wherever, I don't know why you'd want to, but if you do, and you're staying in an Airbnb or a hotel or a guest house, whatever, you'll have to pay a tax, a tourist tax. You know why part of the reason is they want to bring in the tourist tax? So they can encourage more tourism. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. It's so that they can spend some of that money to encourage more tourism into the country. And you imagine that. Imagine having a meeting. I was talking about this on Trending this week. Imagine having a meeting. You got everyone sat down. Right, guys, with the tourist board. Tourism's not been great. Visitors are down. We need to do something about it. Right, we need loads of ideas. I think I'm walking into private land now. It won't be the first time. We need ideas. Right, who's got ideas? We need to bring tourism up. We need to get people back in our city, back in our guest houses, and back in our restaurants and bars and shops. What can we do? Right, everyone. Yes, Stephen, you've got an idea. What's your idea, Stephen? Put a tax on people coming here to visit. So to encourage tourism, put a tax on tourists. It's a great idea. I love it. It's left field. I wouldn't have thought of it. There's a reason for that, mate, because it's bloody ridiculous. But again, it's yet more evidence that you can point to and go, see, I told you they're incompetent. I told you they're idiots. But you know what else is really mad? And this has wound me up. There's been protests in London ahead of the budget and during the budget from farmers. You know, these people that grow the food that feeds us and keeps us alive, those guys, they're sort of important. So they've been protesting Trafalgar Square and Westminster against this budget because they know that Rachel Reeves, the 10-watt light bulb as they all are, is coming for the farmers and has consistently been coming for the farmers as the Tories did before them, because it's
I'll tell you what, I'll say this for Gareth, right? I wrote him off a long time ago as he's fucking David, he's icky. David Ickey's boy. Of course he's controlled up as well. But it's funny, innit? I really do see a lot of myself in David Ickey. We're about the same age, and he's saying the same things. He's doing exactly what I was doing fucking 8 years ago in my car.
It's not incompetent. It's a concerted effort to destroy the food supply and create state dependency and desperation. That's what it's all about. And a lot of these farmers are not stupid, and they know this. So they're protesting peacefully. And so a bunch of them were arrested. And I looked at it, I saw it on my feed, and I thought, let me watch a few videos, try and get to the bottom of what's going on here. So you're a police officer, right? Now, bear with me, pretend, right?
Still there, Kev?
Here, got the House of Parliament.
Wait.
It doesn't look like the House of Parliament, does it? But let's pretend it is.
You're still there, and you have not come up here to give me a hand on this here panel that you know holding the panel. You know you either gotta bring it or yeah, mate. I said I'm a different kind of panel host. I'm a mirror showing everybody that they need to come and fucking take part in this. Take part in this. Get involved and take part. What you're seeing going on YouTube and people having these discussions and talking about stuff. Get involved, because if you're not getting involved, you're just a bystander. And if you're just a bystander, then this shit's gonna roll over you. You're gonna go, oh fuck, shit. Oh, I wish I'd fucking got involved instead of just stood here at the sidelines watching what's going on. No link? What? No link? The link's pinned, brother. Unless you're in the Magic Treehouse. Here we go. Let me help you out. Let's just listen to the rest of Gareth Ickey.
Yeah, someone tried to blow him up once. There's the House of Parliament. Okay. Now in there is a bunch of liars, crooks, frauds, maggots. The worst of us are all in that building, right? The worst of us. And what they're doing is they're making decisions on behalf of the people they serve, not you and me, which is making your life worse, it's making your family's life worse, and it's not only stealing money out of your pocket, it's stealing your children's future, right? Those scumbags in that imaginary building there are doing that. Right, okay, Mr. Police Officer, so we've accepted that, have we, copper? Yeah, okay, they're those guys, right. Now, over here, we've got some farmers protesting. Now, these farmers, they keep you and your family alive, Mr. Police Officer. They provide the food, which gives you and your kids sustenance, keeps you alive. That's why you're here in your uniform with your hat on. You can only arrest one of them. Remember, we've got frauds, liars, absolute scumbags, the worst of us, granny freezers, backhanders serving lobby groups and corporations, anti-humanity. We've got a building full of anti-humanity, and here we've got people that grow food and keep you alive. And like I say, you're only allowed to arrest one. So, Mr. Police Officer, he's arrested the farmer. He's literally arrested the farmer when he had that choice. That's mad, isn't it? It is mad, isn't it? What is going on? Like, at what point do people not have some semblance of morality, but also just a little bit of common sense? You're arresting the farmer, not the parasite. So the guy and girl, and they them probably, I'm sure the Green Party or Labour probably got one of them, they're stealing from you and your family. And you're freaking protecting them by arresting Mr. Farmer that's feeding your family and is only on the streets protesting because these aforementioned maggots are robbing him blind as well. At what point do you not look at that and go,
I'll see you there.
am I on the wrong side? Yeah.
I'll see you there 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
Hang on.
But you can change that.
Here we go. Get it all sorted out here properly, Mr. Kevin. I want to make sure. You get the entrance you deserve, sir. What's up, man?
How you doing,
Oh,
man?
you might be echoing. Hang on. There we go. That should be better.
Yeah, I think we solid now. How you doing, bro?
Oh, just frustrated and disillusioned.
Yeah, no, I get it. For sure. Yeah, I was definitely listening, I'm like, oh, they making like a couple of solid ass points over here,
One sec.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, shit. Just plugging something in. The battery's going. It's about to fucking run out. Shit. Where's the cable? Right, we're done.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah, you good.
Yeah, man.
Sure.
So, did you see the video earlier? Because I called it, obviously, this stream is, I called it, you're probably not going to agree with me, but on the thumbnail it says grounding and perception. And the video that we started with was something I produced yesterday, and the day before yesterday, I filmed it. Yesterday I was editing, and I got, out of a day's worth of filming, I got 3 videos. 1 hour video, nearly 30-minute video, and a nearly 20-minute video. So I've still got the nearly 20-minute video. That's all uploaded and ready to go.
Okay.
But yeah, it's all 3 videos are all talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Just, expanding on it and whatever. And I really.
Oh no, man! Because I heard you. I think you played like a little piece of the Joe Rogan Theo Von shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, about the tiny hats and like Israel and all the whole little shit,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, it's certain shit. Yeah, I'm not mad at that, and I'm not, because allegedly the tiny hats be getting shit out the paint, if you speak against them or whatever the case may be.
Oh, but, mate. Yeah, we have to be so, like, that in itself should be the biggest red flag and air raid warning siren going off straight away, that as soon as anybody says anything against these people or anything that they make claim to, you are instantly labeled, and it can destroy your career, it can destroy your reputation. And it's funny because they are displaying every fucking textbook pointer of a certain category of a certain psychological category of person, right?
Yeah.
Projection.
Yeah. It's like everybody is subject to criticism until it comes to them, right? Like everything is cool. Like everybody has free speech, but watch your mouth if you're talking about us, though.
Yeah. Right. America, I mean, that's become a glaring thing over the last, few months, hasn't it? That, America first, and freedom of speech, and America first, and whoa, hang on a second. when we say America first, obviously we mean Israel.
Yeah.
They're just kind of, we're like my brother and sister. Like, it's the thing is, nobody is looking at the original partnership. Right? It's not even a partnership. Our entire country was taken over. They took over our currency. They bought up. They took over our central bank.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like my dad used to tell me this shit, man, when I was a pup. He like, man, he who controls the dollar controls the mouth. So if you the one that's in control of the capital, you got the leverage over anybody. You know what I mean? We'll pull the rug from underneath you at any point in time. So you gotta watch your mouth,
Right.
That's go ahead.
Sorry. No. I'm interrupting you, mate. They even told us. They told us. So, 200 years ago, or whenever it was, Rothschild said in a couple of different ways. He said, if I control the currency, I care not who writes the laws. If I control the economy, I care not who writes the laws.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. 100%. I read this book. It's called Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and it was about the Merovingian bloodline, and it was supposed to be all about like tracing the Holy Grail was supposed to be about like Christ's bloodline,
Yeah. It's a kind of a Da Vinci Code sort of.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. That's what the Da Vinci Code. That's what the movie was based off. That book, Holy Blood, Holy Grail. That's a dope book, though. Anybody that's into like conspiracy, quote unquote, like conspiracy theories, read that book. And there is some bloodlines that's attached to that. The Merovingian bloodline. There was another book that I read, and I got this book from the CIA's website. It's like CIA.gov, and it's called the 13 Bloodlines of the Illuminati.
Right.
I said, what? I said, oh shit, this is right from the CIA, and it tied right into that fucking Merovingian bloodline that I read about, in Holy Blood, Holy Grail. Yeah, I said, oh shit, okay, it might be some shit. It might be some shit out here. That people might want to pay attention to,
The thing is, right? Straight away, I think, all right, CIA have got a book on the government website about the 13 Illuminati bloodlines, and Illuminati was something that they openly called conspiracy theory. So they've intentionally, knowingly put a subject about what they deem as a conspiracy theory on their website, openly available to anybody to go and get it. That says to me psyop. That's planted information to fuel a narrative that, whilst the narrative might be true, the details are not. They're like, so these 13 bloodlines.
Yeah,
I think if there's 13 bloodlines, not one of us knows a name. That we don't know the names of the real bloodlines.
I don't know, like, because inside of that book, it was all like like the DuPonts, it was all Rothschilds, Roethlisberger, all the shit.
Astor.
Like the Astors, all the name brand.
The
Billionaires
Vanderbilts.
Boys Club. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, but they tied it all in. They showed like they traced the lineage, on some 23andMe type shit. And the origin story of it all, like it all traces back to, the Knights Templar, which was, they were just the army to protect the capital and to be able to like transport it from one place to another. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm not mad at that theory. It's a conspiracy theory, but sometimes like conspiracy theory turns into conspiracy fact, though. you know.
Do you know the trouble? Because I know that I'm guilty of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've been given all these stories and all these narratives, and they've been fluffed up and given wonderful costumes and sceneries and scenarios. And it's all been it's all been built up by Hollywood and media and theatre, right?
Sure.
So we think back. Well, for me, when I think back to those days, I can't help but think of even things like Blackadder that set the period costumes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all of this stuff. But I grew up with this idea that somehow, for some reason, basically because we've just been evolving to get smarter and smarter and smarter as we've been evolving, we've been getting smarter and smarter, right? So we're smarter today than we were 200 years ago or 500 years ago, much smarter than we were 500 years ago. So I was walking around with this perception that everybody walking around in London and in the UK and around the world were basically just dumb shits. Really simple, really naive, bit stupid, didn't think, weren't capable of thinking properly, right?
Right.
Now, I'm absolutely certain, and I could be wrong, but I feel extremely, I don't know, it just feels like one of those things that I'm right about. Essentially, because the only time that exists is now, right?
Right.
That's the only time that ever actually exists, right now.
Yeah.
As we are right now, you look out in a human race, there's a bunch of idiots with no brains and they can't think for themselves and they have no internal dialogue, and they're just reactionary people that just run around doing what the system tells them they should do.
Yeah, the sheeple. Yeah, I got you.
But you've got a huge portion of people who are consciously awake and aware, and they are inquisitive, and they're curious and inquisitive, and they're able to think critically. So they like to turn things over in their minds, and then that causes them to seek, improvements, innovations, inventions, but also improvements to how we're living, right? As in the situation, the status quo. So instead of, I've stopped thinking about people all the way about them being dumb. I think actually we're probably dumber than they were. And what that means is that they were no different. If anything, they were smarter than we are now because they didn't have all the toxins, right? That we're constantly, our bodies have been, and our brains have been constantly bombarded with toxins.
Yeah, subjected to. Yeah.
Right. They didn't have all of that. They were eating organic, purely organic. Monsanto didn't exist back then. They were eating purely organic, really good food that had such high mineral nutritional value that their vessels and their brains will have been working much smoother than ours are right now.
Yeah.
So that means if we've got people like me and you and Flow State and Angry Casper and Caucasian Sasquatch and whatever, if we've got people like us now who can see things, we can see through the veils, we can see, this is all just a big fucking racket. All of it's just a big racket. Do we really think that there won't have been people that wouldn't have stood for what's going on, right?
Yeah.
So back then, they didn't have the same laws about, people had weapons. They had fucking pitchforks and shovels, man. They still, whatever, they pick it up and use it as a weapon, and I think they would have been much harder to control, right? Which is why they needed religion. Because religion controls that. Then if you can control the way people are perceiving things, make them think there's an invisible hand that can judge them or whatever. Yeah, you can control their behavior.
Exactly.
So, with all bearing all that in mind, when you reassess the situation that's going on now, can you see how they've needed to keep changing the story all the time? The thing about lies is you need to keep telling lies to back up the other lies, and there's more lies to back up the lies, to back up the lies,
Yeah.
the lies upon the lies, right?
Yeah.
Here we are now. Nobody can agree on anything. Everybody seems to have proof for everything. Whatever it is that they want to prove, they can prove it if they go and they'll find it somewhere, even if it's generated by AI, right? You can find whatever you're focused on. You want to find proof for this, you'll find proof for it. You want to find proof you live on a globe, you'll find what you consider to be the proof that you live on the globe. You want to find proof that you live on a flat Earth, you'll find the proof that you think that you've got that proves that you live on a flat Earth. It all relies on the perception of the person, the individual. So the individual that's sharing the knowledge, or what they consider to be knowledge that they have, I share it with you. It filters through your perceptions. You agree. You either agree or disregard whatever it is I'm saying. You either agree on its reality, or you disagree with it. And I know that there's things that we disagree on, or we don't. It's not. We don't see eye to eye as if it's a problem or it causes an argument. But we don't just necessarily agree. And that might just be because really neither of us really know, do we?
Yeah, no, not at all, for sure. But this is why, I'm all about data. You know what I mean? I like facts, and there are some things. Hold up, let me share my screen real quick. It's like when it comes to the are you comfortable talking about the Epstein shit over here?
Yeah, man.
Okay, cool. All right, let me share the screen real quick.
Yeah, I'm not monetized, so long as it's not community guideline stuff, I'm not worried about being demonetized. So
yeah, it's definitely not.
Is this Theo?
Bro.
Theo Vaughn?
No. This is Tim Dillon on a Joe Rogan.
I got to remove the other thing. That's why it's not adding.
Yeah, there you go. All right, for sure. So let me press play and
By the way, happy Thanksgiving, dude.
I appreciate that, brother. I would say happy Thanksgiving to you, but I don't think y'all celebrate over there.
Nah, it's not a thing for us.
Yeah, but I thank you, man. That's love. So this is a short, and then I got the full context geared up after this. So just let me know when you want me to pause it.
Go for it.
But so this is something called the Franklin scandal, and a lot of people the Epstein shit with the kids, or the trafficking. That's out. That's conspiracy theory. Everybody got a tinfoil hat on their heads. Dealing with this. Tim Dillon breaks it down a little bit here in this short, but I got the long form after it. So let me press play. Y'all pay attention though.
Wrote the Franklin Scandal, which is a book about the original Epstein thing, the original sex trafficking thing.
What's that?
Well, the Franklin Scandal was a scandal out of a Franklin Credit Union where there was a guy who was embezzling money, and then he was being investigated for that. But they said he has all this money because he's running an interstate pedophile network, and he's pandering kids to people in Washington, D.C. and New York. This was a scandal with real victims who wanted to testify, and then people started dying. The private investigator they hired, his plane broke up. One of the girls that testified was found guilty of perjury, and that she was put in solitary confinement. Now, it's not as sexy as a Pizzagate or something because it happened in the 80s and 90s, but this shows you the blueprint for the government, using marshaling resources to silence people that were victims of this stuff. This is not new. Congressmen, senators, blackmail being used by intelligence agencies, none of it's new.
Right.
A guy went through, or a woman, I forget which, but
And this is that podcast. This is back 2019. This is before the Epstein shit was really crazy, before he got locked up. Tim Dillon been whistleblowing about this shit for the longest time.
The thing is, what I think people find it hard to fully appreciate is that things are no different now to how they were 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago. It's exactly the same shit going on.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same shit going on as far as, right, there's there's them and us and they, right, we talk about they're doing this and they're doing that, and Who are they? They are the people that are trying to control us. They're trying to control. They're trying to control. They're trying to control our perceptions so that we don't perceive the fact that they're a bunch of lying, thieving, stealing, murdering, rape, graping, child molesting freakazoids who are sitting fat and pretty off the blood, sweat, and tears of the majority of people. And the only reason they're trying to keep that information away is because there's so many of us and so few of them.
Yeah,
if we
it's
all
different now. It's different now. This is the thing. All this shit sounds crazy. I'm like, I'm of the ilk where I would rather like give people some facts. Y'all check this out. You know what I mean? I'm not
understand
crazy,
that. Yeah.
but just check this out. Let me not like trip out or like go crazy, like start yelling this, that, and the third.
Yeah,
This, that, and the third. But let me give you some legitimate data to actually look off into. Like, check this out though. You know what I mean? Then double back on me if you got any questions or concerns. But check out this data though, because that's a real thing. That shit that Tim Dillon was talking about, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
Where they
yeah,
back in the 80s, they popped off like some underage escorts being paraded through the White House. You know what I mean? That got buried. You know what I mean? That got buried. That's a real thing though. That's a real story though. Run a lap on that. And then when this Pizzagate type shit comes up, in 2014, 15, like there's already there's a history and there's a lineage there. There's some data points for like, hold on, man, let's check off into that. You know what I mean? Let's look at that right there.
Do you remember?
It sounds crazy.
Do you remember the Maddie McCann thing?
Say again.
The Maddie McCann in Portugal.
No,
John Podesta and his brother. It was linked to Pizzagate.
Lord have mercy. Come on.
Yeah. So a girl, the eldest daughter, I think, of two doctors. They're on holiday in Portugal, and what they did in the evenings when they wanted to go out for a meal, but they didn't want to take their children with them, was they sedated them with benzodiazepam. And the story is that she was kidnapped from her room, right? The story is that they went for dinner, and when they came back, she'd been taken, and then she has never been found. And she had one eye. She had a funny thing in one of her eyes where the pupil, there was like a break in the iris where the pupil, it was like a line, like a black line that went through from her pupil to the white of her eye, to the edge of the iris, right? So she was very recognizable. She was only young, like 6 years old or something, 6 or 7. At the same time, the whole Pizzagate thing was going on. And then, my parents, get this, my parents lived literally just up the road.
Oh, Lord.
Literally. Like almost a stone's throw away. So my dad was involved in the search parties, going out and searching for Maddie McCann. And Dominico's just joined us. Let me just bring him up. 1 second. Dom, I'll try and remember everybody. Greetings. You're muted. Yeah, so anyway, she disappeared, and my old man went out on the search parties trying to find her. They couldn't find her. There was a huge, great big court case about it in Portugal, and the parents were absolutely scrutinized. Their story didn't make sense. It didn't add up, and they seemed to look really fucking guilty, right?
Sure.
And then it turns out that they were friends with John Podesta, Well, they knew John Podesta and his brother. And then it turns out that John Podesta and his brother were staying just down the road from my
let's talk
parents.
about that. That's a great.
And
I love
that. Yeah, it's.
Are you familiar with like the WikiLeaks?
Marina Abramovich, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
Abramovich.
familiar with all of it. I've been looking at this stuff since 2013. So yeah.
So this is an actual email, from Marina Abramovich to Tony Podesta.
Yep.
And this
Tony
is
and
actually
John.
crazy. Yeah, Tony and John for sure. So Marina, she shoots the email to Tony, and it says, "Dear Tony, I am so looking forward to the spirit cooking dinner at my place. Do you think you'll be able to let me know if your brother is joining?"
Yep.
That's from Marina Abramovich. So.
Do you know the exciting thing about it? I'm feeling a little bit excited, dude. And I'm like,
I got you, bro. I got the
look
walk
at this,
down
man,
for you.
right? No, listen, because dude, right? Most of the people here, really, I don't mean this in a bad way or horrible way, so don't take it the wrong way. But in a way, kind of, with this stuff, you're preaching to the choir because we all know all of this, right? Sure. But what's beautiful is that you've brought it here.
Come on.
You've brought it here. Marathon Kev is here talking about this shit, man. It's like, but it's in your awareness now. You're consciously aware of this shit, right?
100%.
This guy is a creepazoid. I've been screaming about him since 2015, dude. For 10 years, I've been screaming about him.
It's Podesta.
Plasma Void, how you doing? Greetings.
Salute, brother.
Yeah, and Hillary, man. Ooh. It's
supposed to be this was like a potential. She was a potential president. You know what I mean? She was supposed to be one of them ones. So she wiggled up right next to one of them Podesta brothers. Right there.
Well, Podesta was her campaign manager. He was her campaign manager.
Yeah.
So that guy knows where all the bodies are buried.
Yeah, I would think so too. Just to be honest, for sure.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that because she's there. What are your thoughts? Have you heard about the Hillary body count?
100% for sure. Like all the planes that went down, all the whole little shit. This another. So that's Marina Abramovich right there, right? That's Jay-Z. It's your boy. Oh.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
She the one that sent out the email. Marina Abramovich, the one that y'all see wiggle up right up next to Jay-Z right there. She the one that sent out the email to Tony Podesta talking about spirit cooking, right? Now Jay-Z, hold on, give me 2 ticks, bro. I got a cold little walk down for you. Now Jay-Z has this shit. Everybody I think familiar with Jay-Z. 99 problems.
Oh, we all yeah, 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one.
Yeah.
We are familiar with Mr. Jay-Z. It always pissed me off because he's an ugly motherfucker.
Right? Yeah, now peep game. Let me mute the now peep game. So he does this shit with Rick Rubin.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get this shit out the way.
I got 99
So
problems, but
this,
a bitch ain't one. I did actually like that song. That's what pisses me off as well.
But a bitch ain't one for sure. It is a dope ass song. So I'm all like, conspiratorial shit to a certain extent, So this is a recording process that happens, and like I said, or like we just witnessed, Jay-Z. This is what I see with the 99 problems, but the bitch ain't one. This is actually when it got recorded,
Right,
so
with a polar bear. Right, yeah, exactly. A polar bear with a Shriner hat and a Kafkan or whatever it's called,
Yeah.
But that's Arabic written on that neckerchief type thing. Like that's the head thing. Yeah, or
So
black magic.
Then we
White
forward a
and black
little
magic.
bit. Magic, white and black. Okay.
Mm.
So this where y'all pay attention. All right, now we're
Mm.
gonna go Marina and Abramovich. Okay, and then
Dom,
we're
how
gonna
you
go
doing, man? You
Spirit.
sat there real quiet in the background. How you doing? I hope you're all right. You know you're on mute, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still on mute.
Yeah, I think, bro. Yeah. So this
Sell
is
your soul, sucker.
I'm here, guys.
No worries.
There you go. We can hear you now, brother. Yeah.
How do we not know most of these are just more?
So now this is
Okay.
like I said, this is just that email that we we just looked at the email from the wiki links, Marina Abramovich and Tony Podesta. Like I hope your brother can come over for the spirit cooking event. This is Marina
What the fuck's spirit cooking?
Abramovich.
What is spirit cooking, man? What could that possibly be?
Oh, let's
Why
talk
would
about
they?
it.
Why would they
talk
make
about it.
why would they make cakes like this? What was like that looks like what's that she's drawing with like I said, dude, I already know all of this. It's freaking sick. It's twisted. It's
know.
like
I know you know
eat the
about
pain. This whole thing about
Yeah.
eat the pain, put the knife in your finger and cut yourself and eat the pain and
fresh-
drink the urine.
Hold on. Let's go. Let's put this shit like a full screen so everybody can see, what Marina and Abramovich be talking about. All right. Fresh morning urines and sprinkle that shit over nightmare dreams. Okay, no problem. Boom. Hold on. Give me 2 ticks, y'all. Let me make sure. Okay.
You know that all of this was basically promo for the
Bingo.
spirit cooking, right? This
This
is
is
all
spirit
promo
cooking.
for the spirit cooking. So you know what the
Yeah.
spirit cooking is, right?
Oh, God in heaven. Well, yes, for sure. It's like conjuring up some shit, But this is the shit that she writing on the wall. You know what I mean? 00. This is why I say like it sound all conspiratorial. When we talk to people about this shit, it seemed like we crazy. But I'm all about data points. So let me show y'all. And anybody that's in the chat or just watching this shit, look at it for yourself. You know what I mean? This the shit that the bitch is writing on the wall, spirit cooking, right? She also putting shit like this on the wall. Fresh morning urine, sprinkle that shit over nightmare dreams. She got this little it looked like a
Owl.
mummified child in the hold on, let's
It
watch
looks a bit
this.
like an owl there, but yeah, it could be mummified.
Now watch what she do.
I swear it just moved
Splash.
its head then.
That's all blood though. That's all blood. So they got these hold on, y'all watch.
Yeah,
So
is it
these are
lamb's
like,
blood she uses? I think it's lamb's blood.
allegedly,
Mm.
It might be. I don't know what type of blood that is. That looked like a mummified child or whatever. So they gotta poke these vats out, like these little whatever. This blood is coagulated, so they gotta stick the stick in it to open up the, open up
Yep.
the opening
And it's
or
all
whatever the case may be. So they can
glooping
pour it
together
out.
and
Look
it's
at
coming out
that,
in
bro.
lumps because it's coagulating.
That's out. Listen, fool. Whatever y'all believe in, or whatever the case may be, this is what we need to understand. That Marina Abramovich was wiggled right up next to Jay-Z, who advocated for Hillary Clinton, to be the presidential candidate or to actually win the presidency. And also, Hillary Clinton was wiggled right up next to the Podestas, Now, if y'all know who, I'm not going to bring it up here because it is like a little TOS-ish, but one of the Podesta brothers, not the skinny one, the other one.
Yeah, the fat
He
one.
had, the fat one. If y'all know who Jeffrey Dahmer is, just Google it. Google Jeffrey Dahmer's like victim, and look at the one that was in the bathtub where he was like doing it looked like he was in a scorpion pose, just like bent over backwards.
Mate, he's got it in his in his hallway, hasn't he? He's got the
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, as a chandelier. It was like, oh, is that right? You know, so I hate for people. You know, I love these conversations, but I hate for us to talk about them without actually giving people like a point of reference to understand this shit. You know, it's not conspiratorial. You know, it's actually conspiracy fact. It's not conspiracy fiction. You know, you just run a little bit of a lap for sure. My man for the takeover, bro. Go ahead.
No, you're right, man. I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm sat here and I'm having to keep my mouth shut because all of these things I was looking into all through 2000. From 2013, I started looking into all this stuff, and Tony Podesta came across my radar about 2014. And then in 2015, when Trump announced that he was running for president, then all this stuff started coming out, and then I started looking into Trump because I realized I'd been programmed by mainstream media I had Trump derangement syndrome. I had proper Trump derangement syndrome. Couldn't even look at his face without getting fuming. It was like visceral, the reaction.
Yeah.
Now I have that reaction when I see Biden or fucking Tony Podesta or any of that lot. But I was having stuff deleted from 2015 off YouTube. They were deleting videos. They weren't giving us strikes back then. They were just deleting the videos.
Yeah,
right?
Take your channel down. Yeah.
No. They didn't. None of that. You just put a video up, and then you go back, and it was deleted. They didn't even say anything to you. They just deleted it. I had hundreds of videos just deleted without them saying anything. So I started creating in 2017. Right, so in 2018 and 2019, they were deleting videos without saying anything, and then in 2020, that's when they started giving people strikes and deleting their channels.
Yeah,
talking about the coup, right? That was the first strikes that we were getting, because I was getting videos deleted constantly, videos about Hillary Clinton and John Podesta and Tony Podesta and the Vanderbilts and what's his name, who is the CIA. He's a blatant Operation Mockingbird from CNN, the blonde guy. He's actually a Vanderbilt, but his name's not Vanderbilt.
Yeah. I forget what his name is. I know who you're talking about, though.
Not John.
No, he's the gay guy. He's gay.
Yeah, sure. Blonde hair. Looks like a blonde Ken doll.
Yeah. I know exactly who you're talking about. I forget his name though. Let me look it up. Hold on, give me a second.
It's gonna come to me. I think there's Anderson Cooper. Nice
Anderson
one.
Cooper.
Yes,
yeah.
It's one of my favorite. Right, this lady here, Curious Squirrel, is just one of the best people on this earth, because she's been supporting me and my channels for like a couple of years now. When she first started, she said, don't think this is going to be a regular thing, and she has donated regularly since then. So one of my favorite subscribers, who I've got the most time for, and I don't speak to enough, because she lurks around in the background a lot. So big hugs, Curious Squirrel. Thank you for being here.
She popping out now. She like, okay, this conversation is definitely like resonating with her, you know.
Well, like I said, dude, I've been on YouTube for 8 years, and I've been putting all of this out for 8 years. I've been talking about conspiracy theories and telling what I consider to be a more accurate description of what's going on here, as opposed to these false narratives that we're being given. That's allowed me to formulate this hypothesis. I don't know if it's a hypothesis. This is my ignorance to the correct words to use, but my theory as to what's actually happening for us, right? What Marathon Kev? What's going on? Who is Marathon Kev? Why is Marathon Kev here? Why are you in this vessel? Is it a vessel? What's going on with with the ego and the spirit and the soul and the psyche, and what is God and who is God and does God even exist? All these things, man. I've been driving myself insane about it all.
Yeah.
Since I came out of a coma in 2021, in 2001. Right, and everything seemed a bit different. I was seeing the world through a different lens, and it was freaking me out because I felt like I was in a parallel universe.
Right.
Right. And
yeah, that'll happen though. That'll happen. Once the veil gets lifted, or however they say that.
Yeah.
You start looking at shit different, and you want to talk to people about this, bro. I had a pops that used to teach me about all this shit when I was a pup. He I'm talking like 1995 shit. My dad making me listen to Alex Jones and all the conspiracy theories, and there's a brother named Jordan Maxwell who's got like a lot of like
clean your room.
Really, yeah,
clean your room.
Come on, yeah, and also like David Icke, with the reptilian shit. My pops used to force me to listen to that. And I'm like, okay, I tried to escape that, but I'm like, let me double back on it with my own like lens, I'm some of this shit might not have been wrong, you know what I mean? But let me get some data though. I need some data to support the claims.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So when the thing is, it needs to be the correct data as well. Because if it's incorrect data applied to, if you think about history, right, the events 200 years ago, none of us can actually say what took place 200 years ago. So we've got these data points. Data. It's data. It's data. Data. Yeah. We got these data points, and the thing is, what's very clear over the last 5 years is that they really like to control those data points, because those data points, that information helps to form your perception of what happened, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So if they can control your perception of what happened by controlling the data points and only allowing you the information that they want you to have about it, they could say, I've used this example recently, that if you imagine if in 2,000 years' time they dig up some remains of what's going on now, and all of our digital data has all been destroyed and gone, right? But there's still some stuff that's printed, and it's there's some crazy stuff been printed. So who knows what they get their hands on, right?
Right.
But then somebody, because the English language is no longer exists, everybody speaks a universal language, right? And everybody speaks it. And it's telepathy. Nobody actually says words anymore. They just speak to each other in their minds, right? But so the English language is kind of not anything anymore. So words have to be translated, and they translate a day. They say the word day. Yes, 2,000 years ago, they used to refer to things called days. We have determined that a day was the equivalent to 1 year.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Right? And the confusion that caused, the misconception of what happened in the timeline, basically. And they could say, the man was in power for 16 days, thinking it's 16 years. It's not 16 days.
Yeah, 16 years. Yeah.
So
Exactly.
apply that concept as if that's actually what's happened. Everything we've been taught has been askew on the data, because that has allowed perceptions to be formed that agree with the status quo as it is now. that we've got kings and queens and nobles and elites and families and bloodlines and Illuminati and secret societies and all of this shit, right? We will agree with it because it's in history, isn't it? It's, we learned all about this in school, the Templars and all of this. Wow.
And hold on,
They've very carefully constructed a false image that means that what we've done is construct the world as they want it. They want to be sat there up on top in control, so they need all of us to agree that status quo exists.
Yeah.
It's a natural hierarchy, and obviously, because they have accumulated so much money and wealth, it must mean that they are the most intelligent people on this earth.
Absolutely.
Right? And all that is ego. That's ego.
I'm not mad at that. Like my little, my synopsis or, my theory about the Illuminati, I don't think it's necessarily like this secret society. I think it's just like a billionaire's boys club, and they trying to keep the wealth within their family. And they're doing a great job at that. They're doing a fantastic job at that. Now it gets a little weird though at the top. Have you ever heard of Event 201?
Say that again?
It's called Event 201. Have you ever heard of that?
Oh yeah. That was the simulation in a few months before the coup happened in 2019. They did a simulation with Bill Gates and everything, and you know that they're going to do another simulation. Another simulation's coming up.
Let's show
where they're you're there, right? I won't step on your toes, sir.
Yeah. Just so y'all know, we're not tripping about this. So this is Event 201. This was a tabletop exercise. At the top of the top, this was the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Let's go ahead on and scroll down to the bottom of this shit. Let's see who else have parts to do with this. This was by the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, the WEF, the World Economic Forum, and also the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Okay?
Can I point something out as well? Can I just point something out? Bloomberg.
Yes,
what else is it that Bloomberg's involved in? Oh, yeah. Print. They print the news. They're responsible for news stories.
Yeah, a whole lot.
What are they doing with health? What have they got to do with health? Are they doctors? No. They're not doctors or they're not medically. Their business isn't even medically inclined. Their business is about information.
Yes, exactly.
And controlling information. Sorry.
Yeah, no. You're good. Yeah, because you're right about that. So it's interesting. The conglomerate here that was talking about this scenario called Event 201. So everybody that's listening, this exercise was performed on October 18th of 2019 in New York. So the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security in partnership with the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation hosted Event 201, a high-level pandemic exercise on October 18th of 2019 in New York, New York. The exercise illustrates. No, you good, brother. Just let me know anytime you want to interject, and I'll stop reading.
I was just going to say October 18th, 2019. That was basically 5 months before the lockdown started.
Well, I think our first
October, November
case of COVID was like our first case of Rona was shortly after January.
Oh yeah, the first case was, but they locked down. They started the lockdowns in March because February I had a friend come out and stay with me for a few days, and then went back, and we made plans for her to come back again in the June. And we didn't make plans, but we talked about it. We said, come back in June, July, and we can spend a month together. And then the lockdowns happened.
Yeah.
End of February, beginning of March.
Facts. So check it out, y'all. So the exercise illustrates areas where public and private partnerships will be necessary during the response to a severe pandemic in order to diminish large-scale economic and societal consequences.
And
Interesting how the World Economic Forum is a part of this. You know?
We can all agree that they absolutely, that obviously this planning that they did really helped them to diminish the large-scale economic and societal consequences that the actual pandemic had, because they did such a good job, and everybody came out of that feeling so good. It was just it was the best. It was so good that they planned for this.
Well, that little Billionaires Boy Club, you know what I mean? They made a lot of chili off of this.
Mm-hmm.
They made a lot of chili. So in recent years, the world has seen a growing number of epidemic events, amounting to approximately 200 events annually. These events are increasing, and they are disruptive to health, economies, and society. Managing these events already strains global capacity, even absent a pandemic threat. Experts agree that it is only a matter of time before one of these epidemics becomes global. A pandemic with potentially catastrophic consequences. A severe pandemic, which becomes Event 201, and would require reliable cooperation amongst several industries, national governments, and key international institutions.
Hang on, that sounds like some sort of fascist state? Huh.
It does, yeah, it does, and it sounds like somebody knew something before we did.
Oh, mate. So, can I expand on this? Because I wasn't sure if you were going to or not. So, yeah, this took place. This was a real thing. I was actually talking about it at the time in 2019. And it was also one of the things that I put forward as evidence in 2020. Me and Roxanne, we talked about it quite a lot. But unfortunately, we were shut down. And we weren't just shut, I mean, obviously we were shut down by YouTube, but we were shut down by people. Yeah. People were telling us, even fellow members of our truth-seeking community were telling us we were stupid, fear-mongering. There was absolutely nothing in it. We were just fear-mongering. It was a load of rubbish. And we laid out a plan. We laid out the timescales, right? But right early on, we laid out the timescales. Whilst me and Rox were putting on a live show every day. Well, as soon as they locked down and shut all the business down, right? Me and Roxanne started live streaming twice a day, every day. In the afternoon, I'd sing for 2 hours, and then in the evening, we'd do a live show. We'd have panels, and we'd have people come in. StreamYard hadn't been out that long. We were using StreamYard, and we were trying to keep people informed on what we could see was going on. And we were telling everyone, it's going to be months, up to a year before they start to lift the restrictions in any way. It's going to be 2 years before the restrictions are kind of gone, and it's going to be 5 years before the truth starts to really come out about it.
Come on.
And one thing that we missed was the Ukraine war right in the middle. But what the Ukraine war did was it put the whole Koof thing on a back burner. And if anybody remembers, suddenly it wasn't about the Koof anymore. It was all about Ukraine. And make sure you've got your, instead of, I had mine, have you had yours yet? Profile pictures, everybody then had to change to a Ukraine flag. And it like clockwork and like just perfectly. Everybody changed to Ukraine. It's all about Ukraine now. All right, what about COVID? No, don't worry about that. It's Ukraine now, right?
Yeah.
We didn't see that one.
With Ukraine. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So we didn't foresee it, but as soon as it started happening, we dug into it and started calling out immediately for what it was, right? Mm-hmm. Straight away. And God, we got just as much hatred for that as we did for calling out the Koof. Yeah. And I ended up in 2021. They deleted my or at the end of 2020, they deleted my original channel with 3,500 videos on it, which were all pure content about exactly this stuff.
Exactly.
Right. 3,500 fucking videos. 3 years work, basically 3.5 years work. So basically, I was doing 1,000 videos a year, and when I tried to get that channel back recently, they told me it's completely deleted. There's no possibility of it getting it back, and that's the one with all the gold on it. That's the one with all the gold on it, right? And it's all the information that I could be sharing now, right? But I don't have the references anymore. I just have the knowledge of it, and also, oh God, I'm just like, man, I was trying to scream all this to you lot fucking years ago, and nobody wanted to hear. Everybody, I got shut down, and now what am I gonna say again?
No, me too. I'm with you, bro. I had a channel was like pretty close to 10K. Subs.
Oh, go on.
When I started covering like the COVID shit, and I kept catching like community guideline strikes,
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so I caught 2. Then there was like 3 or 4 doctors that pulled up to Capitol Hill, and they was telling everybody like, we need y'all to like take zinc, some other shit, like basically they were telling everybody the same shit Joe Rogan was like, take ivermectin, you probably be okay. I shared that, I reacted to it, and that was my 3rd community guideline strike, and my channel got clipped. I did the same thing like when they like, okay, we releasing the hounds or whatever, y'all could apply to get your channels back. I tried to get mine back. They're like, nope, you out of here, Jack.
Yeah, sorry, it was too long ago.
Yeah, even if we do give your channel back, them videos ain't coming back though. That's out. And I'm like, oh, okay, all right, no problem.
So
it is what it is.
I had my second channel deleted. My first channel was deleted, so I created a second channel. They blatantly lied. They were taking me down for medical misinformation, community guideline strikes, and I wasn't even talking about medical stuff in the videos that they were striking me on. And they were returning the appeals within 30 seconds, saying, no, we've reviewed your thing, and it's definitely a community guideline, right? They didn't get, it's the Magic Treehouse. The channel's the Magic Treehouse. They did give me the channel back with all the subscribers.
As soon as you ask, because at that point in time, you could ask for a human review.
Oh, I did. I did ask for a human review on one of them.
And that shit would come back like instantaneously after you requested like a human review. It would come back like 30 seconds later. Like, ain't no way no human reviewed that. Like,
you watched it. You watched a human reviewed a 27-minute video in less than 30 seconds.
Right.
Wow.
Hell no. Ain't no way. Yeah.
Right.
I'm glad I'm not the only one, bro. Come on.
Oh, dude, there's a huge community of people. That the trouble is, right, because of the way that they've managed to twist our minds up so that when somebody says something that doesn't sit right with somebody else, that it causes dislike and dysfunction and disagreement, right? And so you have people that are getting on and they get on, and then one of them says, yeah, man, yeah, I think the whole fucking shape of the earth thing, what a joke that is. People think we live on a globe that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Show me the curvature, right? And then suddenly, whoa, you're a flat earther. Oh, mate, are you fucking stupid or something? Didn't you go to fucking school? You're a flat earther. Right. Hang on. We were mates up until now. Now I'm a stupid twat. What? Yeah. Hang on. Right, and it doesn't matter what the division is. There will be something that you can't talk about with certain people because it will damage the friendship if you do it. If you do, right?
Right.
Like opinions about Israel, or about the Jewish faith, or about frickin' take your pick. What football team you support? If you support football or not. Are you a football or a rugby man? I like cricket. Like all of these divisions. So if anybody does express themselves honestly, they have to be careful where they do it. And that means that generally a lot of people just don't even bother. They don't bother expressing themselves honestly, genuinely, because they know that's going to get either ridicule or condemnation or get them ostracized. So they're better just to fit in the group and just keep all that under the hat and in their cloak cream and don't worry about that. And yeah, man, yeah, I'm a Republican. Yeah, go Trump or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't picking because you are well. Actually, do you know what? That's a question I want to ask you. Because you wear a MAGA hat, and I've always appreciated that. Right? You wore a MAGA hat. Was that deliberately provocative, or were you, or are you? Do you consider yourself to be MAGA?
No, not necessarily. I appreciate I like somebody that moves the needle. You know what I mean? I'm not against nobody is above reproach though, and that includes Trump. So yeah, I'm down with the sentiments of like make America great again for sure, because it's been fucked up for a little while now, But yeah, I'm down with the sentiments, and yeah, go ahead.
Do you think he's succeeding?
Yeah, I think so. There's some shit I'm not happy with, but those of us that voted for Trump, we're witnessing what we voted for,
Right, and
it is
accepted it.
happening.
Right, and saying, "Hey, shit, we voted for this." But do you feel like maybe you actually know you didn't vote for this? You were voting for all this other stuff that he was promising. You didn't vote for that. You didn't necessarily vote
Nah, he's
for.
delivering. He's delivering.
He is.
I think.
Yep.
Yeah, like with immigration and shit like that for sure. I'm like, yeah, I get it. And we definitely do need some people to get the fuck up out the paint. If you over here illegally, you gotta go. The thing that I didn't anticipate though, just to be honest and keep it a buck, I didn't anticipate like the human element though, where there are people that have been over here, they are illegal, technically they're not supposed to be here,
But they're not bad, and they're contributing.
Yeah, it's tough, bro. I'm a little empath, like borderline empath, and I don't like seeing people that are like good people get ripped away from their homes or separated from their children or their families. I'm like, ooh, that's the part about that I didn't anticipate,
The disruption and the trauma that it's causing really innocent people.
Sick, bro. Yeah.
All right.
That hurts my heart, bro.
They might be there illegally and stuff, but they're actually genuine. Right? They're genuine Fugees or immigrants that were actually genuinely escaping really bad conditions and came over before they were providing boats and credit cards and 5-star hotels.
100%.
I think
there is some shit that's like waning on the economy. If you are over here illegally, you stole like somebody's social security number or whatever the case may be, whatever it is. Sometimes that isn't even the case, but there's a lot of illegals over here that you can get care. You can go pull up on the I don't know, any social office. You can get some food stamps or free health care, because we can't deny anybody. So it's like, imagine, let's just say like 10 million. 10 million is the number that Trump been putting out that came across the border underneath the Biden administration.
Yeah, in that 4 years.
Picture 10 million people over here, getting free health care. That's a strain on us, those of us that do like pay for like pay taxes, that go to work every day. That we are paying taxes, and our tax dollars go to like contribute to like Medicare and Medicaid and this, that, and the third. That is a little bit of a strain on the economy, just to be honest. It's like, but I didn't think about the human element though. I'm like, that's sick. That's sick to watch that shit happen though. People get ripped away from their families. That's sick.
I've got a slightly different perspective on immigration because I'm an immigrant, and I'm the result of an immigrant getting together with an English woman back in the 1950s after the Second World War, captured, North African, injured in battle, captured, taken into a hospital, and a prisoner of war camp in the UK, and then didn't leave when he was released. Enjoyed what was going on and stayed, and had an affair with my nan and had 3 children with her. And so I'm part North African, so I'm the result ultimately of an illegal. Well, he wasn't illegal. I think he wasn't an illegal immigrant, but he was an immigrant. I mean, the man spoke 11 languages. And here I am in Tenerife. I lived in Portugal for 6 years. I spent 4 months on the streets in Malaga. And then I came here to Tenerife, which is technically not Europe, because technically it's Africa. It's part of Africa. It's off the west coast of Africa, the west coast of North Africa, where I'm sort of part, I'm kind of connected. And I didn't choose to come here. I was brought here by a friend. But yeah, so and I'm looking. I fled the UK in 2009. I said, this ship is sinking. I'm a rat and I'm gone. And I went to Portugal in 2009 with my girlfriend at the time because the economy had collapsed in 2008, and I lost a job that I'd been working for just shy of a year, but I a contract bar manager, bar and restaurant manager of a really successful tourist pub, and I was just shy of a year when the new owners took ownership, and their deal was that if you were contracted for a year, then you kept your job. If you'd had your contract for a year, then you kept your job at the same salary. And I was like 5 days short of a year. 360 days I'd been there, and they let me go. And I'm looking at the job market in 2009, January 2009, because he fired me at Christmas. January 2009, I'm looking at the job market and thinking, shit, I'm screwed. Like, there's nothing. There's nothing. But right, screw it. I'm going to go to Portugal and play guitar. Girlfriend, do you fancy moving country with me? Let's screw that. Like, this country is screwed. Let's go somewhere else where at least the weather's better. And that's why we left. And I did go back for a brief time, chasing after her, trying to get her back when she left me. But that didn't last long, and I was straight back to Portugal again, and then obviously ended up here. But I don't disagree with immigration. I think immigration is a fucking great thing. It's a brilliant thing. It's a beautiful thing. But nobody gave me a credit card funded by the Spanish taxpayers. Nobody put me up in a 5-star hotel. I don't get any benefits. I get absolutely fuck all off anybody except my subscribers. My subscribers are the only people keeping me alive. And with that in mind, please remember, I'm going to tug on your heartstrings, ladies and gentlemen. You are the only people keeping me alive. If you'd like to help keep me alive, please consider making a small donation to my PayPal or Ko-fi.
Donation. It's a donation. I thought it was a trap. Don't be hitting no. Put some money in. Stupid ass. I whoop your ass, players. Don't call me now. Watch it. You tall black motherfucker. There's women up inside. I don't give a fuck about them. Ain't nobody give me nothing.
Sorry about that. Just a little grift. I've been going for 5 hours and 7 minutes, and that's the first time I've asked.
Oh yeah, for sure. You definitely got to grift that grift. I got a phone call, bro. I got to take this.
No worries, dude. I'm sure I'll still be here. If you finish your call and you want to come back, I'll still be here probably. Yeah. But yeah, no worries, man. Thanks for joining me, and thanks for sharing that, Kev. That is really encouraging to me, who's been a truth seeker since 2009. Right. So I don't know. You were the last person that I expected to come up on my panel and talk about this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I do already know it all. You are preaching to the choir as far as I'm concerned. But one of the reasons I kept my mouth shut was because I thought, well, maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions, making assumptions that all of my viewers are all switched onto this because they're my viewers, right? So, but actually, no, that's not the case. I've probably got viewers that aren't switched onto it. So you presented it really well, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's important to me, you know, because I love to talk about this, but with the right people, and also
man.
like just to make sure we able to like get our point across with the data, though. You know what I mean? Y'all check it out. If you think it's false, you know, run a lap on the shit that we talking about, and then double back. You know, let's have a conversation about it. But it is important, though. You know, you can stay asleep if you want to, but there's a couple niggas out here that'll, you know, give you a little morsel of truth. You know?
Yep.
Yeah. So you can do what's that shit Morpheus did in the Matrix, like, I got the red pill, I got the blue pill. Yeah. You can take the blue pill, take your bitch ass back to sleep. Or you can eat this red shit. You know what I'm saying?
Dude.
And figure out what the fuck really going on.
What happens if I take them both? Poiple pill.
You should call your doctor. Because it's probably you're gonna have a longer lasting erection than 4 hours. So. I appreciate you having me up, Double O. You know, I'll double
Appreciate
back.
You too, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this call real quick. Appreciate you, brother.
Go on. No worries.
God bless.
God bless, babe. Dom, welcome back.
Order.
We got yeah. You've been very quiet, sir, but I appreciate that.
I'm hearing you guys. I've been sharing in backstage, or I've been sharing.
I see you in the comments there. All is some sort of magic. Sadly, many have been conditioned to think or feel it's bad or woo-woo. Absolutely, yeah. Been made scared of it because it's satanic. You're worshipping Satan, you'll summon Satan and his devils and his demons and the ghouls and the goblins, and they'll come and steal your soul and drag you to hell where you'll burn for eternity. Really?
I need popcorn now.
Go on and bring it. So
I guess
that's what,
when people talk about spiritual cooking, you should throw in material cooking. The masses do material cooking. Spiritual would be no different if you go to like an Anthony Robinson seminar. You're actually transmuting your energy. But the fact that people have been told that this woman, that clearly has been reported, she's into the arts, people are just going nuts with their assumptions. Unless you were there and understand what urine therapy is and all that. This is how they know this. Present the public information and let them run with it.
Yep.
They're not going inwards and say, okay, so how does it serve me if there's such thing as spiritual? And even that, for most people, they're not actually going to go deep enough to reveal itself. Okay, spiritual is about energy transformation. Spiritual, mind over matter, the unknown into the known. But for a lot of folks, it's conspiracy. Yeah, there is people that are conspiring together. There's people that are theoretical, and then there's people that are speculating. They're not going inwards and say, well, but how does that serve me? But most people profess they have answers. At that point, fuck, I need lots of popcorn. They're not challenged the self. I get it. People are going to question things because we're living in an age of information, but most people are going to become fucking consciously ignorant, promoting shit that they haven't experienced.
The trouble is, though, Dom, because we have to give the benefit of the doubt, I think, because like Kev is a really good example because, like he said, Kev needs facts. He wants to be able to see some paperwork or see a video that's showing actual events, but he wants something material that can back up what's being expressed.
Yeah, to engage in the senses.
Right, and that is the case for the majority of people out there because, let's face it, unless you're in a secret society, we're
But
all
even
a little bit. We're all a little bit. Well, we're all totally inept when we embark on a journey concerning the spiritual arts, right?
Well, this is why I told you the other day, a rude awakening. Those club members, they're asleep too. The thing is, unless somebody really meets in a physical form, a more immortal being, and then understands the teachings when it comes to a spoken teaching, because that engages
Speaking
a
to an
lot of...
immortal being right now, brother.
True. And here we are. So, but for a lot of folks is they want it written down. Okay, so whoever wrote that information, are they trustworthy? Well, no, Dom, they don't even live anymore. So people are taking fact from an act of a written black to white.
Right. And it's not even if they're trustworthy, right? It's not even if they're trustworthy, because they might be trustworthy and they might actually be sharing exactly how they're perceiving it. But how they're perceiving it might not be how it actually is, what is actually happening. It's just their perception of what's actually happening.
And that's why
so
we
they're
should question.
sharing, right, so they're sharing their experience and they're sharing their perception of that experience. And too many people seem to forget that when considering these, these documents and diaries and fucking scriptures and whatever, at the end of the day, it was written by God, was it? Okay, right. It was written was it written by God in the hand? No, it used a man. Used a man, and the man had to engage his ego in order to be able to write whatever it was going to write, because that, unfortunately, is the only thing that runs the spirit has no actual control over the body. It's just got a direct link to the body, right? And we can listen to the spirit. Or look who it is! Holy shit! Oh, dude, if this was real life, I'd get up and I'd give you a big fucking hug, man. Hang on, I gotta make sure I got this. No, that was not for you, dude. That was an accident. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
You looking all different. Looking all different again.
I am different. I'm different now.
You're a different man now. So much has happened. You don't understand, Richard, the amount of water under the bridge in the last couple of months since I last saw you. Dude, I've just been me. That's all I can say, right? Is all I've been is me. And I don't think I've changed much over the last year, 2 years, 3 years. Maybe in the last 10 years, I've changed a little bit. But not in the last couple of years.
That cabin looks nice.
Do you like it, man?
That cabin you built?
I know.
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it? It's like I got the sunlight coming in, and it's not a green screen at all.
No, never.
I got a new room that gives me the space to put a green screen up on a wall and have the computer orientated in such a place where the camera can do this. So, yeah, and I got my guitar on the wall as well, in shot. So that's all cool. It's a new room. It's a smaller room, and it costs more.
It costs more. Well, I guess that's a good thing, right? I mean, it's nicer.
I guess, yeah. I mean, it was decorated, and I've got more space. I've got more space for my stuff. Even though it's a smaller room, there's actually more areas for me to store stuff. In the other room, there wasn't anywhere for me to store anything. Is that a piano? So that's a piano.
The piano. I can't play
it's
it, but that's a
piano. Oh, that's fantastic. Is that your room now? Where are you staying?
Yeah, I'm actually I got roommates. Let's just say that.
Roommates or housemates?
Housemates. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's your room. That's your space there.
This is the living room.
Oh, okay. So we might get one of them coming back, or are they off at work?
There's only one of them here, but maybe that could happen.
Is it a boy or a girl?
It's two. I live with two other men.
Ah, okay. That's a shame.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
It is a shame. It's actually a sober living house. That's what I wasn't wanting to disclose in the beginning part.
Yeah, that's pretty good though, dude, because you can mentor each other.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
So I didn't realize that you had that issue.
Well,
Be
good.
honest, I didn't realize that was something that you were actually battling with.
Yeah, well, good. I hit it well then. I hit it well.
Well, you did, dude. I don't remember ever seeing you drunk.
Yeah, my thing wasn't really drinking.
Oh, okay. What was it? Tell me. You're talking to an ex-cokehead here.
I was taking these. So they took kratom and they have lab synthesized it into like its own opiate now. And they sell it in the head shop. And I got to taking that shit like candy. I was like ordering a bag of 200 of them off the internet and like having it shipped to my house and shit. And I would eat 5 in the morning and 5 at lunch and 5 at dinner.
Shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not like I've been running around buying shit in baggies from anybody, but I did withdraw a little bit off of it, like when I came off of it and everything. So it wasn't fun. It reminded me of what that whole shit's like.
So it does. It puts things into perspective as far as you, basically CJ, the guy that came up on the panels and I spoke to, and it puts that into better focus. You know.
Yeah. I was I was working with those guys. It was like a road crew. I was like living out of hotels there for a while. I know you saw me in the hotels and whatnot.
Well, you were staying in digs at first on the site. You were staying in digs on site, and then I don't know what happened. If it was a fallout, the guy basically wasn't liking your work, but you were.
Yeah, I went down there to be his carpenter, and since I didn't have anyone
ended
else
up being
to
his
go,
site
they put me
manager.
in a road crew of his.
Oh,
and
right,
I did
yeah.
that for a while until they didn't like me either. They left me at a fucking hotel, and I had to figure it out from there. So that's kind of why I haven't been on much lately. I've just now got it to the point where it's figured out,
It's good to see you, CJ. You're looking good. You put some weight on.
Yeah, I have actually. When I came into this whole thing, I weighed 145 and I weigh 175 now, something like that.
Yeah, it's like 12 stone. That's good. I need to put some weight on myself, but there we go. It was just not much. Not the only thing that's changed here, dude, is I'm in a different room. That's the only thing that's changed. Or maybe, I don't know. How long has it been? It's only been months. I was in the other room, I think. I'd already moved rooms once when I met you.
But you did that all with funds from this.
Well, it's only donations from subscribers that is keeping my head above water.
Yeah, that's powerful. I mean, that's good.
Yeah, dude, it's not any fun because I'm literally like, no, fuck. Well, no, this is literal because it's written. I am literally begging people to, like, I've still not paid all the rent this week. So every week I'm fucking scrambling every week. It's a bitch. I don't recommend it.
Did they ever, I know you had a problem with YouTube, like verifying your ID or whatever.
Nope, they closed the account and took the money. They closed the account and took the money, dude.
Oh, man.
Just like they did with the first one. And the first channel, they gave me that channel back, minus 700 videos. And they told me my first channel that was deleted is gone forever, never to be seen again, with 3,500 videos on it. For 3 years' work.
Yeah.
Really, what I wish is that I lived in this fairy tale land, right? This fairy tale reality where the universe or God or whatever said, I will take pity on this individual who's desperately trying to fucking share the truth with people. And all it's done is fuck his life up to the point where he's begging people on YouTube to keep his head above water.
The
so I'm going to help him out.
To unionize. so that you can have some. You guys are going to have to unionize.
They
now.
tried to do that. They tried to do that a couple of years ago.
did
They sort of did. There is sort of a YouTube union. It's like I don't know how effective it is, but there is kind of a YouTube, or there was a couple of years ago, unless there's been a Mandela effect and it doesn't exist anymore. And in this reality, that it depends what timeline we're on. Isn't it? Fuck's sake.
Yeah. I remember when I went through that phase. I don't even think about any of that shit anymore. But I was definitely like the Berenstain. It was never Stain. Like I know that it was never Stain. It was always.
It was Steen or Stein. Steen or Stein, never Stain.
Yeah, but it wasn't Stain.
I'm gonna write a song.
I never think about
Stain
that
or
shit
Stein,
anymore.
but
I'm glad I
never
got out of that.
Stain. It was Steen,
I've been
Steen or
landscaping
Stein,
lately.
not never Stain. Right, it'd have to be sung in an American accent and shit. Hey, Dom, dude, you just slip into.
Well, they
it
kicked
just
all the
slips into the
Mexicans out,
background.
and now I got a landscaping job.
Hey, that's
know, right?
good. That's good. So there's some, we were just talking about me and Kev, Marathon Kev, were just talking about
I
the.
couldn't get my mic to work. I was gonna come on, but my mic, I had to reboot like 4 times.
Mate, I'm honoured. Marathon Kev coming on my and sharing what he shared. That's like, shit. I wasn't expecting that. That's awesome. Marathon Kev's just gone up in my estimations even more. And I liked him. I knew I liked him. I didn't know why I liked him. Like it just seemed like a nice guy. But there was something else about Kev that I liked, and I didn't know what it was. And I think I know today, because he's not completely asleep. He's got one eye open. He's been watching for a while, and he was preaching to the choir with me and most of the people on my channel. But to anybody that was come across my channel that it isn't part of the choir, it might be new information, and the way he presented it was really cool. So, and we've got Dominic here. I don't know if you've met Dominic before.
I don't know.
Dom,
I'm better with
CJ. Do you know CJ? Have you met him before?
I'm hearing him. No, I don't think so. GJ, how you doing, boss?
Hey man, how are you?
CJ was around like last year. Was I think when we first met, and the beginning of this year.
Yeah.
Like 11 months ago or something, and just for a couple of months he was fairly regular on my panel and Flow States before Flow became the Powder Dusty, and so we just used to I've spoken to him a few times, and he's been a guest on the panel a few times, and then he just kind of went poof like that.
It's only been 2 months, I think, that
He
I've
was
like,
gone.
been
I know,
disappeared.
but dude, listen, this is YouTube world. 2 months might as well be 2 fucking years, brother.
Yeah, I think
So much has happened.
Maybe 3. It might be 3 months.
So much has happened in the last 3 months in the world, not here. Nothing's fucking changed here. I'm still sat here.
I popped onto some of the other channels, like the Talcott Sphere or whatever, and they were still arguing the same argument that they were arguing 3 months ago. So I was just like, well,
live without fear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think about him? I thought he was a bed or something, a plant. Like he can't be that crazy.
I think that he's distantly related to God, what was his name? Manson. Charles Manson.
Shit.
I think he's basically the reincarnate. Not. Well, the thing is, right? Charles Manson was actually quite a cool bloke. There's still whatever people think about Charles Manson. Charles Manson didn't kill anybody. Charles Manson basically ended up in a situation where he had a bunch of people fucking hanging off his every word, and he was playing music and doing drugs, and he had a bunch of people following him, and he was just fucking around. But he's actually got a perspective and a perception of life that's very similar to a truther's. He knows things about stuff, and you're right, he understands the deceptions and that. When you hear him, the interviews that they did, the fact that they were allowed to go in there and interview it and put it on CBS and fucking and mainstream national cable networks interviewing Charles Manson, the legend, the living legend, fucking that. If that doesn't scream psyop enough to you, then I don't know what will. If that doesn't scream absolute 100% fucking brainwash programming, don't know what else will.
I used to have this drive to like want to come on here and tell everybody about all the things, and now I'm just kind of to the point where like I just hope they don't, I hope they don't disappear me for looking into this shit, and I'm just gonna go about my day, and I'm not gonna bring it up, I guess, anymore.
It's always been the case that you've had to be careful about where you brought these things up, right? There was a time when you couldn't even bring these things up on the internet. Right, there were only some things that you could speak about, but there were other things that you couldn't speak about, and still there's one thing that you definitely can't speak about, right? That's two things that you definitely can't speak about, and you still can't speak about. Right? If that's not clear enough.
Another one of those again, I'll have to like, what do you call it? Civil disobedience. I'll have to like civilly disobey them again, because I didn't. Are we talking about the C word thing here? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no. I'm talking about Havana.
That's why you political theater, folks. We all know where it ends up. We've seen it. I've been here 12 years. I've seen it 12 times. I refuse to be a thespian in this failure theater.
Thomas Massey, dear ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Thomas Massey.
Can live only as long as they are enshrined in our hearts and minds. Whether we will preserve and extend popular liberty is a very serious question, but after all, it is a very old question. The men who signed the Declaration faced it. So did those who wrote the Constitution. But each succeeding generation has faced it. And so far, each succeeding generation has answered it in the affirmative.
I would like to solve the puzzle.
I only play that because you said civil disobedience. I'd like to welcome Mitch to the stage and say, Mitch, since in my late 40s, I don't trust every fart. Sometimes you just know it's going to be all right. But there's other times that you just know that maybe it's not going to be all right, so you just have to make sure you go and sit on that toilet first.
It's okay. I love you, bro. We all human.
Hold me, motherfucker.
The way Hey, when I say hold me, listen, brother. When I say hold me, I ain't talking about a hug. Anyway, no, it's just a little joke. Come on, it's a clean inside. I try to keep it a clean inside joke. You got to joke a little bit. But hey, the civil disobedience, the fucking key word there for anybody around the world. Remember, civil.
Yeah.
Keyword, civil. You can look at a cop. Listen, I've been doing it personally myself. And I'm having bad flashbacks of a program thing, and it's designed to make dudes crack out, you know what I mean, and hurt cops. Because right now I'm trying to deal with some stuff, and every time I go to deal with it, every time I see a pig in a suit, it just makes me mad. I get a flash of a Nazi. I'm serious. It just makes me mad. And the thing is, I'm a fucking American. I was taught to deal with the Nazis a certain way. I don't know about you or what you were educated on, but I know what the fucking Holocaust is. But anyways, listen, a lot of it is all brainwashing to get everybody down. We just got to live free, civil disobedience, and be sovereign. They're brainwashing everybody. Trump told you right at first what was going on. I think I figured a bunch of stuff out. Like COVID, one of the things it stood for was co-void. And if you live free and sovereign from that point on, you're okay. Because I'm a stiff dude. I don't like the cops. And they give me a girth, man. They do not bother me. But I'm also not a problem either, you know.
Once you've established that you do know, you're aware of certain things, so there's no point in them playing that anymore because it's not going to work. They're just wasting their time. They will stop wasting their time because at the end of the day, they're like salesmen, right? If they don't have a sniff of a sale, then they're not going to bother. And
think
it's the same with cops. Because at the end of the day, police officers, policy officers, all they're there is to do is collect revenue. That's all they're there for. So if they're not going to be able to extort something out of you somehow, and they know because you're aware of your rights and you engage yourself honorably with them, right? Because it's all about this whole idea of honor, right? It does actually exist in a legal term, in a legal sense, being honorable in the way that you engage with people, right? Which means not screaming and shouting and swearing at them and, throwing stuff at them, being polite and cordial all the time, no matter what.
Well, I've discussed it with other people, and a lot of people.
How you doing? How's everybody doing?
A lot of
sorry, Mitch.
It's all right. It's all right. Go for it.
A lot of people misunderstand my stuff. My stuff on my channel is for a certain thing, and if you notice, my behavior on other channels never goes past a certain self-discipline. You know what I mean? But I agree with you. The words that I'm using when I'm out and about in other people's channels, I got to focus on changing. But when I'm doing my thing on my channel, that's 100% something totally different. You'll understand, and you will thank me later.
Right.
Are you auditing or something? I'm not aware of what you're doing on your channel, dude. Are you? And I'm not a part of the panel verse or anything like that. I've ducked my head in a couple of times, and I go on flows. I go on Dusties, but you don't see me anywhere else, like. So I'm not really aware of what your content is. Do you wanna?
Well, they got me blocked and stuff, but mainly it's getting the truth spoken into ether. That's important. You have to speak the truth right now. That's number one. Take care of yourself and speak the truth. Everything else will fall in line.
There's a difference between true and truth. You realize that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's true and what's truthful. They're not necessarily the same thing. Truth is something agreed on by two or more people, but what's true is true. It's actual.
Yeah.
Right.
It's accurate. It's
accurate.
measurement.
It's accurate and true.
Right.
Right. True and accurate. But truth is something that can be agreed on by two or more people.
Yep.
And I agree with that. What's funny? One of the other fellas, I think Dom just made a comment about when you do this on the bigger platforms, somebody always starts a problem. And we're supposed to do this to learn from each other. Because you said something the other day, and I couldn't get online, but it clicked. It clicked really bad, and I wanted to respond to it, and I couldn't. I couldn't get online. We all learn from each other, and that's what makes us better. You know what I mean?
Right.
We have to get over ourselves.
Yes.
To be able to do that, we have to get over ourselves. I have to get over myself. I have to just. I'm doing it constantly. Still, I'm doing it all the time. I think that's actually a good thing that I'm catching myself, and I can recognize when it's not I stepped out of line. It's just like, yeah, I've my ego's come and stepped forward and started spouting off, right? Like Queen Stephanie. He got me out of my chair, and got my ego literally out of my chair and squaring up to the camera. But then 3 days later, when he comes on my panel, he's still festering and spewing about it, or at least professing to, making it seem like he is, by spurging out in the private chat because I won't let him on the panel.
Oh, that one guy.
And I'm like, dude, I've completely forgotten about that. That happened 3 days ago. And I realized and I said at the time, I said to him, oh shit, well done, Queen Stephanie, well done. You fucking triggered me. You triggered me, and you got me out of my fucking chair and wanting to knock your fucking head off.
Yeah, you forgot about it, but he didn't. It's still going on in his head.
Yeah. Well, because I'd resolved it. I'd resolved the issue. The issue was with me. Yes. I'm getting triggered by words, by this dickhead who's just spouting words, purely to trigger me emotionally.
Right.
What he wanted was for me to get out of my chair and
Enrage.
you know, just yeah.
And you caught yourself.
So just this one's for you actually. And do you know what? I made this video afterwards, right? Because I thought, because one of what he triggered me on was my own issues that I have myself with my weight, right? I was showing some photos the other day of me back in 2010 when I weighed about 95 kilos, and you know, I looked a lot better and a lot healthier than I do now. And so he fucking got me triggered about it, and so I made this just to say, oh, do you know what? Fuck you.
That was great.
Yeah,
Basically,
nice mellow morning video. It was cool.
But basically, I'm sat here in a wife beater now. It's dirty, and oh no, I've got a t-shirt on actually, but I've got a wife beater on underneath. But anyway, I don't like sitting here on camera in a wife beater, right? I don't like going on camera in a wife beater because it just, all I see is how much fucking weight I've lost. There was a time when I was proud to sit there in a wife beater because I knew what I looked like. I looked, you know, I looked good in a wife beater. But yeah, I was basically, I thought, right, I'm still really have an issue with it. It hurts me, and it can trigger me. So I thought I'll make a video, put me on the fucking camera in a wife beater, and everybody can see how much weight I've lost, and just own it. And so fuck you, Queen Stephanie. I'll still challenge you to come here and fucking square up to me, face to face, nose to nose, eye to eye, toe to toe. I'd fucking love that. I'll give you a big kiss.
Yeah, I've never known who's that guy. He's never been very entertaining. I find it shocking that he has people that actually follow him. I've tried to watch his show a couple of times, and like the first hour was music, and then I'm not even sure what happened, to be honest.
I feel bad for him in a way.
I heard one fellow say he got a job because they were taking the Mexicans out. Whereabouts are you located, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I was trying to be funny, but North Carolina, and it's not just the Mexicans. I've been Ubering to work every day, and the Asians are also having the same problem.
I'm from Chicago.
They're not being racist about it. They're doing it to everybody.
Good. No offense, but come here, right? I don't have a problem with people coming here, but we were infiltrated from within.
Yeah, I had an Asian driver drive me home the other day. These Uber drivers, they just talk the whole time. I mean, it's either they'll talk the whole time or it's just dead silent. It's like there's not very much in between. So I've learned a lot about what's going on from the Uber drivers lately. Because I don't watch this shit. I don't even.
Listen, I really don't have, personally to me, because I would like respect if I went to somebody else's land to see it. So I would be, respectful of their land, and that's what I'd expect in return when they come here. So I don't really have a problem with people coming here. It's when you intend to cut my flipping head off and take my country over. That's a problem.
Right. That's the thing, right? With the UK.
For me, in construction and type jobs, it's been a problem for me because wages. I mean, they'll just work for. I mean, actually, they're getting to the point where they want all the money, but the ones that are new here will work for nothing, and that was kind of driving our wages down.
Or essentially next to nothing.
But I just heard yesterday for the first time the appropriate things coming out of people's mouth once they get them people out of here, going after the businesses that were hiring them, because them businesses are shitting on us, making tons of more money, and then driving the prices up through the roof.
Yeah, there's a landscaping company around the corner here that I heard that they had 15 Mexican guys working for them. None of them showed up to work the day after that whole thing started. So it's opening up positions.
Remember what I said about living the old way per the old constitution from COVID's void? Trump mocked everybody about that. And I know right when he came into office, he signed a bunch of stuff in executive orders to do with seizing all funds from anybody caught with human and child trafficking. And there was big names announced to that, like Disney and all this other stuff. And that's when the Epstein stuff hit. Matter of fact, to tie in something so you see the actual depth of this, if you remember, they put a ship on each coast to help with COVID, but they never showed the inside of them ships.
The hospital ships. Do you know they were here?
Yeah.
Where I was living at the time, I could see. I had an ocean view, and I could see there were like 3 hospital ships all out waiting outside of a port that wasn't an official port. It was built for the army, and then apparently decommissioned, but you can't go anywhere near it. So,
all right, check it out. What happened was they brung Epstein's they brung that dude's human Comoras and stuff up out of them bunkers, and they took them out into the ocean. That way nobody could escape and they could take care of them, because some of these things had never seen light. It's going to get very bad. They said if they release these files, that it's going to completely collapse the government, and it is. And I know so because of what they did to me. I'm having flashbacks from 3rd grade.
All right. Now
And
with these, all they have proof is them as on a plane. They don't have proof what they did on the island or whatever. So that's all they have is proof.
I'm just saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was it. Just they don't have proof of what they did. They just have proof that they were on a plane.
Yeah. I'm talking about something else.
I'm so sorry.
Totally.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the files.
Yeah, well, the files tie into this human Camorra stuff. They were doing human experiments in the bunkers underground with kids that they were birthing and stealing.
Yeah.
And it's going to get
also,
just listen. Just the stuff that I know about, and I'm dealing with myself personally. You got no right messing with people's kids in schools. That's going to cause a severe problem because all of us are waking up. These guys are it's toast. I'm just waiting to see whether this happens peacefully or not. Because listen, you were hit by a government drive-by. That's what these dudes said to me when they were using voice to skull tech on me, because they're so arrogant. And I even know the age of this dude, everything, because I'm gifted. And they're really not happy right now. And I'm not hearing no for an answer. I will tap my chest like a retard and scream at them. You were hit by a government drive-by. What do you want me to say? I didn't do this. Now, with that being said, I'm trained and certified by the state of Michigan and have a certificate to show you from Community Mental Health that I went to college schools to get certified to identify mental illness and render aid. I've been doing it for decades. Now, what are you going to do with a guy like that? You can't.
So, going back to what MacGyver said about something about the plane, what happened on the planes, all of that evidence from the islands went straight to hard drives in Israel, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. There weren't tapes on the island. There were hard drives on the other islands.
Yep.
Like, everybody's, fucking St. James's Island. Oh, Epstein. All right. Well, what about old Mr. Richard Branson with his Virgin Islands? Why would he call him Virgin Islands? Why would they be the Virgin Islands?
Yeah.
What's the reason for that? It's a strange name.
Yeah. It's wake up.
Richard Branson.
This stuff will come out to Washington.
Yeah. It's the thing is though, when I joined the party back in 2013, it didn't take long to realise that it was a party. It had been going on for probably 20 years, and there was a bunch of people like Alex Jones was created to take care of those people, and because they knew that because those people existed, then people were just going to keep waking up. So they needed to establish a controlled, the controlled opposition that will put out just enough information to cause chaos, pandemonium, right? To confuse, to muddy the water so much that this bullshit about the Queen being a fucking reptile, that is a ridiculous psyop story. But what they're saying about this other stuff, that's true. So it's this thing that they'll tell you one truth, and out of 10 things, one will be true and 10 will be lies, or worse, they'll tell you 5 things, and four of those things will be true, but one of them will be a lie. It'll be a big lie, but because it slipped in with those truths.
I'm going to tell you something right now. It may not be that far off. She might not be a lizard here, but another one of the universes or dimension or multiverse, whatever you want to call it. Because I'm not going to go into it too much, but I'm having experiences as I wake up and power up to where I'm doing stuff that might be setting us free in other realms. I've heard. Listen, I don't understand what I'm doing, and I'm clean, and I focus on my health, everything. But there's lots of weird stuff happening right now.
Mitch, in 2020, the year in 2001, right? I came out of a coma, a medically induced coma, and I got sent home. And when I got home, I realised that I wasn't living in the same reality that I was living in before. Before the car accident, the world was one way, and everybody in it was one way. And then after the car accident, my parents weren't the same people anymore. Everybody had changed. Everything had changed, and I was seeing.
Stop.
Before it was coined Mandela effects, I was experiencing Mandela effects. But because it was just me, and I just had a car accident, I could rationalize it and say, well, not rationalize it, but I could say to myself, I'm in a parallel universe. But I didn't need to tell everybody that I was in, that it was happening, that I was in a parallel universe, right?
Yeah.
I didn't need to tell everybody because it was just me that was experiencing it. So I had to come to terms with it myself, right? And then in 2009, I started seeing things that I just couldn't keep quiet about. So I started talking about it. Nobody paid any attention until told me I was crazy. So that was further confirmation that I was in a parallel universe. Because the universe I came from, all of those things, people would have gone, hey, yeah, fucking hell, man, you're right, Rich. Because I was talking to people that I grew up with, right? So they've got the same memories of me. Why can't they remember the fact that the skies didn't look like this? These things didn't happen in the 80s. It all started happening in the 90s. And then by the year 2000, the weather was completely changed in the UK. And then it turns out that in Portugal, the weather was completely changed in Portugal. And that was too much for me to fucking keep quiet about. But nobody wanted to fucking hear it. And then in 2015, people started talking about Mandela effects. And I was like, whoa, hang on a sec. You what? You're all seeing it. You're all seeing that things aren't the same here. Things are different. Dolly hasn't got braces. She's not wearing dungarees. The Lord's Prayer is different. Fucking 9/11 was even possible.
What do you mean the Lord's Prayer is different? I haven't heard of that one.
Oh yeah, a couple different times. Matter of fact,
do you remember?
Listen,
do you remember the Lord's Prayer?
Personal experience I had? Hold on, the only one experience that I can say I've honestly had myself with that, and I've experienced what you're talking about, is a song by Ministry called "Jesus Built My Hot Rod."
Well,
now, at the beginning of that song, this
little meetings and whatnot. So I'm curious what was changed.
Well, check it out. In the way that I know that song, starting off from a little kid, that singer would start off the song and he'd go, Jerry Lee Lewis was the devil, and Jesus built my hot rod. Ding ding dang da dong da dong ding, bing bing bang da bong. And I'm a metalhead, man. I love my songs. And now it says Jesus was the devil at the beginning.
So that one's a little bit too niche
Right. We can't really
And
pinpoint on it.
CJ's talking about was asking about the Lord's Prayer. So, dude, CJ, I was in the choir when I was in private school, and we used to recite the Lord's Prayer. And we used to recite the Lord's Prayer every single assembly before school. And it's Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us.
That's
Deliver
exactly
us
what
from
we
evil.
said.
Deliver us.
Yeah.
What is it? Deliver us from evil. And fuck. Why can't I remember the Lord's Prayer now? Anyway,
Okay, that's
trespasses
the one
and
I know.
trespassers, right?
Right.
But in the Bible now,
Yeah.
it says debts and debtors.
Yeah, debts. Didn't say that before.
Nope. And I agree 1000% with you. And listen to me, I'm not a Bible thumper, but I respect my heritage, and I grew up praying
I
with my
don't
meetings with my
either.
family, all that shit.
Bible right in front of me. Hold on.
But listen, I grew up Hammer and Slayer, and you're right. Listen, that's exact. I remember it the way you remember it.
Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever.
Right.
Right. All of that. Right. So yeah, it's debts and debtors now. Also, there's a
Well, the version
section
that you
missing.
said is the version they still say in AA meetings. Just so you know, we don't say debt and debtors. We say we say that version.
Look in the Bible. It's
I'm
John.
about to. I got to look up what page
What is
it's
it? I think it's John. I think it's in John. Where it says.
But the Mandela, the fact that rings true with me is the damn the James Bond one with Moonraker. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
with Dolly.
distinctly know about the braces because I was in the theater and I laughed my ass off when I seen that. Now you don't see braces. That's
And
the
I
only
was
one
wearing-
I can really back up.
And I was wearing braces when I watched it, so I immediately, absolutely, personally identified with the character.
Right. I can definitely, put my finger on that one.
So, but there's thousands. There's even the thing is, there's personal Mandelas, right?
Right.
We'll call it Mandela. There's personal Mandelas. I looked in the mirror one day in 2017, 2018. I looked in the mirror, and on my face, on my cheek, there was a scar, a deep scar with stitches. You could see it had stitches on my cheek, blatantly, and I'm like, what the fuck? Pull the skin. What the fuck? That's a fucking scar. So I turned around to my girlfriend and said, babe, do you remember me having a scar on my face? She said, yeah, you've got a scar on your lip. No, not that. You've got a scar on your forehead. No, not that one. On my cheek, here, this scar here. And she looked at me and went, said, no, I don't remember that. So I thought, I went back to the mirror, looked in the mirror again, was like, fuck, I'm going to take a picture of this. Went to get my phone, got my phone. By the time I got back to the mirror, when I stood at the mirror to take the photograph, scar had completely gone. Explain that to me.
Well, didn't they say something about our heart is not in the same place that we grew up knowing where our heart was at in our chest?
Say that again, sorry.
They said our heart, well, to me, our heart's in a certain location that I grew up with, but now our heart's like over a little bit more or something.
In the center, the kidneys are higher, the liver's bigger.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
The kidneys are behind the chest. They're in the chest cavity now. And the liver's bigger.
He does say
And-
fucking debt. What the hell?
Yep, it does. Now the Mandela effect is affecting him.
The Mandela effect has found you, son.
I've been affected by those for a long time. I just
Don't ever let anybody listen. Don't
I'm
ever
aware
let
that that's
anybody
a thing.
tell you. Don't
I
ever let
believe there
anybody
are
tell you
different
that.
timelines.
Right. Don't ever let anybody tell you that they're all false memories, right? Because they're not. Some of them, I'll agree, right? There's some things that I can't actually like. Looney Tunes and Looney Tunes.
Right.
Looney Tunes was Bugs Bunny and all of that. Looney Tunes was Animaniacs in the 90s. And then at some point, the two kind of merged and became one. But I think that was a marketing thing. There was also one with cereal. There was a cereal. I can't remember what it was, but there was a cereal. And I'm pretty sure it was a marketing thing. I remember them changing the name, right? But I think we're playing with timelines, and timelines are according to each. So if what I'm saying is true, right? Let's just humor me and just play the thought game that what I'm saying is real, is actually true, right? That each one of us is having an absolutely subjective, unique subjective experience of an actual reality, but what we're experiencing is an overlay. We're like, what we think is real doesn't actually necessarily mean it's real. It's just what we've perceived it to be as real. So you've got all these different people walking around that have all watched the film, but they don't necessarily have the same memory of it. So there's a timeline and a mind's eye version of a timeline. Like there's an individual. Like so, me, I exist, and in my memory, this thing. You know, Dolly had braces. In my memory, in my experience, Dolly had braces. Well, that's a timeline attached directly to me. But Mac, you have a different timeline. You remember Dolly having braces, but there's somebody else. There's somebody else that just might not remember it, or they didn't see the movie, or they didn't, you know, it's not that there's no connection to it. So for them, it doesn't really matter. And like, but if the powers that should not be are losing control of reality because they're losing control of the narratives, then that means that shit could get funny. Shit could get really weird for a while, where everything's true.
Now,
everything is true somewhere, right?
Right. Now, if I do find the movie Moonraker, you know, that somebody had in their collection, an old copy of, I had it since this movie came out, and I put that DVD in the movie player, and I see the braces and everything.
It wouldn't be a DVD, dude. It would be a VHS.
Well, anyways, it'll be, to me, it'd be the AI that's causing this Mandela effect. Now, if I did see the tape and the braces were off, then it's got to be a timeline situation thing.
As far as the Lord's Prayer is concerned, there was a YouTuber. I can't remember what his name was, and unfortunately, he's died in the last 5 years. He's died, so he's no longer with us. But he made a video where he got his King James Bible printed in 1916 or something. And he leafed through it, got to the point with the Lord's Prayer, which used to say trespasses and trespasses. And now, when in the time of filming that video, the text had changed in his 1916 King James Bible. It now said debts and debtors.
Oh, shit.
So it's not AI, dude.
Gotcha. But I'm just saying, for my own proof, for my own sanity, you know, if I ran across this, you know, this is, you know... Holy shit, this is my story. I mean,
but you are right. You are living your truth, right? And your version, your experience, according to how you're perceiving the world, is true. It's true to you, right? Because you're experiencing it. You might not be perceiving what's happening accurately, and it might be creating a distorted image of the world and the universe and whatever around you. You're in your mind's eye, what you think's going on, right? Might be a distorted image because of indoctrination and programming and whatever. But it's true to you, and none of us can deny that. And I can never be you, right? I can never live life the way that you've lived it and experience it the way that you experienced it, because I can never actually be you. I can only ever be me. And if I was going to be me in your body, well, we wouldn't do things the same way, because we're different. You're you and I'm me. I'm unique.
Yes.
So are you. So is everybody else listening. So each one of us, like the whole idea of my truth has been so fucking bastardized and graped that now people hate the sound of it. But actually there is a truth to it, because who am I to tell you that what you've experienced wasn't true?
Right.
Right?
Yep. Spot on.
So we have to all try and agree on what is true. We have to agree on what's true and accurate, rather than worrying about what's real or if it's realistic or not. Like,
Right.
fucking no, let's worry about what's true and accurate. What's true and accurate is that we're being deceived by people that, you know, shouldn't be in the positions that they're in doing what they're doing. They shouldn't be allowed to be doing this because they don't actually have that much power. They have no more power than you or I do. They're no more important than you or I. In the collective, on the whole, they're nothing. They are nothing. They are a minority. And just like in every situation, when you look back in history and you look at all the revolutions that took place, do you know who started the revolutions? It was a minority, a small minority. What went on in 1920s? It was a minority of people causing all this shit that pissed normal people off. What's happening now? A minority of people are doing shit that good, decent people find abhorrent and disgusting. And it's you know, it's causing massive problems, but it's a minority that's doing it, and it's a minority of people that are controlling all of us. Right?
All the rips.
Do you not see where it's being reflected? It's the same people, the same fucking people. And it's a type of person that's got nothing to do with religion.
No.
Or ethnicity, or skin color, or anything. It's their psychological makeup. It's the way they're made up as people. They are the types of people that will literally break into your house, murder your nan and your children, tell you it's your fault, take a shit on your carpet, wipe their ass on your curtain, and make you feel bad about it. Was that a good analogy?
Yeah, they have no souls.
I think a lot of these things, it reminds me of like the Cybertruck thing, right? Because I find it hideous, but it's like you notice it. You know what I'm saying? So it was designed specifically like that for you to notice it. Is like my interpretation of these psyop things. Like whether you like it or you hate it, you fucking notice it.
Yeah, we notice this piece of shit. Go on.
It's a ridiculous. It's like a crazy, ridiculous box design that came out of a 1990s computer game.
Designed it that way. You're gonna notice it. That's
the biggest piece of shit on wheels.
I think he knows it too. Anyway,
I think so. He just had to get it out.
But all that is a projection of.
But as long as you notice
Elon Musk,
he wants.
Right. But it's a projection. You see, right? It's a piece of shit. It's a worthless piece of shit. It's not valuable. Like it
ain't worth the money.
It doesn't hold the value that that's ascribed to it. Right? Well, that's Elon Musk. That's Elon Musk. Elon Musk is not worth the money that he's accumulated, right? He's not this fucking high-tech, super fucking intelligent guru fucking whatever. He's a placeholder that they've given a load of money to and said, this is who you're going to be. Okay?
Yep.
You're going to be this. You're going to be, what's his name, from Iron Man. Tony Stark.
Yep.
You know Tony Stark? Basically, Elon, what you're going to do is you're going to be like Tony Stark, mate. You're going to be a billionaire. Exactly. You're going to send rockets to space. You're going to invent computer chips going to be implanted into people's brains and turn them into robots.
Ain't this a trip? I tell you.
Mate, as much money as you want, as much ketamine as you want, as many girls as you want, go and get them all pregnant. Whatever you want to do, man. Go and do what Epstein was doing, but because you did it, it's okay. Epstein was going trying to impregnate a load of girls, wasn't he? Musk has gone and impregnated a load of girls. Tell me what's different.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. One's called Epstein and one's called Musk. What is Musk? Musk.
It's a stinky
that's
odor.
that sort of heady odor.
Stinky odor, yeah.
It's not stinky. Musky can be quite sexy. Depends what sort of mood you're in. If you're in the right mood, musky can you know?
Yeah.
Animalistic. It can make you animalistic.
Yeah.
It triggers hormones.
You don't want to do you like an animal.
Start your other brain. Your other brain. That nobody talks about. They say you got 3 brains. Where your heart's a brain, your brain's a brain, your stomach's a brain. What about your nutsack and fucking bell end? That's a brain right there. And what about the clitoris and the ovaries? That's a brain right there. That's 4 brains. We have 4 brains, not 3, not 1, not 2, not 3, 4. We got 4. And what else do we have? We have 4 elements. We have 4 elements as well. Earth, air, fire, and water. 4 elements, 4 brains.
Right.
Think about
when I listened to the dick brain, I got in a lot of trouble, so I stopped listening to it.
Listen to what? Oh, your dick. Yeah.
My dick brain.
Oh, mate, I the only time I listen to my dick brain is when I'm in a relationship. When I'm in a relationship, I listen to my dick brain, and then I say, look, it's not me. I can't help it. I'm just trying to spoon you. That's not me. That's him. He's got his own mind. I can't help it. If he's woken up, maybe you have to go and just do something about it. And then, no, why do I have to go to the toilet and do something about it? You do something about it. Otherwise, just deal with it. It's going to poke you in the back.
Yep. Knocking at your back door. Hello, let me in.
Have we got any ladies in the audience? Have we got any girls here? Curious Squirrel, she's a lady though. I'm not gonna ask the Curious Squirrel to talk about uncomfortable lumps in her back when she's spooning with her husband. She's a lady.
A lady.
She's a lady. Whoa, 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 she's a lady. Talking about my little lady.
Yeah, they got puss brain.
Hey, I should be a singer. What did you say? What did you say there, Mac?
I think they got puss brains. We got dick brains.
No, they've got ovary brain.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah. It's their ovaries and that uterus. Well, I'll be speaking to them. Oh, yeah, and of course they do have a little tiny little head down there. They call it a bean.
Yep.
I'm going to go flick my bean.
Lick the bean.
I'm finding it, I don't know why, but I'm finding it really easy to just, and comfortable, like almost like I'm home when I go slipping, when I'm slipping into my, instead of, because I could have been, I could have chosen the East Coast, more over on the East Coast, up in the upper East Coast, North America type, near Michigan and Detroit.
Yep.
But I like it much more down that way.
South.
I think it's much friendly down the south. Yeah, it's like, but it's the opposite in England, right? In England, you go down south and you have upper class, fucking snobby, toffee nosed twats.
Well,
and they speak like this, right? But you go up north, and up north they speak like that, and that's much more down to earth. Down to earth, right? It's salt of the earth. It is like fucking. Go up to Liverpool and they're all fucking salt of the earth up there.
Yeah, talk like the Beatles.
Like the Beatles, yes, like Paul fucking McCartney.
Yeah.
Did you know that Paul McCartney's not really Paul McCartney?
Yeah,
actually, his real name is fucking Billy Strings.
Yeah, he blew his mind out in the car. He didn't notice the light has changed.
Not Billy Strings, Billy.
Wait, no, Billy something. We know.
It's Billy something, yeah. Billy Strings is the bluegrass fucking. He's an enigma. He is a fucking prodigy. The man is a prodigy, and
he can jam.
When I saw him interviewed,
yeah, when he was young, man, he had the prodigy in him when he was young, Billy.
Dude, he was playing guitar with his dad when he was sat in the fucking high chair, pretending, copying and pretending. Bing, 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 right? And his parents were so fucking cool that they let him do it. They didn't, you know,
They nurtured him.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What god awful noise are you making there? Stop doing that. We're trying to rehearse. Right?
Yeah.
Which is maybe what my parents would have done. But they weren't professional musicians.
Yeah, he's fun to watch when he plays. It's fun to watch him play.
Oh, mate, his face, the look on his face. And he's got a brilliant voice as well. He's got really good control over his voice.
Yeah.
But what I really respect is in the interview he said, like, dude, everybody was thinking like I was like the greatest guitarist that ever lived, and fucking, you know, I was in studios actually with real professional session guitarists because things had got big and I was going out on stage. But I only know what I know. You know, at that point I only knew what I knew. And I only knew that because I kind of worked it out copying it myself, but I couldn't tell you how I learned it. It was just, what it did was it meant I reached a plateau, and then I plateaued, and I just didn't seem to expand or grow or anything. And I realized I needed to learn some new techniques and stuff. And so I'm I'm speaking as if I am Billy Strings himself. So he went to this, I forget what it's called, but they've got a channel on YouTube, these guitar teachers, and started learning guitar and expanding and really actually learning theory. Because he said that he was in recording studios and listening to these musicians talking to each other, and it was a language he didn't understand. It was like they were speaking to each other in maths. And he just didn't understand it at all. And he felt like a toddler sitting at a table with a bunch of adults trying to pretend that he knows what everybody's talking about.
Right.
I really respected hearing him say that, right? Because I thought, wow, that's how I felt. Like, that's how I kind of feel. I've plateaued a long time ago. And people say, oh, my God, you're so good. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm good at what I do, but I'm not. That doesn't mean that I'm good at, you know, I'm not fucking anywhere near Billy Strings or Molly Tuttle. There's another one, Molly Tuttle.
Right. Now, with me, I've been playing music for quite some bit of time. I mean, but I can't read music. Would you believe that? I can hear it. I know a note and all that, but I just can't read the music. And that'd be very helpful for me to be able to read music. That'd be most beneficial.
Or to understand theory, so that you understand what notes are played and where those notes are on the fretboard or on the piano or whatever. Like, I can tell you where C is, and then from like middle C, and then from, because I did piano lessons. Right?
I can hear it.
So I did have piano lessons, and they taught me to read music, but I never read the music. I always used to get in trouble for not reading the music because I was doing everything by ear. I taught myself to play guitar completely by ear.
Me too.
There's something to that, but it means that we get locked in these bad habits, like where we don't develop skills. We don't develop our skills properly. So it ends up that we're trying to do something but we don't have the technique to be able to do it. Or me, I don't have the technique to be able to do it. I can't, there's so many things that I'm not able to do yet.
Yes.
Yet.
Yeah, well, I'm at that point now. I need to learn to read music. I mean, I'm kind of like stuck, but to get me out of my unstuckness, I need to buckle down and start reading it. Because at the beginning, reading was boring. I just wanted to get to the guitar and start playing it, you know?
Right, but you can read tab, right?
Yeah.
So
I
didn't
chords and try to make a 3-chord progression that sounds good together, and I just change different chords up until it sounds good.
But there's a finite number of
I won't
combinations.
learn songs anymore. I just sit there and come up with chords that sound good together.
I make my own music.
Yeah.
I was going to say something.
Because you can't tell when I'm messing up.
H-O-B.
If people are like, oh, you play guitar, play this, and I can never play it. You know what I mean?
Me too. Me too.
I used to be able to play way more than I can now. starting playing with backing tracks meant that I started to forget how I used to play songs. I used to play a lot of the songs that I play now with backing tracks. I used to play acoustically, right? But now I can't play them acoustically. I can't remember how to play them acoustically. All I know I can do is you play the tune, and I'll sit here and twiddle along to it with my guitar, and I'll be in tune, and it'll sound good, and it'll harmonize, and it'll. But that's fluke. The harmonies that I'm playing are fluke. They're not because I know where to play the note, because I know that because I'm playing with this time signature and it's this star music and like harmonies, the fifth harmonies and stuff that they use in bluegrass and all that. Like, oh, I know that if I'm going to play a note here, then the harmony is going to be here, right? No, it's an ear thing. It's if it sounds good, right?
Well, that's how they did it back in the 60s.
Yeah,
I mean,
why does it have to be more than that?
Yeah, some guy get the drum and bass line going, and they just start adding music to it. Oh, that sounded good. So then they just keep experimenting. It's like, okay, that didn't sound too good. Let's try. Oh, that sounds good. And they all played by ear back in the day. And if it was all natural, that song usually turned out to be pretty good.
Yeah, maybe
Dustin and Baggy is such a brilliant song, Keith. It is definitely. That was my introduction to Billy Strings. Was Dustin and Baggy.
Yep, that was the first one I heard. That was the first one I heard from Billy. And I was like, oh, this is a good song.
I use my only phone call to call my daddy. Got 20 long years.
You couldn't play it right.
In a baggie. I can't play that, man.
No, I'm talking about like play the audio in the background or something. But
Oh,
that's okay.
it is. No, I could do that. I wasn't playing it then. Obviously, I was doing such a fucking amazing rendition of it that it actually you thought that I was playing it actually in the background there, but no,
Exactly.
that was just me.
No, but that's what got me, the Dusk and the Baggy song. Yeah, him and his, that got me. It's like, oh, wow, this guy's got some talent. You can just tell when somebody's got talent. You know what I'm saying?
The 6 years ago, man, when he played it on his friend's sofa.
Yep, on the sofa. Now, his friend looked like a friend that I had when I was growing up. You know, the guy dancing in the background, looked like just like a friend that I knew. See, to me, go on.
Play that. Hey, play that Ione tune you wrote. Not the one you played earlier.
Yep.
Latest one.
Sounds good.
Have you been playing on Simple Man? I played that once. It sounded fucking great to me. I had to do it for a
He
competition.
played it once.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounded good to me, too.
I know, never played that.
Play the latest one you wrote. That latest one you wrote.
I love the look he's got on his face when they're telling him this.
Yeah. Here we go.
I ain't slept in 7 days, I ain't eaten 3. This methamphetamine has got a damn good hold of me. My tweaker friends have got me to the point of no return. I just take my lighter to the bulb and watch it burn. This life jailhouse blues have got me singing this here song. My life is a disaster, man, and I feel so ashamed. Been here where they call me by a number, not a name. This life of sin, it's got me in. Lord, it's got me back in prison once again. I use my only phone call to contact my daddy. Got 20 long years for some dust in a baggie. It's got me in. Lord, it's got me back in prison once again. I use my only phone call to contact my daddy. Got 20 long years for some dust in a baggie. I use my only phone call to contact my daddy. Got 20 long
Ah, shit. So, at least it didn't fuck up till the end.
Yeah. I think he played in the movie Brother Without Thou, some of his music.
They might have played some of his music. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Dom, thanks, man. Peace out. Much love. Have a great day.
And he had total pick control, man. I mean, he didn't let that pick slip.
He's
He's
the pick machine.
Yeah, I mean,
alternating pick machine.
right. I mean, I was listening to the pick on the string, not just the chords, and he was doing it perfect, man. Slapping it back and forth on that string, right? Yeah. See, like me, I grew up knowing machinery, mechanical, and electrical. I don't know how I had this ability, but I just knew it, and I was good at it at a young age. Same thing I think happened to Billy. He was probably in his past life or something, you know?
Well, that's the funny thing about talents, right?
Right.
So I demonstrated good rhythm when I was by the age of 3. I was demonstrating really good rhythm. So when I was 5, my mum got me doing piano lessons.
All right.
When I was 6, I wanted to play guitar. So mum got me a classical guitar and sent me off to a classical guitar teacher. I didn't want to learn classical guitar. I wanted to be able to play Phil Collins songs and stuff.
Right.
So I didn't practice, and I didn't really, I didn't do the work. And my guitar teacher hit me over the head with my guitar, told my mum that he couldn't teach me anymore. It was too frustrating. I could be one of the best guitarists in the world, but I just won't apply myself. And so,
That's what I was.
and I didn't play guitar until I went to secondary school. In secondary school, I said, when I was 11 years old, I realized I wanted to play the guitar. And I said, Mum, I do want to play guitar now. And Mum said, not on your Nelly, son. I paid for you to go and have classical guitar lessons, and you chucked that opportunity out of the fucking, out of the bin. Yeah, you chucked it in the bin. So I said, all right, well, can I learn the drums then? And she said, all right, you can learn the drums, right? So I had a natural ability for music that was nurtured a little bit. But my dad did a lot of woodwork and stuff. He never did woodwork with me. He sort of thought that I wasn't capable of doing anything like that. So he just did all his handyman stuff and left me thinking that I wasn't good at that sort of shit. I went to prison, did carpentry and joinery, and I took to it like a duck to water. And then I remembered the conversations I had with my nan. All my family on my dad's side, my grandparents and my great-grandparents, all master craftsmen, all master woodsmen, like wood craftsmen. My great-granddad had a fucking book written about him because his art that he did using marquetry and parquetry was so bloody well known and sought after. And like they were trying to source. It was a lot of scenes from Africa, and there was a lion and a lioness. And there were two. They did 2 of everything, of this lion and lioness, and there was only one like they could only find one copy of it, and this other copy where they were trying to find it. Where was it? Because it was worth fucking millions, right? My fucking family went and sold most of the stuff, didn't they? They sold it all. Didn't think it was going to be worth anything. So, oh mate. So woodwork, I would have been good at woodwork if my dad had have encouraged me to do woodwork when I was 6 years old. I could have been a master craftsman by the age of 30, 40 years old. You know. But it's just, there's so many people who've got hidden talents as well, like musicians that come from non-musical families, like architects that come from from scientific families. I think there's such diversity in talent.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always been good with my hands. I loved woodworking. I just got to keep my hands busy.
I love that you're getting the guitar out, dude, but it's kind of interfering a little bit.
Yeah, well,
I just tried turning you down then, and it just turned you straight back up again.
I just grabbed it for some reason. I'm not.
Billy Strings got you going. That's what happened.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I got a guitar right here. I was thinking of picking it up, but I did.
I shouldn't
You
have.
should run with it, man, and fucking like put something on in the background that you can jam along to, and just
have at it.
Develop it. Yeah, like have at it. Just fucking jam. I wish there was some way that we could all just get in a room and fucking jam together, man. That'd be the thing to do now. All three of us have got guitars. Get our guitars out and start jamming.
I think there's a music.
Actually, my roommate's the one that plays the piano, and he plays and sings guitar fairly well too. He was playing a Tyler Childers song the other day, so we're gonna jam more.
I think there's a program called Kazaa where everybody gets a program on their computer and they can jam live. You bring it's like Zoom. You bring them up in your window and this in your window, and there's a EQ in there. Yeah,
that sounds cool.
Yeah, 4 people can jam.
I'll tell you what, right? People think people think shit's bad for you, whatever's going on in your life right now.
Let's see.
Hey, good morning, grace and mercy, everyone, and God's blessings to you. I wanted to show you the morning after. Look. Shout out to Showbiz.
Damn.
But this is what I have going on. Still.
Do you want to see what you looked like a few months ago?
Was that a car accident?
I'm not sure. Like, these are the different stages of.
Oh my God.
That's what he used to look like.
No. What happened?
And this.
Good morning. It's my off day. I finally get the opportunity to catch the sun. It's the perfect temperature right now in Texas. So it feels good. It feels peaceful.
Oh, you got in a fire.
Honestly, this is what God feels like.
Yep. I think it was a fire. Yeah.
Yeah. As we speak, I got a friend in the hospital. About 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, he was on a dirt track racing his motocross motorcycle, and he came short on the other jump, and foot came off the pedal, and he went sideways and just tumbled cartwheel. Used his head as one of the pivoting points. Broke 3 ribs, both shoulder dislocated, and he messed up the spine right below the skull, and his brain started swelling. So they had to induce a coma on him for him to relax. Last Monday, they let him. They took the medicine away so he can come out of the coma. He was responding, so everybody was so damn happy that he's responding. But he got on the YouTube and had his girlfriend type for him, but you can hear him talking with broken speech in the background. Yeah, the next day she came online and she's like, "You know what? They had to put him back into the coma because he was getting too excited with the YouTube or too much stuff going on." So, yeah, he's struggling right now.
Matt, much obliged, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know, it's camp as fuck, but you know, it's just go with it, man.
So before Monday, the day he woke up, my wife goes to church, so I decided to go with her, and we got the whole church to pray for Chris, and we got good results out of it on Monday.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
So this is the thing, right? There are atrocities and tragedies and fucking horrific things happening to. So there's something horrific is something happening to somebody somewhere right now, right at this very moment, right now. While we're all sat here in the moment, right now, reflecting and doing whatever it is we're doing, listening to me and listening to us, sitting in your room, watching it on the TV, watching it on your phone or your computer or your tablet or whatever it is, but you're engaged right now. We've got 11 people. We've just lost 3 people. But right now, right this very moment, right in that moment, somebody was suffering unimaginable pain and trauma and tragedy and shit, right?
Yep.
There were moments in my life when I felt it was me that was going through those things, because they were unimaginable, traumatic, painful, you know, life-changing events. And it's like, it's kind of part of life, and in a way it's kind of a blessing, because you wake up out of the coma that is life, right?
Yep.
All the people that have gone through horrific traumas realize that the world is not the way that they say it is, and realize that we're being lied to about the different, you know, they might not know the depths to which this fucking deceit is ingrained in our very fucking being. It's because it's indoctrinated from the moment we leave the womb.
Yep.
Now, from the moment you leave the womb, because my parents were indoctrinated, and if I have children, I was all right. It's different now, but if I had children in my early 20s when I wanted to, I would have stayed. Who knows how long I would have stayed trying to fit into the system, because I had children. And those children kept me locked into the system, because I had to work then. It didn't matter what I wanted to do. Didn't matter what I wanted to do. I had to go and get a job that paid as much money as I could. I had to earn as much money as I possibly could to be able to provide as many opportunities as I possibly could to my children who were there. And now, once you got children, that's your legacy, right?
Right.
And here I am, 48 years old, still no children.
But I would have never woken up if it weren't for me hurting my back. I mean, I was work, provide. I mean, I was totally caught up in it all. And then, when I hurt my back and shit, and for 5 years stuck on my couch and think I was going to walk again, started seeing some stuff, and it's like, I've always asked questions, but I never talked to her or said anything about it, because I want people to think I'm, nuts or something.
When was that? What year was that?
2005 is when I woke up. Then I told my wife about it. She thought I was a nut. Then I showed her. She's like, "Oh my gosh!" And it's like, "Yeah."
Do you know what's interesting? It's the same back as now as it was back then. So you woke up in 2005 to a degree, right?
Yeah.
You woke up to the fact we might not know all of the things that they're doing, and they might still be, but you might still think that some of the things are real when they're not, and might think things that aren't real, but they are, right? Because none of us has got a clear perception of what's going on. So back then, 2005, you woke up, YouTube had started back then, but you were working. You didn't have time to do that. You didn't
No,
have time to
no,
become
not at
a
all.
fucking YouTube creator. So you sat there bubbling away in the background, right?
Yep.
You've been part of the silent majority. We are here now in 2025, and there are people that are waking up and realizing, but they're so invested in the system that even though they've woken up, the last thing that they can do is tell anybody because they're so invested in the system. So we don't see them in chat rooms because they can't chat because they're not logged in. Because if they log in, somebody might see their fucking watch history.
Yep.
And they don't want anybody to see that watch history, right? So there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of individuals like that who are awake and they're watching and they're listening. And I'm an idiot, I realise now, because I've been maybe having a go at them. Maybe those are who my lurkers are that never speak. They're the people that are watching and they're not logged in because they don't want anybody to see their browser history. They're a little bit amongst society. When their society face on, they're ashamed of their connection to my channel and this whole sphere of influence.
I know what you're talking about.
So I should actually learn to love my lurkers even more, and be even more complimentary to them. It just like the thing is that you can always let yourselves known with a cheeky little PayPal. You know that. Just let me know that you're there. I won't say a fucking word. I won't even tell anybody that I've got a PayPal if you send it to me, right? And you're sat there lurking, but you've got a few bucks in the bank. Can you just
This truck like it's getting ready to move here. I couldn't see if it was him or not. See if we can get a little surveillance. Hey, can you stay with that?
If you like what you're hearing on this channel, please do appreciate the only reason I'm not working under my own crust and bread is because I've been speaking out for 8 years. And in the last 5 years, that's had consequences on my work and my ability to work. And I can't say for definite that the reason that I'm not working now is because, or can't find work now is because of what I've been saying over the last 8 years. But I can say that there's definitely a correlation. Correlation doesn't prove cause, but how many coincidences, start speaking up about certain things, get kicked out of my fucking apartment. Keep speaking out about them, end up losing my job. Keep speaking out about them, can't seem to find any more work. Even though I'm one of the best entertainers on this fucking island. I'm one of the best singers on this island because of my versatility. I've got such a large repertoire of songs that there aren't very. In fact, I don't even know that there is anybody else on this island that's got a set list that could be as long as mine is. Right? I could play for 5.5 hours of music without repeating a song. There's nobody else on this fucking island that can do that. So there's no reason why I shouldn't be absolutely overloaded with work like I was before COVID.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on disability because of my back situation and just had a neck operation, so I can't stand too long or sit in a certain place too long.
Oh man, and sex as well.
Well, yeah, I
It's
can
got
do
to have an
that.
impact on that. Yeah, well, I suppose you lay down.
Do my top a little bit until things are just okay. Now I'll go to this position.
Yeah, but now you've got medical reasons to say no, honey. You got to go on top.
But I never say no.
but see, you got to get on top there, honey.
Yeah.
My back. I got
No,
my back.
when she goes up and down, it pushes on my, my hips. And,
yeah. I don't want to think about you humping your wife.
Sorry. Let's change it.
That's right.
Let's change it. Yeah, there we go.
I'll tell you what we could do. I got this. I think this is a really fucking beautiful, happy song, man. And I'm really glad I came across it. And I've used it in my video already.
Sunshine. Sunshine, sunshine. I think I found it now. What I've been looking for is in the beautiful.
What do you think it sounds like? It sort of sounds like
I think I found it now.
Because I don't think he's one of these big artists. This is somebody that's given it to InShot, right?
Yeah, I'm listening to it.
But it sounds a lot like it's kind of cheesy as fuck, but it's got a really good hook. It's fucking just makes me feel good, man. Hopefully it makes you feel good too. London man. Good to see you, brother. Just to let thank you, Squirrel. I love you. What are you doing, London man? What time is it? It's 5 o'clock. Have you finished work, brother? Are you on the way home?
It's Turkey Day here.
Oh, yes. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah. We pushed all these Indians over and took their land.
It's a bit of I always had a bit of a funny thing about Thanksgiving. Never knew I understood why it was until I looked into more about the story, and then I was like, whoa, you've made a fucking holiday out of this and celebrating it like it's a good thing.
What people think it's about family gatherings, family be together.
Yeah, that's what it's turned into, and I think that's a good thing, right? That's the worst thing about it.
But they're taking it away from us. It's like a whole month before Halloween comes, and after Halloween, it's all this Christmas stuff. What about Thanksgiving? Where's all the advertisement on TV in the stores like we used to see when we were kids?
But hang on. Well, no, actually, America's going back, and so this Christmas, I think this Christmas is going to be huge, man. For it's going to make a really big deal about it. But in England, it's Christmas is getting cancelled in places because there's too many Muslims around. And Jewish.
Yeah.
Entire communities in London that are just pure Hasidic.
Yeah,
they don't
see
celebrate Christmas. And here, where I am here in Tenerife, Christmas, you wouldn't know it's fucking Christmas. You can count on one hand the number of villas that you see that have got Christmas lights on them, that are decorated up for Christmas. You can count it on one fucking hand. And this was supposed to be a Catholic nation. Right?
Yeah.
I know Christmas isn't really, it's kind of a bit of a, because, it's a pagan holiday, and bringing the green leaf in is part of the pagan tradition. So Christians, the church always frowned on Christmas as for the consumer commercial
that's what they turn it into, yes.
Side of it, right? But and tried to remind everybody that it's about Jesus. But now, that's it's not a good thing in the UK anymore. Right. Well, we're living in the present right now.
Right.
You should absolutely savor this moment. This moment has been a gift. It's my gift to you. The present.
Gift, present.
I'm going to give that as a gift at the next birthday. I'm going to say I've got the most amazing gift for you.
Knowledge.
What is it?
Knowledge.
No.
Friendship.
No. Oh my God. I have the most amazing gift for you. This gift is probably one of the most, it is the most valuable gift of your entire fucking life, bar none. What is it? What is it, Rich? Right now.
I don't know. I'm not in your brain.
Right now, dude. Right now.
The now.
Bring your awareness to right now, because it's the present.
Right now. Yes.
That's why they call it the present. It's the most valuable gift you could ever cherish. and be grateful for, and nurture and nourish, right?
Right, right.
It's really difficult to actually encompass that into day-to-day living. Like feeling like it's all like, wow, yeah, man, that's absolutely it. If it's how I feel, like this is it, man. I've worked it out. This is, and it's fucking brilliant. Let me just check my PayPal. Bring it. Let's come back into the actual present, shall we? Yep, I'm still a little bit short. Okay, no worries. Shit. Fucking hell. I don't think about things right now. I'm going to learn that song.
Now, who's that? Who made that song?
I don't know. Give me a second. Let me.
I hope it ain't AI.
No, it's not AI. It's Well,
did you hear about AI?
Actually, it might be. Yeah, they didn't make number one. It was the number one download because 3,000 downloads, digital downloads. So it was the number one of this tiny little fucking chart.
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to create a chart, right? And then I'm going to make sure that I fulfill all the parameters of that chart. And then I'm going to become number one of that chart, probably because nobody else is going to be on that chart. But I'm going to be number one. I'm going to tell everybody I'm a chart topper.
Yep, that's exactly what AI did.
There we go. Right. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Sunshine on my face. Right. It is by Pure Joy.
Pure Joy.
Musician Jason Walker. Jason Walker is the musician. And it's available on InShot Background Musics. And I subscribe yearly to them. So I'm entitled to use it. Because I subscribe to use it. Where have you gone, CJ?
I'm right here. I was just looking. I was doing some personal stuff.
Yeah. I'm so grateful in chat.
I love it when...
I think I'm going to get out of here, guys. Thanks for having me.
No worries, man. Peace. It's good to see you. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, I won't be. I'll be back on.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
I'm just waiting for her to call me to cut potatoes. Because that's usually my job.
Mate. Potatoes.
Potatoes, yes. My wife loves her potatoes.
I love me some tatties. I haven't had tatties in ages, man.
I like the was it twice baked potato in the oven?
Can we not talk about food?
Sorry, sir.
No worries. Neil Oliver. I love this guy. This guy, right? He's Scottish. He's from Scotland. Scottish people are some of the greatest people on earth. They're salt of the earth. It could be said that, like, fuck England. It's always been about Albia. But Neil Oliver, Scottish, great guy, used to walk around the British Isles telling everybody about how proud he was to live here because it's such an amazing place. So he, and then the coup happened, and then he basically started waking up, not straight away, but within a year, I think he'd woken up. So I'm just going to press play and let him speak for a bit, and while he's speaking, we'll just see that Mitch has joined us again.
Always a comfort to know people think as I do and watch my back. So thanks. Before I launch into today's monologue, let me tell you how to support the channel if you're not already doing so.
What a lovely little, just, oh God, what are the frickin' odds, eh? What are the frickin' odds? 666. It is the number of the beast, and the number is the number of man.
616 needs man trap.
Go to patreon.com, find me, sign up. Costs about the price of a cup. You can pitch in before the closing date. To my thought of the week. Nature's taking its course. This is a relief, let me assure you, but as we know from the wildlife documentaries, you know, lions tearing zebras apart and so on, it can be a hard watch at times. But regardless of any actions,
Aye, but you know what they don't show you, Neil? They only show you the footage that backs up their story that it's a dog-eat-dog violent fucking world out there, survival of the fittest, but they don't show you the animals that help each other, do they? They don't do that, do they? They don't show you it, because if you look on YouTube, you can find it. These amazing videos where fucking lions have helped antelope out. Or
I've seen them videos.
Right, and it's beautiful. It's like, oh my fucking God, look at that. The dog has just saved the cat. Or the cat has just saved the dog. Or the fucking, the hawk has just saved the mouse.
It's
what the
heart-touching.
fuck? It's just saved a rabbit. A fucking hawk has just saved a rabbit. What the fuck? Like, a rabbit gets caught in a snare, a fucking great big hawk comes down that normally eats the rabbit, comes down and gets rid of the snare and lets the rabbit go running off.
Yeah. But we never seen any of that stuff when we were kids because also they didn't have videos of it.
I think maybe they just chose not to film those things when they saw them. I think they still saw those things happening. They just chose not to film it, right? Because it didn't back up the story that they were trying to propagate. Because and they were trying to propagate it because that's what we learned in school, man.
Oh yeah, we did. Wouldn't
make any sense to play something different. That's cognitive dissonance engaged. No. Yeah, there we go. Look, there's a lion slaughtering an antelope, tearing it to pieces.
That's what I remember.
That's what we want.
Yeah.
Blood. Like alligators and crocodiles helping out antelope and fucking and ducks and stuff. Like, it's crazy. What are you laughing at, Squirrel? I'm glad that we made you laugh. Laughter is another gift. I find the best way I can make people laugh is to not think about trying to make people laugh. I'm not worrying about if I'm trying to make people laugh or not, right?
Just let it come out naturally.
Just don't bother doing it. Just be yourself and you'll end up being a twat and then making people laugh in the end. So just do it. Just be yourself, man. And then laugh at yourself. Being able to laugh at yourself, dude. Being able to laugh at yourself whilst others are laughing at you.
Yep. As long as they're not laughing at you when you're down.
Oh, the best thing is when they do, though. When they do laugh and then you just laugh back. Trouble is, it's a bit of a joker laugh and you look like a bit of a psycho. So it just further inflates whatever image it is that they have of you. You know?
Right. Now you've gone mad. Yep.
Listen, I know I'm not mad, all right? I know I'm not mad. I know I'm not crazy. I spoke to my doctor about it. We've got a great relationship. He lives right here on my shoulder. You can't
You got one
see
on the
him.
other side?
No.
All right.
No, I've just got Freud. He's just sat here on my shoulder. He keeps whispering to me. None of you can see him, though. Fucker came into work the other day wearing a dress. I'll try that again. Fucker came into work the other day wearing a dress. I know. I'll be here all week, don't worry. Thank you.
So you went to her the other day with wearing a dress.
No, it's all right. The moment's gone.
Yeah, we didn't get it. I guess went over our heads. Sorry.
Fuck me.
How about no?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Let's go. Ready? Two. Ha! Come on. It's going to be my get everybody ready, like, before we go out to protest. That's the theme tune that's going to be playing when we're getting ready to go out and protest.
How do you think that's going to turn out?
Oh, mate, it's going to be awesome.
Right. I don't know. To me, I'm just saying this about me, and my opinion. It's just these protests to me.
Oh, no. I see what's happening. Here. You're thinking about protest in the common understanding of the word protest, which is that everybody goes out onto the fucking street with banners and shit and
Yeah, to me,
right?
it's a waste of time.
Nah, that's not how you protest, dude.
Right.
That's not how you protest.
Yeah, but like I said, I just think it's a waste of time because nothing gets resolved.
That's because people aren't protesting the way they should be protesting. That's because everybody's been brainwashed into thinking that protests are those things that they did in the 80s where they went out all on the street and made loads of noise in the 80s and the 90s, and the government seemed to listen to them and they seemed to have results. And and look, and now gay people can get married.
Oh my gosh.
Right? Protests never meant anything. They never did. It was an illusion. They were giving everybody an illusion. The way you protest, you don't go out on a fucking street like that.
They purposely caused the J6 situation because now people are just afraid to even do anything without getting thrown in jail for.
They didn't cause the J6 situation. They engineered and orchestrated.
That's what I meant.
The event that people
fell into a
caught
trap.
up in.
They fell into a trap.
Yeah.
Which was designed. Yep.
Do you remember the whole thing about, they've got fucking Pelosi's laptop. That's it. She's done now.
Oh my gosh.
She's toast.
Yes.
They've got Pelosi's laptop. Rah.
They just pulled that. They just pulled that again and killed 2 National Guards there. They're gonna pull some stuff with that.
2 headshots.
Welcome back, Mitch, to a fucking Cage. He's done that successfully. Fair play to him. Even if it was from Welcome Back Carter, Cage has made it his own. And now when anybody says welcome back, Cage is the first person I think about. You bitch, Cage. You've graped my mind.
Graped it. Yeah, but there's these weak-minded people that don't see that. They just believe everything that the media is pumping down on them. And it's just, you guys got to stop watching the TV. The Black Mirror.
It's not just, it's will as well, right?
Yeah.
People are weak-willed. They're at the end of the day, they're slave to their senses. That's what it is. Like, a slave to their senses, and that might be through drugs, through internet, through porn, through alcohol, through confrontations, through social media. It's all senses. Dopamine, fucking...
Right.
Dopamine and...
whatever gives them the dopamine rush, like with their sports or their soap operas or their gaming. Yeah.
Right, and like, look at these See You Next Tuesdays who they've understood, they've managed to map out human behavior so well that they know exactly what buttons to push and when to start pushing them.
You know it. It's psychologists that came up with this.
Why do you gotta talk so dirty to me? Why do you gotta talk so dirty to me? I heard porn and I heard drugs and I'm just kidding.
We got you.
I'm sorry there, Mr. Snowman.
Sorry for those
What?
virgin ears. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just jesting with you back. I'm just jesting with you back. It's
Yeah.
all getting a bit hot in here.
Yeah.
You don't want to melt.
Yeah.
All these fucking snowflakes.
Dude, what about the fake
Oh.
people that stick out like a sore thumb? The fake people? Yeah, that goes along
You know
with
what
the
I call
herd.
them guys? I call them guys fluoride face.
I mean, it makes me seem like I got to get a
Oh, I'm
man
sorry.
bun on, and I got to get arm sleeve tattoos on both sides, and I got a vape, and yeah. What the fuck?
Oh, dude.
Hey man, check it out.
Listen.
Hey, I walked into Walmart to get a phone a couple weeks ago, and
right.
When I got back to the phone counter, there was one of them dudes exactly like you were talking about, talking to the cashier like a fairy with long hair and a
Purple
bun.
hair, whatever. I
Did you
embarrassed
say his
this guy.
name? My name's Tinkerbell.
Tinkerbell.
My name is
Yeah,
Tinkerbell.
I embarrassed this dude's
The thing
son.
is, he walked in the store the same time I did, and I watched him go in the other set of doors, and he looked like a dude. You know what I mean? He like a regular old Joe, worked hard and stuff. And we get back to that counter, I heard him speak. I literally turned on heel and left. I left the facility and then came back.
You realized that it wasn't a wife beater he was wearing. Like he looked like a hench guy in a wife beater, and then he realized it wasn't a wife beater; it was a leotard.
Jeez, I went up to the counter to
shit.
pay for what I was buying, and this guy had his son up there, and his son had like a man bun kind of thing going. It was like sprouting. It wasn't like a bun all the way. And I was like, "Oh, you got a cute little daughter there. It's a boy." Oh, I'm sorry, but I did it purposely.
Oh,
Yeah. Hey, check this out. Check this out. I swear on my life. Listen, I swear on my life. The messed up thing is, as I walked in the front door and was walking to the back section of Walmart to go get the phone, I'm walking down through the food aisle to cut a right to go back to the electrical area. And one of their stock shelfers, a big 300-some pound black dude dressed up like a little fairy clown.
Daisy.
It looked like a circus show. Swear to God.
Yeah.
What's that?
Might take to affect change in this rotten system. Nature is relentlessly taking its course, as it must. By this, I mean specifically a separation all but complete, and a mutation that's clear to see. Sometimes I look on at the emerging mutation and think of it as the accumulated poison, the pus contained within an agonizing abscess. When nature takes its course, the bubble of pus finally bursts. It's revolting to see, but the relief is total. To mix
What's up
metaphors
there,
now,
Mitch?
the process we're going through is also like a picture coming into
Nice.
focus. For the longest time, it was all a blur. It was like,
It's a nice guitar you have there, sir. Is that an Ibanez?
It's my Ibanez. It's my Ibanez. Here, check this out. Watch this. Hey, did you see that within hands
A
reach? I just picked
Ibanez.
up the Ibanez. Yes, I got dime bag stuff in it. The original lightning bolt dime bag guitar. My buddy fell and broke the neck off it,
Oh,
so I took
no.
all the electricals out. That's what's in here is the vintage electrical dime bag stuff.
Yeah, I got
Here,
my
hold on a
Fender.
second. Check this out. I'm
I
gonna
got
reach
my
up.
Fender, my Jackson,
look
and
at
my
it.
Ibanez.
Check this
Go on,
out.
see
I'm
it.
gonna reach over with the other hand. Watch what I grab with the other hand.
The other neck.
Uh-uh.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, Washburn. Go on.
Yep, he's got the fucking dime bag guitar.
I'm not
Blackjack,
seeing.
motherfuckers.
He's a dime bagger.
Oh, that's the right. So that's what James Hetfield played.
The Warlock.
No.
James Hetfield played
No.
that one, or similar to that one.
No,
Yes.
dime bag. He played. Hetfield does an Explorer.
Right.
But
Has it
then he
always
calls-
been the Explorer though? Back in the 90s, 91, 1989, 90.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Sorry,
does
I'll take you off
Explorer. His
blast.
thing is Explorer.
Yep.
Oh, all right. Camera's off. I'm good
Yeah.
with that.
No, I'm just a dime bag for. I grew up on them V guitars since I was a little kid. It's not that I really got anything particular
They
with
look
dime
cool,
bag.
man.
I-
They were cool.
Yeah. Hey, man, I got a professional Eddie Van Halen sitting next to me. Everything, dude.
You got a Franken Strat?
No.
All I got is my fucking my Takamine, my Takamine, and it needs a new fucking. It needs a new neck and a new fretboard. Well, a whole new neck and fretboard, and new machine heads, and basically, and then it'll be all right again. But right now, it sounds fucking awful compared to what it used to sound like.
Watching indistinct figures moving around in a dense fog. So many figures. Impossible at first.
See, for me being an English guy, right? I'm an English guy that grew up, and I know this guy from his TV shows that he did on BBC Two and Channel 4 and Channel 5. He used to do shows where he was going around England, going around the UK. It was like, he was looking at archaeological stuff, but he wasn't like the Time Bandits, the Time Team, with Tony Robinson going and actually doing archaeology. He might go and one of his shows, he might look at an archaeological dig, but he was all about England and the British Isles and Scotland and fucking just history and everything. That's what all of his work was about that. And then he woke up during COVID, and since then he's just waking up more and more and more and more, and like the things that he's saying, there's still a level of false perception there that it's not a completely accurate picture that he's got. Like none of us have got a completely accurate picture of what's going on. But I'm just really impressed with him as how far he's come. You know, it's had an effect on his career and everything. He said, "No, fuck it, man. This is actually maybe." And he's got enough subscribers to have a handler. He's going to have a handler, right? There's going to be a controlled aspect. There's going to be a controlled aspect to it.
I love you, man. At least you're being fucking honest. I love that, dude.
Yep.
Now, though, the fog is clearing. The picture is sharp enough already that we can see that what was once a hopelessly muddled fug is now made of identifiable shapes. To mix metaphors again, we started out with a 1 million piece jigsaw and no picture on the box it came in, so that we didn't even know what it was we were trying to see. Now we see so many pieces that at first sight seemed to have no relation to one another. Where to begin? The COVID scam, the injectables that were the whole point of the COVID scam, war in Ukraine, climate crisis, the Ponzi scheme of money creation and supply, borders open for an incessant flood of new people, changing the face of Britain forever. The Diddy tapes. Whatever happened to the Diddy tapes? Not to mention whatever happened to Charlie Kirk. And of course, also, we were invited to look on at genocide normalised. And then the brightly coloured pieces that had everyone looking at them more than at any others. Surely those had nothing to do with anything. Epstein, just as a for instance. The inexplicable Macrons in France. Little Zelensky in Ukraine. Boys can be girls, they said, and girls can be boys. Seeming madness everywhere. But nature takes its course and the focus tightens and the fog clears and the pieces begin to fit together. And lo and behold, we see. When I talked at the top about the mutation and the separation and the filling of the abscess to its inevitable bursting, when I talked about that, I meant it to illustrate the way two groups are finally distinct now. Here in Britain, a final piece for me was the news the present government under Keir Starmer is finally completing a project that transcends political parties, that was set in train long ago to snuff out any notion of democracy by denying the people the right to trial by jury. Trial by jury, and only trial by jury, makes real in everyday life the truth that the people govern themselves. No impotent vote in a pantomime election manifests democracy. Voting is a lever connected to nothing at all. Pull the lever as hard as you like and watch nothing happen. Any administration that writes and passes its own legislation and awards itself and only itself the right to judge the accused on the basis of that legislation To declare guilt or innocence and then to pass and impose sentence is a textbook dictatorship. I've said it before and I'll keep saying it. It's by these means that an administration can and will write itself into a place above the people, above any so-called constitution. It will write itself into a position above all and from which it cannot be removed except by bloody violence. That a jury decides the guilt or innocence...
That's actually the modus operandi and the trick of a certain group of people that have got fingerprints shaped like menorahs.
...of the accused is one thing. More potent by far is the jury's right and obligation to judge the justice of the legislation that was used to bring the accused to court, and when necessary, to set that legislation aside as not fit for purpose, effectively to put it in the bin where it belongs. No majority verdicts either. A true trial by jury sees a decision made not by the many but by the one, if needs be. 11 guilty verdicts and one not guilty verdict, and the decision of the jury is not guilty. This denial of trial by jury for anything but accusations of murder and rape is about one thing and one thing only: the creation of a dictatorship in Britain, where the government accuses without challenge, judges without challenge, and punishes without challenge. It's no error either that murder and rape are left apparently requiring trial by jury, because what that tells us is that those crimes, death and rape, they don't bother the establishment. We can do that to each other if we want. They're interested in something else. In Britain, the process of seeping tyranny has been going on for centuries. Impossible to know when it started, but the Glorious Revolution, so-called, of 1688 and the Bill of Rights were massive milestones. In came William and Mary as King and Queen, and on their coattails, the real problem. Those that declared Parliament, that den of thieves, sovereign, a huge, shameless and egregious lie. The Glorious Revolution was an invasion and a takeover that led in time to party politics and finally the emergence of the infamous arse with at least two cheeks. And so here we are, impotent, castrated. Know this and feel so much else in the bigger picture come into focus, emerge from the fog. Epstein used women and girls to compromise powerful people. That is certain, but the sickening abuse is the tip of the iceberg. What he was really about was making, laundering and moving money, dirty money for filthy people. Wars here, there and everywhere, regime change, corruption. It's all about money and power. The Epstein files will never see the light of day, not in any full and unredacted way, because all of the powerful are in the same boat. But already we see enough. The files stay hidden to protect the powerful, who are all mired in the same filth. You know what they say? Never get into a mud wrestle with a pig. Everyone gets filthy, but the pig enjoys it. What happened in recent years was that the latest generation of the powerful realised that people were onto them at last. A long, slow, patient process of shortening the leash inch by inch, year by year. The way of the Fabian Society, the Club of Rome, the Council on Foreign Relations. Different names, same ideology of one world government. Went into hasty overdrive. Too hasty, as it turned out. Sensing threat, the powerful put their foot on the accelerator pedal and went for it, in hopes of getting over the line into total control before they were rumbled. The fake pandemic, the draconian measures, lethally dangerous injectables, the fear porn that tightened the leash right up to the neck. Always more legislation for our own good. The Patriot Act in the US, for example. The creeping censorship of online safety bills here. And now digital IDs made mandatory. Always the fear porn about the end of the world one way or another. Proxy wars, the surveillance state, the digital cage made of CBDCs for the unwitting and made of debanking for the rest. And above all else, the silencing, the censorship, the taking control of the internet, of social media. The people of the world, in ever-increasing numbers, have awoken from the anaesthetic, have focused their attention, have pieced together enough of the puzzle without the picture. So the only option left open to the powerful is to shut us up, render us too scared to speak, too scared to move. In Britain, the ending of trial by jury means the state has closed the loop. Now, they will write laws to ban criticism, to ban questions, to ban protest. That's only the start. And soon it will be laws to ban meat, to ban cars, to ban heating that works, to ban cash. Without even the tattered remnant of trial by jury, and less than 1% of cases come before a jury now anyway, having formally removed any vestige of an obstacle to their dictatorship, they will seek to round up and jail their opponents, great and small, and by so doing frighten the rest into compliant silence and obedience. I've said it before, and I'll repeat. Those sometime powerful are frightened in the extreme, more frightened than they have ever been. Know that, never forget that. What we are seeing, as I said at the top, is nature taking its course. By accident or by design, the mutation is all but complete, and the separation, us and them, is plain to see. In the Bible, there's a line about, come out from among them, and be ye separate, touch not the unclean thing. Well, it turns out the unclean thing has done the coming out from among us. We can see them clearly, and if they were ever like us, they're not like us now. People persist in looking for happy endings. Noticing and knowing all this is not an ending, but a beginning. We are told the truth will set us free, and guess what? That's true as well. But no one said freedom was a quick solution or an easy path.
And the freedom applies to the same thing that the prison applies to. So the truth will set you free. The prison is your mind. The truth sets your mind free. That's what they don't tell you. That's what nobody tells you. And the truth will set you free. Yeah, it sets your mind free. Your mind is what's being controlled. Then it sets your mind free. That doesn't necessarily that it sets your body free, or or your vessel. You still, there's all those controls still exist.
But some of the people are controlled like through fear, like certain people, like for instance, the vain people. They're afraid to come out of the house if their hair is not just right and they don't look just right. So it hinders them from being
afraid.
free.
They're afraid of scrutiny and
exactly
areas that
and
they
got
like to keep private.
Yes,
right.
And this is what screwed up certain people. But everybody could, like my brother, his biggest fear is money. So he's all about money. I mean, fear controls people.
That's the crazy thing, isn't it? Like your brother might actually remove himself from the earth, or
you can't take it with him,
or commit something terrible if he was to ever find himself in my situation.
Yeah.
Right? Without a penny to his fucking name.
It would freak the shit out of him.
Reliant 100% on the generosity of strangers. And the understanding and generosity of strangers, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I see how fear was controlling me. I seen how fear was controlling me. Then like when I woke up to a lot of things.
I'm grateful. I'm such a motherfucking strong motherfucker.
Yeah, you got to be nowadays. Mentally strong.
It's
hold me.
You need a hold. You need a hug. You need a hug.
Bro, I've been sitting here doing so much listening to you guys while I'm getting ready for a big family get together tomorrow.
Me too.
I'm talking like
nice. It's today
for Thanksgiving.
It's today.
Right. Yeah, well, we're doing ours a day late so that other family can come from other areas, and we run another. Well, we run another business taking care of people. We take care of people for a living.
There you go.
We're doing dinner for them.
That's kind of technically that means that you can sort of have two Thanksgivings.
Yeah,
you can have a little quiet one on the day, and then you could have the big one with the family the next day.
The people at the adult foster care, they get their turkey day to day, and the people who run the facility get their turkey day to day, and then the people from the facility come home and get together with their family, and then have another turkey day.
Oh, nice. So you get to eat turkey. You get turkey 2 days in a row, but actually probably 3 or 4 days because the cold cuts afterwards.
For you, turkey.
We're doing it again. Can we start talking about food?
Dude, stop it.
I'm the one that did that. Started thinking about fucking roast turkey.
You started it.
I started it, and I'm going to finish it. I'm going to start. We're going to start talking about food. Serious though.
No,
I'm not even joking.
Today I got to bust my butt. today I got to bust my butt getting ready, and then tomorrow I get to enjoy.
Nice. Well,
but I'm free. Listen, I'm free and I'm sovereign and I can go on my own time. I planned on sleeping, napping, and everything else, but I've done so much extra stuff that when everybody comes in, they're going to be like, "Oh my gosh!" And my dad's going to look at me and he's going to look around and he's just going to nod his head. Good job. Yeah. I installed a really expensive wood stove.
That's all you need. That's all you need, isn't it? Is it for your old man to look at it and just, he doesn't even have to look at you. He just has to look at your work and just nod his head and go, mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'll raise me a good boy.
Yep. My grandpappy, hey, I live way the fuck out in the middle of the woods. And my grandfather's a straight up, honorable guy, 86 years old, 35 plus years military, you know what I mean? Owned his own business, that kind of jive. Put 3 wives in the ground, you know what I'm talking about? And a month before he passed, he came. Well, listen, yes, sir. Yep, straight up. And one of the best souls I ever met across this country. And I'm not saying that because he was my grandfather. He's straight up one of the best souls I met. But anyways, he came out to my property and brought me a battery for my antique tractor and a tool to check the current in it. And he looked around and he kept asking me, he's like, "Did you do this?" And I'm like, "Yes, sir." And he's looking at the hand-built outbuildings and stuff. And he didn't say nothing. And he said, "Unload this truck." And I just said, "Yes, sir." And I unloaded the truck. And him and my uncle were, looking at my property and stuff. And before he left, the only thing he said was, "Keep doing what you're doing. It's important." And
your parents raised you properly. Your parents raised you properly.
Yeah.
You did a good job.
Yeah. They're trying to poison it. I just told my mom and dad that because I'm going through some stuff because of what they did to me with that program. And I'm trying to get my hands on their neck, in a way of speaking. But listen, just sitting and listen to you guys, let alone what I know, these guys are toast, man. We don't have to hurt them. Listen, we don't have to hurt them. All we have to do is say no. They are a fucking public servant. Don't ever forget that.
You mind if I ask what happened?
Some kind of voice to skull tech.
They messed with
They
him.
were using some kind of voice. Yeah.
They basically messed with him. They messed with his... That's messing with your psyche. It's messing with your mind when they do that. And your heart as well.
Oh, yeah. Listen, but they ended up activating me because now I'm having flashbacks all the way to 3rd grade of the TAG program. And I can tell you stuff right now, and you can type it in the computer and pull up and look at my fucking picture as I'm a child. So I'm on point. None of this, like I said, I'm straight up trained and certified by the state of Michigan to identify mental illness and render service and give medications. I'm certified in 2-person takedowns. I'm certified in nutrition. Need I go on?
You can confirm that I am actually mentally ill, and
no,
I should take myself off to the. I take myself off to a clinic. Get booked in.
Nope.
Your Gulliver's
You're
fine.
one of the most. I've been looking for guys like you for 5 years plus. You're on point, brother. You are not crazy. You are not.
I wouldn't be here if you weren't.
Listen, I would rather not be here. Listen, I would rather not fucking be here than to lie to you.
Yeah. I wouldn't be here if he wasn't.
That, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here if he wasn't.
I appreciate that. Who was it that brought you here, Mac? It was somebody told. Was it Curious? Was it Sasquatch?
Well, Chris came here. Hobie. Yeah, Chris came here.
Yeah. House of Bad Influence. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, I didn't know he came here. I found you on just typing live, and I listened to your stuff. I subbed up to you. I listened to you for about maybe 2 weeks. Yeah, so I listened to you for about 2 weeks, and I decided to come up on panel. Then I seen Chris up here. Say, "Hey, what are you doing here, bud?"
So Can I be honest with you, my friend?
Yes, mate.
The only thing that I've heard out of you so far, out of all the times I've been here, that ain't 100% on point, is you worrying about your body physique look. You're worrying about your, what do they call it?
No, I'm not worried about it. It's not something I'm worried about. I don't worry about it. There's an aspect of me, my ego, that that used to love. Look, you know, it is a vanity. It's a mild light vanity. But it's also
Other than
there's a
that,
little bit
hey,
of a health
It's all
thing,
part
you
of
know.
growing old, you know.
I'd rather look healthy than unhealthy. I just think I look unhealthy as fuck right now.
you said something a few hours ago, like 4 hours ago or something, right when you first come on. I was busy and my phone was acting up, but you said something that was real important. We're going back to natural law, or what do they call it? It's the law that was in place before governance.
Common law.
Common law. Yeah, we're going back to
The
that.
law of the
And Trump's
land.
made mocking stuff. Yes, sir. And some of us were born here to regulate that in a form of sense of speaking. And I don't quite understand it, but that's why they started poisoning us as kids. And they did it to a couple rounds before us.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And it's fucked up. Yeah, we were supposed to be free a long time ago. Everybody's brainwashed to charge each other for what the Creator
Oh
gave
my
us for
gosh,
free.
it's not funny. It is
Listen,
not
listen.
funny.
I could take your garbage, your broke guitars, tear them apart, and take another junk guitar, make it sweet, and hand it to a kid. And this kid is gonna have a guitar that he can learn with. That's good, because I know what I'm
Yeah.
doing and I like doing it, and I do it all the time. I do.
You
I got a buddy right now that his kid's floating around with 3 of my guitars right
Right.
now, and I just gave them to him. I didn't charge nobody nothing.
Yeah, you can have a shitty guitar, but the electronics is what makes it a good guitar. With the right,
true.
humbuckers and
And the
stuff in
tuner.
it.
Yeah, but
Tuner is number one.
the electronics don't cost $1,500. You know,
No,
the electronics to make it sound like a $1,500 guitar
It's
don't
the name.
cost $1,500.
You're right.
Well, I mean, there is something in the body and the wood that's used and stuff,
The
like
tone, yeah.
maple or mahogany or whatever
Yeah.
for the tone. Yeah, like Martin and Taylor. They have
Yeah.
got that tone because of the quality of the build and the quality of the wood used in the build, right?
Yep.
I use other stuff. I play an antique acoustic that my dad bought when I was like 5 years old. Then he got his machine, or his finger got cut off in a machine, and then our house burnt down. So I
Oh,
took this
geez.
guitar over, and I still got it. Yeah, I redid it. Listen, I redid it with hand carved bone nuts and stuff. And then I took the tuner knobs off my first dime bag and put it on there. So I got really sweet Grovers, and it's an antique Lotus.
Rovers are good.
Oh, mate, I bought some Grovers. I had a Honer. I had a handmade Honer. The neck had been broken and glued back together, but it still sounded fucking perfect. And I put Gozens on it with a 16-1. It was 16-1.
Yep, I go for the 18 to 20 something. I go for the I got right now. My favorite ones are the Fender lockout Spurzels, and they're bulletproof, needle bearing. They got it's the highest rotation they got. Like, you got to really spin the knob to get that shaft to turn.
I think
I
the
bought
highest
them a
one's
long
like
time
24 or something, isn't it? Is it 24-1 or something? It's fucking, but just so
I think so.
perfectly finely tuned.
They're right here. Here, I'll show them to you. I got them. They're right here. I put them on this Ibanez. That's right. Right there. It's got the lockout Spurzels.
Yeah,
I got the same.
Look, oh man, look, yeah, beautiful.
I like my lockdowns.
Hey,
Yeah, I got those 20 years ago, man.
I'm still happy with myself for recognizing that Ibanez.
Yeah, I don't.
Guitar recognition.
You said
man.
something about the bodies. You said something about the bodies, and I found that the neck through stuff is where it's at. And I started doing custom work to the neck joints on these cheap guitars that you pick up for a couple $100, like Ibanez and stuff like that. If you take and shave all the paint out of that neck joint, and then take all the shellac off the neck to where it's wood on wood, and then put a hardcore epoxy in that neck and screw it back together with the intention of never taking it apart, I'm telling you what, dude, I've made 4 or 5 guitars sound sweet doing that.
Yeah, I can believe that.
And it's all like you said, the resonance.
I had a friend who was a master craftsman, used to fix and build guitars, but he had MS, He'd lost like 4.5 of his fingers or something. He couldn't play with it anymore. But he
muscle control.
I gave him the Honer, and he did some work on it, and he put the new machine heads on me for me, and it just sounded fucking amazing. It sounded like it was a $1,000 guitar, and that was the guitar that in 2013, I had a car accident. Fucking that guitar got absolutely obliterated. I opened it was in a fucking flight case as well. Right, in a flight case, and I opened the flight case up, and it was literally obliterated. It was like a bomb had gone off in that flight case, and I was only doing 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, fun stuff. I've been doing it 40, 42, 43 years.
Yeah, it's about I've been doing it for 45 years.
I'm the pup in the room. I'm the pup in the room. I'm loving that. I love that. I'm the youngest man in the room. That's beautiful. 48 years old, the youngest man in the room.
60.
Oh, I'm not 48 yet. I'm not 48 yet. I got
What?
a couple months before I'm 48.
So how you been fucking doing it for 43 years?
I started when I was 5.
But you're not 48 yet. How old are you?
No, I started. I don't know. 47. I was born in
Dude,
78.
listen, we're all men here. I don't care how old you are.
Yeah.
You that beard makes me think that you are maybe a little bit older than me. I reckon maybe you're in your 50s. Maybe. I don't know.
No,
I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't care at the end of the day.
Hey, I only had one fucking birthday. I don't care. Yesterday don't mean shit. All I know is I was born in the historical blizzard of 1978 in Traverse Bay.
That was a
Michigan.
fucking
So you're
blizzard.
47. You're 47, sir. That's a year after me. I was born in 76.
68 was a bad blizzard too. 68.
I was born in 77.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but 60 or 78.
I was born in a crazy year.
Yeah.
What's that?
78 blizzard was pretty bad. Yeah, we had a strip completely going up and over the house.
When I read the documentation on it, because I don't recall it, I was just born and all. But when I read the documentation on that day across the country, it was 20 plus feet of snow most of the way across the country.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was.
What? Al Gore was going crazy.
13.
Mate.
I was 13.
Yeah, you were almost a boomer. You're right at the start of Gen X. You are like one of the first Gen X.
65 is the start of Gen X. I was boomer 64.
Yeah, you're about my dad's age.
60 years old.
Yeah, you're about my dad's age.
It's going by fast, dude.
Hey, man, at 7 years old, at 7 years old, bro, I was hopping seat with my dad driving Toyota Corollas back from Colorado.
All right.
It's crazy because back then there was no cops like that. Yeah, there was no cops like that, dude. You could drive for hours and never see me. My dad just told me keep it at this speed limit or under, and I was already taught how to drive. Yeah.
My auntie taught me how to drive, and her husband, my uncle, he was a captain in the Royal Engineers, and they had a BMW 540. When I was 10 years old, she used to take me off to fucking car parks to go and drive it. That was so I learned to drive in a BMW.
I was 13 or 14 years old the first time I got arrested in Grand Rapids, Michigan for driving without a license.
You're banned for driving for 1 year. I don't have a license. Wow, you can't get.
That's what I kept saying.
From getting your license for 1 year.
That's just it. I kept saying that. I was like, "What are you talking about? Suspended license? I don't got one." And they all got mad. My dad stopped that. He'd go, "Stop that." I was like, "Well, I don't got one. It don't make no sense."
It does mean they can
And
stop
I
you
was
from
working on
going for it. They can stop you. Like
No,
in
dude,
the UK, it's 17, but it's 16, isn't it? In
my
America?
dad would take all my money. I had my own paper route, and I went and shoveled horse shit on the weekends, and for a doctor, and freaking he'd take all my money, dude, to pay the fines. So I remember getting out of trouble for that one, and then I immediately went and bought another car, and it had been hit in the rear end. So we just pulled the steel out and put a donut tire on it, and we were beating that around the hood. And I was like 14. I got caught with that one, and I almost got away, but they caught one of the other guys, and they were screaming my name. So the cop just said,
Rat
"I'm
you
just gonna
out,
go to your
man.
house and wait." Yeah, yeah. Well, no, they knew who we were. I grew up there. Now that I'm older, I feel stupid. I'm serious. Now that I'm older, I feel dumb.
Don't we all?
Fuck.
Don't we all? Don't we
Yeah.
look back at what we did back then and go,
Yep.
oh,
Yep. What the
shit.
fuck were we thinking?
The fuck were we thinking?
Yeah.
There's stuff I did in my 20s
Man,
that I'm
dude,
like, dude, what the fuck was I thinking?
I cringe
Right.
at some of the stuff I think about. I was like, oh my gosh.
Actually, the stuff I did in my 30s that I think, oh my god, what the
That
fuck was
too.
I thinking?
That
the
too.
point I think the whole point of it is we weren't thinking. That's the
No.
point. We weren't thinking. We were just in
We're
the
listening
moment,
to the-
enjoying it, man.
We were listening to the ego brain. That's what we were doing.
I kind of dig this channel because I like how you'll go from super serious with something to crispy, have fun with it a little bit, and then back into digging. And that's how we get the information out there. Because we all hold a different piece, dude. Straight up, we all hold a different piece to this.
3 brains are better than 1.
Yep,
I
and
got
they
me-
don't
I
want
got
us
me
doing
full.
it. And
No, no,
it's
they
just
don't.
not cool, man. Listen,
What
I'm
they don't-
getting blocked and stuff on my channel so bad that they'd snap my phone out, and I don't want to get nobody else in that predicament either. But it's getting down to the wire to where it don't matter.
So what they don't want is cohesion. The last thing they want is us to unite cohesively, right? We're united. We're all, we've got our little communities online and everything, but there's not really much going on a local level. Like on a local level, people don't seem to be able to form groups, cohesive groups. That's what they're afraid of.
Too bad we couldn't come as one. Too bad we couldn't come together with the Muslims and put religion aside for just a second to get free, and that would fuck them up. I tell you what, that would stutter the whole
Dude,
system.
I was saying that last year. I was saying
they were so brainwashed.
Actually, what we need to do is start making friends with these guys, with these immigrants, with these Muslim immigrants. Try and see, to get the only way we're going to get a gauge of what's going on in their minds and in their heads is if we engage with them and we speak to them and we try. And to do that, it means that we might have to, swallow some prejudices and just,
I don't have any, bro. I've lived in hotel rooms with these guys.
So you know from experience that they're just blokes just like us.
They're good.
They're all around my neighborhood. They're all around my neighborhood.
The language is different.
I've had the only negative experience I had. One guy got a little touchy feely with females when he was drunk. Other than that, they were great dudes. My only problem is when you start thinking it's okay to cut somebody's head off for a religion. Sorry, I'm not with that.
But that's an extreme version of that. Like
Right.
not all Muslims are like that.
But I don't
They're
like
not
the way they
that.
treat women.
That's the minority. Right, that is like that. But like in everything else that's going on, the minority has been pushed up to the front. And everybody's being made to think that the minority is actually the majority. It's the same trick that they played in 1917. It's the same trick that they played in the 1800s. It's the same trick that they played in the late 1700s in France and in America.
Yeah.
Right?
But I don't like the way they treat women.
Hey?
I don't either.
Listen, gents, I love you guys, and I want to keep going because I still haven't raised the money that I need to raise. But much love. I'm gonna have to go and and get what I have got. I got 30 euros. I got to go and get that out of the bank before they fucking
they close.
Curious Squirrel I freaking
You
love
take
you
care of
so
yourself.
much, man. Right, but yeah, I'm gonna have to go and get the money out of the bank before the fucking they take any more out, because I had all the bills come out over the 2 days.
Oh,
just when
shit.
I just happened to get enough donations to pay the rent. I didn't take the money out of the bank in time. Right, they're not direct debits, so it's just on the card. So if it fails, it doesn't matter. It doesn't cost me anything. So I forgot to cancel everything, like the subscriptions. All came out over 2 days and wiped out the money that I'd got to pay the fucking rent. I was like,
oh,
Jesus.
Yeah.
So yeah, but Curious Squirrel has just sent me a donation. So I love you so much. Thank you. Hey, Mac went while I was doing that. I was going to just say goodbye to you, Mac. Thank you for being here. Mitch, thank you for being here. Again, Curious Squirrel, thank you for this is ending on a high note for me now, because that's enough to cover it. I love you, and I'll be back tomorrow, peeps, with some more. I've got another video. It's already made. It's already edited. It's already loaded up to YouTube. Well, I'm going to play it tomorrow morning, and we'll start the day off. We'll start the 8 hours of streaming off it's going to go on tomorrow. We'll start it off with the video that I've got uploaded ready to play. It's part 3 of what I've been talking about. Started off in the room, went down to the grounding area, and then ended up down by the beach. So it's the last bit on the beach. I did a day's worth of filming and got three videos out of it. So much love to everybody. Thank you very much for being here, and don't forget to please like, share, and subscribe. Send it to your nan, send it to your mum, send it to your brother, and your friends and your work acquaintances and everybody. I'm kidding. I know that you're not going to do that. My God, probably most people listening still now are desperately trying to keep that one secret. That they're actually watching my channel. Crazy English guy. Anyway, I love you. Peace.
See, I don't understand. My thing is, do you want to make the point? Yeah. Well, don't lose your mind in the meantime. I can't even talk to people anymore. It's nuts. Does anybody know how to talk about anything anymore? They don't lose their mind, but you do and we do, and I don't understand why that is. You can't go through. Listen, we're turning this into a joke. This is a joke. I'm not saying you have to. You can't laugh. Be very serious about it. But give me something and speak to me like somebody who's the pilot of a ship, who's very cool and calculated. But this is ridiculous. There's something wrong when you're screaming and yelling at somebody. It's that Piers Morgan school where they want you to go and scream at each other. I don't understand that. It's interesting.
And up next, I don't know why I'm like this or what's wrong with me. Stay tuned for more.
Hey, here I am in chat. It says when a woman pulls a knife on you, give her a jar of mayonnaise and her instincts will kick in.
It's about duality.
Shut it down!